Chapter 180 Random Defense in the Midterm Exam. 2. Out of the blue, the triplets from Baskerville appeared and they addressed Vicyr with an assertive attitude. "Hey, commoner, hurry up and follow us. Since it's a group test, we need to coordinate in advance," Hybro said arrogantly to Vicyr. Vicyr quietly carried all of the triplets' belongings. He looked like a porter, to say the least, and just as he was about to follow Hybro. "Wait a minute, Vicyr," someone stood in his way. It was Tutor. He spoke to Vicyr in a low voice, filled with anger. "I'm not trying to disrespect you, I'm just really angry. Can you let me talk to them for a moment?" Vicyr stood there blankly, taking that as permission. Tutor walked up to Hybro and opened his eyes. In a voice so low that only he could hear it, he said, "Who do you think you are? Bossing my friend around? Vicyr is not your damn subordinate." "Huh. And you guys can carry your luggage yourselves. There's no distinction between nobles and commoners inside the academy." Beneath Tutor's calm voice, there was a simmering anger. Hybro turned to Tutor with a bewildered look, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. In the background, Middlebro and Lowbro were also glaring at Tutor. Then, Sancho stepped up to Tutor, and next to him, there was Figgy with a determined expression. Shiver, Figgy's two legs were trembling uncontrollably, but he didn't take a step back. Tutor shrugged and stepped closer to Hybro. "I don't know what kind of nonsense is going on here, but don't try to force Vicyr into your team. He's supposed to be in the same group as us." "Who do you think you are to persecute our friend?" Hybro had a puzzled expression on his face. But, as is often the case with Baskerville's hunting dogs, Hybro couldn't hold back for long. "SSS." Tutor stopped short, feeling a sharp aura emanating from Hybro. Tutor was the current top-ranking member of the Cold Department, and he shared the top spot with Bianca. However, Hybro Baskerville, who was also in the Cold Department Class B, finished second overall, and he wasn't far behind Tutor or Bianca. Moreover, behind him were Middlebro, ranked third, and Lowbro, ranked fourth. On this side were Tutor, the top-ranked member, and Sancho, ranked fifth, along with Figgy, who didn't have a ranking. In a head-to-head confrontation, it was an inevitable fact that they were at a disadvantage in terms of overall power. "Shall we have a match? Should I defeat you again? Do you think you know what a real battle is?" Tutor Donquixote and Hybro Baskerville confronted each other, revealing their intentions. The confrontation between Tutor Donquixote of the Donquixote clan and Hybro Baskerville of the iron-blooded Baskerville clan, the Empire's leading spear and sword users, was about to begin. Then, some sided with Tutor, Sancho, and Figgy. "Who are you to persecute our friend? It's not a pretty sight to see you all ganging up on him. Men." When Sinclair and Bianca joined forces, Tutor's expression brightened. Sinclair and Bianca, representing the Hot Department and the Cold Department respectively, brought tremendous reinforcement to their side. On the other hand, Hybro, Middlebro, and Lowbro's expressions became even more rigid. "Persecution. You say we were just. The triplets hesitated as if they wanted to say something but ultimately closed their mouths. "Enough." Vicyr stepped forward. Vicyr stood behind the Baskerville triplets and spoke. "I'm not going because I'm being forced. We made the team together because it's a real alliance." "What, really?" "Yeah. They needed my knowledge about monsters, so they suggested forming a team first. This happened a few weeks ago." "In that case, there's not much else to say." Tutor scratched his chin, looking perplexed, and then leaned in closer to Vicyr's ear, whispering, "Are you really not being harassed or anything like that?" "No, I'm not. I'm fine." "All right, then. Well, if you ever come across any difficulties, just let me know." "Thank you." As Vicyr nodded, Tutor withdrew with a somewhat disappointed expression. Sinclair also fidgeted her fingers as if she was upset. "Big brother, are you really in the same group as those people?" "Yeah." "Why, are you close to them?" "In a way." Vicyr's response left Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair all raising their eyebrows in unison. As far as they knew, Vicyr had never socialized with the Baskerville triplets since he enrolled. So how did he suddenly become friends with them? "Doesn't look like you're very close. Are you really not being harassed?" Watching Vicyr, who was carrying the triplets' luggage like a porter, Tutor mumbled in concern, as if he worried that the vulnerable Vicyr might face some trouble. Tutor's intuition was right on the mark. Vicyr wasn't particularly close with the Baskerville triplets, and indeed, there was actual harassment occurring. even though the roles of the instigator and victim was reversed. In a secluded alley, attention. When Victor finally spoke softly, 3 immediate responses echoed from below. Yes, yes, yes. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow were on the ground, banging their heads and responding fervently with a concentrated focus. Victor's gaze remained perched on Highbrow's back as he addressed him. You. Victor gazed down at Highbrow and in an emotionally detached voice inquired, "What happens to hunting dogs that bear their fangs without their master's permission?" "They get punished." Highbrow answered in a subservient tone. "What if a hunting dog in the act of hunting disregards its master's command and seizes the prey on its own? Such a hunt is almost guaranteed to fail. For a hunter, a failed hunt does not simply mean missing the prey. A hunter can always become the prey. Therefore, a hunting dog must always unquestionably obey its master's orders if it doesn't want to end up as the hunted prey." Victor's gaze descended from Highbrow's trembling back. "Get up, getting up, getting up, getting up," triplets said in unison. "From now on, any fight without permission is strictly prohibited, even petty arguments for life." "Yes, yes, yes," Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow fervently responded. Their expressions brightened despite the reprimand. Why? It was because of the final words Victor had spoken. For life. What did those words mean? He'll be with us for life. They were no longer Baskerville's 3 spears or Baskerville's tridents, as they had vowed allegiance to Victor while being recommended to the academy. Their situation had changed drastically from the constant fear of being discarded within their family. With a confirmed master who promised not to abandon them, a dog promised to its owner is bound to become 10 times more courageous. Moreover, witnessing the battle between Madame Eightlegs and Victor firsthand, they had an idea of Victor's true strength. The triplets were sure. Their master would one day swallow Baskerville whole. Furthermore, he would place the entire world under his feet. Thus, they willingly pledged their loyalty beneath him, gladly and with joy. As it is a dog's fortune to meet a good master, it's a knight's fortune to serve a great lord. This was their belief. Meanwhile, I don't particularly like standing out in people's eyes. I inadvertently stood out a bit, but it's troublesome for me. Victor admonished the triplets. The triplets nodded trustingly. "We'll handle the midterm exam well on our own. We'll handle it. We'll handle it." With Victor as the backline, the triplets would handle everything else. Victor would stay behind passively, only taking arrow shots when needed. This way, they could achieve decent test scores and stay unnoticed. Highbrow explained everything about the test to Victor. "When our 69th team enters the arena, the virtual reality magic circle will activate. The surroundings will transform into a dungeon, and monsters will swarm in. The poison the monsters emit is diluted, but it's still real, so it's dangerous to absorb too much. But please don't worry, my lord, we will protect you like a fortress." "Good to know. Have you practiced this before?" "When my lord left the family, I tried a few times in the family's training ground. It's not a very difficult test as long as you hold out as long as possible until the HP you've been given drops from 100 to 0. However, it's a team test, so you have to pay some attention to your teammates' survival in addition to gaining your own kill and assist points. From the moment they were born, the Baskerville hounds have been navigating life and death, so this kind of virtual reality game is just a joke to them. Physical damage doesn't apply until the HP drops from 100 to 0, and poison damage applies from the beginning, right?" "That's correct. If any accidents happen, it's said that the instructors will come directly to the arena after disabling the magic barrier. Since the monsters are also created by the professors, it was a test that couldn't be safer. Kill or assist, go wild as much as you want. I won't move a finger." At Victor's words, the 3 brothers, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, smiled. It felt like watching 3 puppies given permission to run and play without a care in the world. And then, beep beep, with a horn sound, the announcement for the next test takers echoed. "First-year Team 69. For first-year Team 69 students, please proceed to the arena now." The assessment for first-year students had just begun. Chapter 181, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam 3. Chapter 181, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam 3. Squeak First-Year Team 69. "Students from First-Year Team 69, please make your way to the arena now." It was Victor's team's turn. The Baskerville triplets took the lead, with Vicyr following from the back, carrying a load of gear. "Hi bro, fight on, you look handsome. Baskerville is the best. Show us the charisma of the three spears." The popularity of highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow had soared both within and outside the academy. With their formidable skills, noble lineage, tall stature, chiseled features, and the uniqueness of being triplets, it was no surprise. Even the Mage Tower, Varangian Academy, and Themyscira Women's College, the four major academies in the Empire along with Colosseo Academy, came to see the Baskerville triplets. On the other hand, Vicyr, stay strong. We're here for you. Big brother, fight on. Some cheered for Vicyr, including Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Sinclair, and Bianca. The first-year students had followed Dolar's advice to form teams with others from either the cold department or the hot department, and Vicyr's friends had already separated into two groups. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca formed the cold department 108th team, while Sinclair, as the only member of the hot department, joined a different team. Hey there. Commoner, be grateful to me for accepting you." Standing next to Sinclair was Granola, whose face had turned bright red. While they were on the same team now, they had only formed the team after Sinclair posted a message on the public board stating, "Looking for a party at Earth, soil plus metal, attribute, magician $, top of the hot department number. And Granola had immediately contacted her. So, Granola was making a fuss about that. Anyway, Vicyr and the Baskerville triplets ascended to a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. They were surrounded by a massive coliseum, filled with countless spectators who stomped their feet and cheered as they watched the test taking place in the arena, resembling an ancient gladiatorial battle. Tsutsutsu, the scenery in the arena quickly changed. The view of Vicyr and the triplets was transformed in an instant into a deep underground tunnel, and then countless carnage ants began swarming toward them. "Wow!" The spectators erupted in cheers. To them, it would seem as if numerous golems were circling the circular arena like ants and approaching in a clockwise direction. Vicyr and the triplets had to intercept and pursue these ants before they reached the arena's center. Phase 1 lasted 20 minutes. They would get a perfect score if they could last the entire 20 minutes against this massive ant army, even if they tried their hardest. Most first-year students could only hope to last 17 to 18 minutes. A time of 19 minutes would likely place them in the top 10. Vicyr looked around. Impure Anthill, the nest of carnage ants, was deep within the ground. It was a nightmarish dungeon that most people would never visit in their lifetime. However, Vicyr had been here dozens, if not hundreds, of times already, not in a virtual reality, but in the real world. "I almost died several times back then. It wasn't a matter of days but moments." Vicyr furrowed his brow at the memories that crept up on him. Darkness, the musty smell of a tomb, damp, wrinkled earth walls, mucus flowing like curtains, mounds of eggs wriggling on the floor and walls, and swarms of ant-sized people crawling in and out of them. Normally, new students would be terrified by the bleak appearance of the dungeon right in front of them. "Ho, they've recreated it quite well, haven't they?" To Vicyr, this place was nothing more than a playground where kids played around. Before long, Vicyr began shooting his bow. Thwack, thwick, thwack. The exoskeleton of the carnage ants was tough, especially their headpieces, shaped like shields, were excellent defense mechanisms that could repel most impacts. So, Vicyr aimed for the joints of the ants' forelimbs and antennae. Thunk! Ants with bent forelimbs fell to the ground and were crushed by the ants behind them. The carcasses that fell served as obstacles, slowing down the advance of other ants. Squelch, moreover, ants with severed antennae couldn't navigate properly and sometimes ran into walls or the ceiling, causing chaos in the rear ranks. In this way, the ants with slowed advance were being exterminated by the Baskerville triplets. Crunch, top-tier sword expert. At the age of 19, they had reached the limit of sword expert and were now emitting a crimson aura that floated and swirled like steam between gas and liquid as they began to cut down the ants. Thwack, thwick, thwack, thwack, thud, thud. Ant heads and bodies were being sliced to pieces. The Baskerville triplets were pushing the ant army backward. Map: Carnage Ant Colony, Impure Anthill, join forces with your comrades to fend off the attacking carnage ants. Time remaining until the end of phase 1, 14 minutes 58 seconds. Hybro LeBaskerville HP. 91/100 kill points, 49 points assist points, 23 points Middlebro LeBaskerville HP. 87/100 kill points, 45 points assist points, 26 points Lowbro LeBaskerville HP. 86/100 kill points, 41 points assist points, 29 points Victor HP. 100/100 kill points, 2 points assist points, 38 points. As time passed, their scores kept rising. Highbro, Middlebro, and Lowbro were fiercely engaged on the front lines, and their HP was gradually decreasing. In the meantime, Victor, being protected by them, continued to shoot arrows from the back, gathering a fair amount of assist points even though his kill points were not as noticeable. He was building up a reasonable score. In the early stages of the match, the audience had been solely focused on the flashy individual skills displayed by the Baskerville triplets. But slowly, they began to notice Victor, who was steadily accumulating assists from the back. Who is that guy? Though Victor, I guess he's a commoner since he doesn't have a surname. Oh, Victor, the one who was ranked first in the written test. He's an archer, right? No wonder his mana reserves seem low. He's quite a good archer, though. Right, but wasn't he briefly the talk of the town for being good-looking? Doesn't seem that impressive to me. No, he's quite impressive if he takes off his glasses. Should I show you? I had a mana gif somewhere. Many eyes in the audience glanced at Victor briefly, but as he continued to stand still and shoot arrows, their attention quickly waned. Only Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Sinclair, and Bianca's cheers were unwavering. Stay strong, friend, we're cheering for you. Victor, buddy, he's steadily accumulating assist points. At this rate, he'll get a good score. Wow, Victor is amazing with a bow. Even if it's not that noticeable, he's effectively impeding the ants' advance. It's a shame. If I and him were on the same team, we would have complemented each other so well. What are you talking about? An archer's heart is known by archers. If I had teamed up with him, our scores would have doubled. Whether Victor was aware of his friend's heartfelt support or not, he continued to steadfastly fend off the ant waves in silence. Slurp, clang, squelch. The ants clicked their exoskeletons, making an unpleasant sound and occasionally raising their stingers like scorpions, then squirting venom. Sizzle. A faint paralyzing toxin flew through the air like a water gun, originating from quite a distance. Victor looked at it and thought, the ants may have holographic magic covering their mud doll-like forms, but the venom is real. The textbook of golmology offered various methods for storing different items within golems. The professors here had created ant-shaped golems and filled them with diluted venom, courtesy of the Monster Research Laboratory. Meanwhile, the Baskerville triplets lowered their bodies every time the ants sprayed venom and directed them toward Victor, just as Victor had ordered. Sizzle, thud, a dense poisonous fog rose. This phenomenon was happening for real inside the arena. Thanks to the thick magical barrier surrounding the arena, the venom couldn't reach the audience. The reason Victor wanted to get close to the venom was simple. Om nom nom, baby madam. The creature attached to his left wrist was greedily slurping up the poisonous fog. The level of the paralyzing toxin emitted by the carnage ants was just right for this little fellow's meal. This tiny creature, smaller than a palm, consumed the toxins quite well, even though it wasn't visibly stored anywhere. Do spiders eat a lot at once and then go without eating for a long time? For baby madam, this place was like a 20-minute all-you-can-eat poison buffet. So, it seemed better to feed it generously right now. Soon. Map. Carnage Ant Colony. Impure Anthill. Join forces with your comrades to fend off the attacking carnage ants. Time remaining until the end of Phase 1. 1 minute 7 seconds. Hybro LeBaskerville HP. 2/100 kill points. 228 points assist points. 80 points Middlebro LeBaskerville HP. 1/100 kill points. 208 points assist points. 96 points Lowbro LeBaskerville HP. 1/100 kill points. 199 points assist points. 102 points Victor HP. 47/100 kill points. 16 points assist points. 134 points. The wave time was almost coming to an end. As Highbro, Middlebro, and Lowbro all reached 0 HP almost simultaneously, they continued to battle countless ants to the very end. When the three brothers finally retired with 0 HP, it was Vicur's turn. After the test, the total scores were as follows. Highbrow with 308 points, Middlebrow with 304 points, Lowbrow with 301 points, and Vicur with 150 points. They had endured for a remarkable 19 minutes and 50 seconds, with only 10 seconds remaining until the end of Phase 1. When combining kill points and assist points, they had a total of 1,063 points. When converting the 19 minutes and 50 seconds into points at a rate of 1 point per second, their final score was 1,190 points. Vicur's team had garnered a total of 2,253 points, making them the undisputed top scorers among the first-year students. A new record. The Baskerville triplets exited the arena with smiles on their faces, reveling in the cheers from the crowd. Next up was the ever-expressionless Vicur. As he was about to leave the arena when the competition ended, he noticed something strange. His left arm felt slightly heavier. When he turned his head, he saw baby Madam stubbornly tugging at a thin spider thread on the arena floor, refusing to leave. It seemed like the little creature wanted more of the remaining poison. "Can you eat that much more?" "But no, it's time to leave," screech screech. "Then you stay here in the arena, I'm going home," squeak squeak. Sigh, Vicur picked up the struggling baby Madam and placed it inside his left sleeve, so it appeared as if he was just picking up a wristwatch that had fallen on the ground. Finally, as Vicur exited the arena, he could hear the crowd discussing his performance. "Wow, it's Vicur, right? That guy did really well." "That's not right. The Baskerville triplets were the ones who did everything. We thought the top 3 students brought a geek with them to torment, but as it turns out, they brought a master archer for assistance. Lucky commoner, how did he get into that team?" "Well, he was ranked first in the written test, so he must be good with brains. But he did a good job of blocking monsters with his arrows. 150 points might not be an outstanding score, but it's decent. I heard he's really amazing at archery. I watched him last time. He was almost on par with Bryant's Usher, right?" "Oh, don't exaggerate. It was only a 1-point difference because of the last shot. In archery, a 1-point difference is huge. It's almost an insurmountable skill gap. A 2-point difference would make it impossible to compare. Still, he's kind of helpful. We should try to be in the same team next time." "Right. He's the highest scorer among commoner archers." Initially, there was a lot of negative talk about Vicur being carried by the Baskerville triplets, but it gradually changed to a more positive consensus. Of course, Vicur himself didn't care about these opinions. However, others did. "Ha ha ha. It's heartwarming to see my friend getting recognized. With scores like that and his dedication, he'll be recognized wherever he goes." "That's right. Vicur isn't just smart, everyone seems to have discovered his new charm." "Big brother, you're cool, hee. Well, he does shoot pretty well, even if he didn't get a high score. He did pretty well in the middle. His archery is impressive, too. He's a good all-rounder." Seeing that Vicur's 69th team had taken first place among the first-year students, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were fired up. They cheered for their team and shared their determination to break the record. "Let's break that record, go. 108th team. We can't lose to Baskerville's 3 brothers. I've been studying the slaughter ants all night. Just create some distance, and I'll carry us to victory. Don't let the monsters come near me." They were enthusiastic and motivated, ready to give their best efforts. Meanwhile, the 203rd team, which included Granola and Sinclair, was also preparing for the test. Soon, the announcement called the 108th team, which consisted of Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, to enter the arena. As they eagerly ran toward the arena, they were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Vicur, who had come to watch his friends' matches, sensed that something was amiss. Something's not right. An uncomfortable feeling was creeping over him, and he couldn't pinpoint the cause. However, he soon realized the source of his unease. Ah! His left hand had felt lighter for a while, and he hadn't paid much attention to it. Hurriedly, he checked the inside of his left sleeve. Inside, he found baby Madam sitting quietly, but something was off. Snap! As Vicur reached out to grab it, baby Madam disintegrated into an empty shell. All that was left was the hollow husk. The little creature had molted during their time in the arena. Chapter 182. Random Defense in the Midterm Exam. 4. Chapter 182. random defense in the midterm exam. 4. Tutor recently remembered the duel he almost had with Highbrow. He muttered to himself, "That unlucky brat, acting all high and mighty just because he wields a sword. Let's see what happens next time we cross paths. I might have to put him in his place again." "Whoa, your lines sounded like a third-rate villain just now," Bianca remarked, giving Tutor a thumbs up. It was quite surprising that Tutor and Bianca, who had always been at odds, were now in the same group. "Do you think we'll be okay?" Tutor asked. Bianca replied with a noncommittal shrug. Figgy and Sancho watched them nervously, but their worries were in vain. "All right, let's work together for once, Bianca," Tutor said. "Don't worry, just focus on your spearmanship." Tutor. As soon as the exam began, Tutor and Bianca set aside their personal emotions and became business partners. The scene in front of them was filled with common darkness, damp soil, creepy fungi, repulsive mucus, foul-smelling eggs, and piles of larvae that squirmed disgustingly. And through the midst of these, an endless army of ants started pouring in. Monster wave. It was about to overwhelm the 4 students. Ding! A magical status board appeared before everyone. Map. Carnage Ant Colony. Impure Anthill. Join forces with your comrades to fend off the attacking Carnage Ants. Time remaining until Phase 1 ends. 19 minutes 59 seconds. Tutor Donquixote HP. 100/100 kill points, 0 assist points, 0 Sancho Barataria HP. 100/100 kill points, 0 assist points, 0 Bianca Usher HP. 100/100 kill points, 0 assist points, 0 Figgy HP. 100/100 kill points, 0 assist points, 0 All right. Shall we set a new record? Tutor. The most prominent youth from the Donquixote clan charged forward while holding a massive spear. Whoosh! An aura resembling steam, proving his expertise, emitted a radiant blue light and swirled around him. Although an expert's aura was less dense and had less intensity compared to a graduator's gooey honey-like liquid aura or a swordmaster's solid aura, it was the lightest in weight. In other words, it was the easiest to swing. Pew, pew, pew. Bang! The aura storm extending from Tutor's spear shredded the ants in front of them like paper. Bianca couldn't help but snicker. "Do you really need to turn ants into confetti? It's inefficient to waste power you don't have to use." "What? Seriously? Then you give it a try." "Of course. I can watch and learn." As soon as Bianca finished speaking, she released her grip on her arrow. Whoosh! An arrow, seemingly devoid of mana, flew with a bluish trail. It precisely pierced through the forehead of the ant right in front and continued on to partially lodge itself in the forehead of the ant behind. Bianca effortlessly killed the ants one by one, delivering just enough damage to ensure a fatal blow. She hit the right spot every time with her arrow. An expert aura carried in her shots pierced through the ants in a straight line, killing them one after the other. "Oh, feeling a bit cocky, aren't we?" Tutor quipped. "Now you see it." "Ho-ho," Bianca replied, and the two of them exchanged smirks. They were secretly getting along well, like evil buddies. At that moment, some ants fell from the ceiling, targeting Bianca. "They dare!" Tutor and Sancho exclaimed. Massive axes and a sharp spear cut down the ants, protecting Bianca. Sancho and Figgy had transformed into tanks, standing by Bianca's side. Thwack, crunch, whack, squish. Sancho wielded 2 axes with immense power, chopping the ants to pieces. Figgy brandished his longsword, cutting down the ants while issuing orders. Tutor, try to get to the corner and unleash your area attacks when the ant formation breaks. Sancho, instead of blocking the central path, draw them further inward. Bianca, target the ants in the middle formation if possible. No need to kill them, focus on their front leg joints. Figgy's orders were precise and sharp, and even Bianca, who didn't like following others, moved according to his orders with a surprised expression. "You're surprisingly good at this," Tutor commented. "Hee hee. Thanks, I did a lot of research to avoid causing any trouble." Figgy may have had lower combat abilities compared to the others, but his intelligence and diligence made up for it. As a result, Tutor, Sancho, and Bianca were able to hunt more efficiently than ever before. "See, I told you I'm good, didn't I? No one ever disagreed with you. Huh!" Tutor's spear crushed the ants in the front, and Sancho's double axes took care of the ants that slipped through. "Our team's working quite well, isn't it?" Bianca observed as she continued to disrupt the ant formation with her arrows. noticeably slowing down the monster wave's progress. Thanks for trusting my orders, I'll go again. Tutor, widen your area a bit. Your spear skills are amazing, so you can cover more ground. Oh, and Sancho, do the same. You're doing great here, but fighting closer to the corner will be more efficient. Bianca, you're doing really well, so just keep it up. You all are doing great. Let's go. Figgy gave his orders, and everything proceeded swiftly under his command. Tudor, who had crushed the ants' exoskeletons at the front, shouted while avoiding the pouring venom. Hey, we might actually break Vicier's record if we keep this up. In response, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca each chimed in. At this rate, it's entirely possible. Let's set a new record. Hugh, this is really tough. Vicier must have had it tough too, right? Those guys from Baskerville are so stubborn and tough. It must have been challenging. Everyone thought fondly of Vicier, who had fought alongside Baskerville's triplets. Time passed. Countless ant corpses piled up, and Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy, who were on the front lines, were now in a precarious state. Their HP had dwindled to the point where Bianca, who had been the damage dealer, had to step up and act as a tank. And finally, Map. Carnage Ant Colony Impure Anthill join forces with your comrades to fend off the attacking Carnage Ants. Time remaining until Phase 1 ends. 0 minutes 8 seconds Tudor Donquixote HP. 0/100 kill points, 231 assist points, 81 Sancho Barataria HP. 0/100 kill points, 189 assist points, 94 Bianca Usher HP. 0/100 kill points, 156 assist points, 179 Figgy HP. 0/100 kill points, 58 assist points, 89 remaining time, 8 seconds. They outperformed Vicier's group by 2 seconds. After the exam concluded, the total scores were as follows. Tudor 312 points, Sancho 283 points, Bianca 335 points, and Figgy 147 points. When you add up the kill points and assist points, the total is 1,077 points. If you convert the remaining time of 19 minutes and 52 seconds into 1 point per second, you get a total of 1,192 points. With a total of 2269 points, they surpassed the previous first-place record of 2253 points by 16 points. The new record holder, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, with their HP partially revealed on their status screens, shouted in exhilaration. We're in first place, Yahoo! Great job. Everyone, is this real? Are we really in first place? Hooray! You've all worked hard. Tudor, who had the most kills, followed by Sancho, Bianca, who had the highest combined score, and Figgy, the tactical mastermind, had set a fantastic new record, and it seemed like there were no other teams that could surpass it. Tudor looked at the HP display on his suit and let out a relieved sigh. It's fortunate that the shock was quantified as HP. If this had reached 0, it would mean we'd be dead in a real battle. His words made everyone realize the terror of a real battle once again. As they looked back at the number of monsters they had defeated, they assessed their abilities, limitations, and potential for improvement. All right, let's get out of here, Figgy shouted, and everyone nodded in agreement. For first-year students, the exam only consisted of Phase 1. In their second year, they would face Phase 2 with an additional 20 minutes, and in their third year, Phase 3 would add another 20 minutes. Bianca murmured, "Someday, I'll become a warrior who can endure for an hour just like President Dolars." Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy also nodded in agreement. Soon, they headed towards the dungeon's exit. They were about to return to the real world as the holographic magic dissipated. The illusionary ant nest would disappear, and the real stadium would reappear. The magical barrier would also be lifted, and the cheers of the audience, just like thunder, would reach their ears. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca considered how they would respond to the cheers from the spectators. However, what's going on? Why isn't it ending? Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca wore puzzled expressions. Despite the completion of Phase 1 for first-year students, the illusion of the ant nest had not disappeared. Everyone looked at their status screens but found no changes. 1. Tudor Donquixote HP, 0/102. Sancho Panza Barataria HP, 0/103. Usher Pau Bianca HP, 0/104. Figgy HP, 0/100. All their HP remained the same. and the system displayed everyone retired to signal the exam's conclusion. Just then, a new wave of ants began swarming in. What's going on? Why are they coming back? Wasn't it over? Open the door quickly. Everyone was perplexed and tried to shake the magical barrier behind them, but there was no response from the outside. Instead, they saw a message, gurgling. It wasn't just ordinary ants this time. Large-sized soldier ants were swarming in, their bodies coated in armor like exoskeletons. "We're in trouble," Tudor muttered as everyone's faces turned pale. The giant, armored soldier ants were a sight to behold, and the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Ding, Phase 1 has concluded. Up to this point, the monsters are for first-year students. Phase 2 has now begun. From this point onward, the monsters are for second-year students. This time, they were no longer facing mere worker ants. The inclusion of massive soldier ants signaled a significant escalation in the difficulty of the exam. "This is bad." Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca's faces drained of color. Chapter 183, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam, 5. Chapter 183, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam, 5. Student Council President Dollars. She was watching with a pleased expression as her first-year club juniors set a new record. But as time passed, Dollars' expression grew stiffer. Why isn't the exam ending? She wasn't the only one with this reaction. The entire audience, students, and even professors who were monitoring the exam were bewildered. What's going on? Why hasn't the exam ended when their HP is 0? They're first years, who initiated Phase 2. The phases were managed by magical devices that emitted a blue light, looking like crystals. Those in charge of these devices were staring at the instrument panels with distressed expressions. It seems that there's still a strong life reaction left beyond the registered students in the exam area, causing an error. What? What are you talking about? There are only 4 students in the arena. The professor's responses were bewildered. Originally, there was only the life force equivalent to about 4 humans in the arena, and that had been converted into points by the HP suits. With it now at 0, there shouldn't be any life reactions left. Yet, clearly displayed on the instrument panel was one more life-filled being capable of combat. The professors were dumbfounded and tried to look beyond the magical barrier, but they couldn't see any living creatures other than the students. In any case, it seems that there was an error due to a conflict between the life reaction check magic and the phase management magic. Oh no, this is serious. Why did this error happen? Even if there are only 4 students in the arena, that's not the most important thing right now. Quickly stop this match. To be precise, we are from the phase management department, not the life reaction checking magic department. Who cares about your department? It's not going to work, is it? It's faster to stop the golems than try to fix the magical code, right? But, you see, starting this year, golem creation and movement have been automated. The related magical code is linked to magic stones, and to dismantle it, we would have to deactivate the life reaction check magic and the phase management magic first. What? Are you kidding me? You set up the magical code for the exam so carelessly. Then what do you suggest? Tell me how to fix this. Well, there is a solution, of course. Since the magical barrier code surrounding the arena is separate, we could temporarily disable it, allowing the students to exit. Then, disable the magical barrier. But the magical barrier isn't under our jurisdiction. This could lead to complicated issues in terms of responsibility. Jurisdiction and responsibility were truly words that could make anyone's brain freeze, even if they were rational and sensible people. In times of crisis, it was even more so. What appeared to be minor issues stacked on top of each other due to overlapped administrative work. Nonetheless, there was a solution. They needed to disable the transparent magical dome surrounding the arena and allow the trapped students to exit. The head professor gave instructions with a boiling face. Then quickly disable the magical barrier. Let the students inside come out. But the magical barrier isn't under our jurisdiction, so I will try to find someone who has the magical barrier key. The professors of the department head level moved hastily. Finally, a professor holding the magical barrier key appeared. It was none other than Banshee Morgue, a promising candidate for the next vice principal. He was supervising another exam in a different building, but rushed over upon hearing about the series of events happening in Tudor's team. The magical barrier key? Well, I do have it. Banshee Morg was perplexed as he produced the key, which contained a spell for disabling the magical barrier. The key had a large letter A written on it. The magical barrier dismantling key isn't possible with just one key. If we don't have the B key, the key is useless. To enhance security, the key had been divided into two parts. After Professor Banshee's announcement, all the professors began searching for the B key. Yet another incident occurred. Professor Sadi, who has the B key, left her post without authorization. What? Seriously? Oh, that bitch. It's been days since she was disciplined for her neglect. Where in the world did she go? She said she was going to the restroom, and then we lost contact. Damn it, this crazy woman. While the professors were wasting time dealing with these various issues, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were struggling to fend off the ants. What the hell? Why isn't the fantasy dungeon, golem creation, or magical barrier being disabled? Their HP had already dropped to 0 the last fight, so they had no choice but to physically fight against the monsters. The ants were still relentlessly rushing at them. In a defense-type structure like this, the monsters were generated without limit. Moreover, in the second phase, specifically designed for second-year students, these were not ordinary ants. Oh, woo, 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 woo. A giant ant with a massive body rose up among the swarm. Its head was as broad and tough as a shield, covered with countless spikes, and it was several times larger than the other ants. A soldier ant, Figgy exclaimed in shock. If such creatures mixed in with ordinary ants, there was no hope. Damn it, we have to stop it. I'll give it a try. Tudor and Sancho did their best to stand their ground, but they couldn't produce a wave of mana from the depleted mana pool. The soldier ant rushed forward with its shield-like head and sent Tudor and Sancho flying. Crash! It smashed their supply spears and axes, which were already bare. Then the soldier ants began to push them with their shielded heads. It felt like being overwhelmed by an army of shield-bearers. Figgy, Tudor, Sancho, and Bianca were crushed by the oncoming ants. It's heavy. They keep coming. I feel like I'm going to die. What are the professors doing? Everyone was groaning in agony. The situation was quite severe, but the accident had occurred in the blink of an eye. The professors had not yet figured out a solution and were too busy arguing with each other. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were struggling to fend off the ants as their HP had already reached 0. They had to physically engage in combat against the monsters. Meanwhile, Dolores, who had rushed to the scene, felt a deep sense of despair and frustration. She couldn't understand why the professors were not taking action to help the students. Guys, just hold on a little longer. Dolores took a deep breath and then drew a dagger from the professor's belt next to her. Ignoring the professor's protests and warnings, she dashed toward the magical stone. What are you doing? Student Council President. Are you out of your mind? Stop right now. If you break that, it won't end with just expulsion. We'll directly demand compensation from Quo Vadis. But no threat or warning could stop Dolores. She was determined to save her juniors at any cost. She raised her dagger and was about to strike the magical stone. Hiya, however. Just as she was about to bring the dagger down, a series of violent noises echoed from inside the arena. The audience outside, behind the magical barrier, was startled. Dolores quickly looked around, and the other professors who were rushing to stop her also froze in astonishment as they watched what was happening inside the arena. The magical barrier, designed to keep external intruders and internal exits blocked, was still intact. However, inside the barrier, something they had never seen before was happening. A man stood there in front of Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca as they faced the oncoming ants. His aura was imposing and seemed to exude power. Step aside. It was Vikier. Chapter 184, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam 6. Chapter 184, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam 6. In their weakened state, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca had no way to defend themselves. They were drained of both their physical and mana reserves, and the pressure from the golem-like ants was too much for them to bear. They felt helpless and despaired, lamenting the fact that they hadn't even become heroes yet. To meet my end like this I never imagined. My final moments, to think they'd be like this. Hey, Figgy, why isn't he saying anything? Is he already dead? Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were overwhelmed by despair, unable to make any moves. It seemed they were about to give up their last shred of hope. Then, suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The immense pressure they were under vanished along with the ants' weight. The oppressive atmosphere lifted as fresh air filled the space, dispelling the suffocating fog. Confused and gasping for air, Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca raised their heads. There the black hem of a billowing cape came into view. It was none other than Victor. "Step aside." Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca looked on in amazement. "Victor, how did you get here?" However, Victor remained silent. He only raised his bow. "Victor, you're here to help us." Although Tutor, who still had some strength left, attempted to question him, Victor offered no reply. Instead, he just knocked an arrow and drew the string. Simultaneously, with a thunderous burst, a fiery aura emanated from Victor's bow. A red trail was etched across the sky as a single arrow flew. Thud, thud, crumble. The arrow shattered the head of the giant soldier ant charging toward them. The shock was palpable among Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca. A few minutes earlier, Victor inspected the magical barrier surrounding the arena. He noticed a small, furry creature hiding in a corner. Baby Madam. The creature was crying and seemed insignificant to most people, but it had been detected by T-Life reaction checking magic of the magic stone. When I took the test, it didn't detect any life response. Is it because the baby madam was too hungry at the time? In an extremely malnourished state, the baby madam had ingested various poisons during Victor's test, shedding its skin in the process. As a result, it had acquired a significant amount of vitality and was now clearly detected by the magical life-sensing network of the magic stone. Victor touched his face. In the end, this whole incident had occurred because the baby madam had developed a strong desire to eat more poison. It had noticed that its master, Victor, had disappeared while it was consuming poisons, which led to its current situation, hiding behind the magical barrier and whimpering. Far away, professors were bustling around. No, who will take responsibility for this? Let's start by dividing the responsibilities clearly. That's enough. Dismantle the magical barrier. Hasn't Professor Sadi contacted us yet? Even Dolores, who was worried about her younger classmates, glared at the professors. This might end up causing an accident. Victor shook his head. Once the magical barrier is dismantled and the investigation begins, they'll discover the baby madam. That would be a problem. That's why proper training for the spiderlings was necessary. He moved out of the sight of the audience, heading towards the northwest corner of the magical barrier. TSS, 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 TSS. Victor wore a picaresque mask on his face. He looked like a miniature black dog with pink paws and cute red eyes. Haddock after transforming into a dog, Victor easily passed through the magical barrier to the inside. He had been aware of the cracks at the southern edge of the magical barrier, thanks to his regression and the triplets. Cracks exist at the lower part of the magical barrier's southwestern side. The triplets, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, had accumulated many personal grudges during their time at the academy. They often suffered attacks even while taking exams in the arena. One time, an assassin had burrowed into the arena, infiltrating the lower part of the magical barrier from the southwest. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow had been his targets. Later, the professors somehow found the crack and probed it. It was a 7-meter-long tunnel that went underground. Anyway, once through the magical barrier, the rest was easy. Victor entered the magical barrier's interior and searched for the crack. Then, the baby madam can be discovered once the magical barrier is dismantled. It seemed the baby madam needed better education. Victor decided that he would have to scold the baby madam when he got back. He hurriedly moved towards the southwest part of the magical barrier, searching for the crack. TSS, 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 TSS. With his small dog-like body, he easily dug through the earth and entered the lower part of the magical barrier. Heh, that's the same as in the past. When he came out of the narrow tunnel, his body grew larger, and he screamed with horror at the sudden increase in size in the tight tunnel. He used the strength of Styx's strength and the vast amount of mana to push away the dirt and make room for himself, forcing the earth to give way. Breaking the stone floor of the arena, he emerged from the ground. As he emerged from the ground, He saw that everything was covered in a green haze. It was due to the paralysis poison emitted by the ant golems. If the poison fog is this dense, it would be difficult to look inside from the outside. Vikyr felt fortunate that he couldn't see the outside well beyond the magical barrier. Since this side can't see the outside, the same should apply to the outside as well. Vikyr thought. All right then. Surrounded by the dense green toxic fog, Vikyr's first action was to retrieve the baby madam. However, there was no need to go looking for it. It had come to him, whimpering and immediately attaching itself to Vikyr's hand. Rub, rub, the baby madam seemed to be berating him for where he had been. Vikyr couldn't help but frown at its audacious behavior. This cheeky little rascal. After retrieving the baby madam, Vikyr decided to train it properly later. For now, the most pressing issue was to rescue Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca. Vikyr confirmed that it was difficult to see inside from the outside due to the thick toxic fog. He quickly nocked an arrow to his bow, even if it was just a supply bow and arrow with Vikyr's skill in archery, combined with his mana, would be enough to serve as a formidable siege weapon. Pew 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 kaboom! Vikyr's rapid shooting began to clear out the mass of ant monsters. Once touched by Vikyr's arrows, no matter if they were worker ants or soldier ants, they were instantly destroyed. Vikyr only had to shoot a few times, and an opening appeared ahead where Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca could be seen. Vikyr, Tudor's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were in similar states. Vikyr approached his friends without a word. Everyone looks weak. Although he wanted to ask them to crawl through the tunnel, they appeared too exhausted even to move, especially Figgy, who seemed entirely powerless due to being poisoned by the paralysis toxin. In the meantime, the gigantic ant monsters began to surround Vikyr. Name: Carnage Ant, Worker Ant, Danger Level, Sea Size, 1 million Habitat, Large Colony Zones, also known as Worker Ant, the most common form of Carnage Ant. It serves as the frontline soldier, scout, assault unit, nanny, etc., performing various roles. Armed with a tough chitinous exoskeleton and powerful mandibles, these are the warlike colony-type demons that burrow deep from the human world to hell. Name: Carnage Ant, Soldier Ant, Danger Level, B+ Size, 5 million Habitat, Large Colony Zones, also known as Soldier Ant. Some individuals among the discovered ants have undergone mutations, resulting in an even more substantial build and a more robust exoskeleton. Regarded as the ultimate manifestation of the Carnage Ant colony's evolution, they are seldom seen in ordinary ant nests, but are typically found in supersized ant nests or nests left neglected for extended periods. Amid countless worker ants, which would act like a giant pair of garden shears, the Carnage soldier ants that could handle as many as 1,000 worker ants each were nestled. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca confronted the vast army of ants, standing behind Vikyr, their faces filled with despair. Vikyr, don't be reckless, we don't stand a chance. And thanks for what you've done, but we're done for. Please, Vikyr, at least you run away. Idiot, you're going to get yourself killed. Everyone showed an attitude bordering on resignation. However, Vikyr didn't budge from where he stood. He had only pulled an arrow back. And then, almost immediately, huh! The expressions of everyone began to fill with astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 185, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam, 7. Chapter 185, Random Defense in the Midterm Exam, 7. In the darkness, a child stood alone. Get out! The voice of a middle-aged man echoed. It was a memory from a distant past, one the child couldn't recall, and the voice was harsh and chilling. Next came the sad sobbing of a mother. Where did this wretched creature come from? Doesn't even know their place. Kick them out immediately. Get rid of them. The murmurs of the surrounding people followed the sobbing. Afterward, the child's view changed repeatedly. Running mother, a forest and mountains, pursuers, steep cliffs, rushing river, hungry wolves, and the astonished faces of passing merchants and mercenaries. Time passed, and so did memories. A mother who had never smiled, always looking at the child with sadness. Beside that mother, a stepfather who lavished comfort and love on the child, becoming the sturdy pillar of the family. With the child's diligent efforts, combined with the money the father had saved all his life, their cramped, dark, and repulsive house gradually expanded and brightened, becoming warm. The food that was once coarse and malodorous gradually transformed into something delicious and warm. This life, which had no reason to be envied, began anew. The mother's pride, the father's hope. For the sake of the mother, who had been burdened with unhappiness, and to bring happiness to her, the child chose a path of challenge, enrolling in the Colosseo Academy. Through the child's tireless efforts and the savings the father had gathered over a lifetime, he achieved the result of entering this place known for gathering the empire's greatest talents. The mother worried excessively about the child, for he had entered a place where only the empire's best were gathered. The father was elated, handing over the money he had saved all his life, smiling every day. The child thought they would adjust well to this place and wanted to make their parents happy. However, things weren't going smoothly. Upon entering the school, the child faced bullying, thanks to his characteristic timid personality. While at an ordinary school outside, the child had been a standout student with leadership, vitality, and outstanding athletic performance. But here in the Colosseo, which gathered only the empire's greatest talents, he was nothing more than an inferior student. His intelligence was lacking compared to others, and he had difficulty with various exams, causing the child to feel extreme frustration. At the moment, he was in a desperate situation as even his life was at stake. In this situation, the child's mind kept replaying the earliest memory and sound he could recall. "Get out! A wretch like you is not part of my bloodline." A hasty light. In a situation where the mind and body were about to break down, the child barely held on to his ego, and at that moment, "Now it's okay." A voice from somewhere sounded. It had an effect more significant than any magic in this world, erasing all the pain in the child's mind and body in an instant. The agony of his birth, the guilt towards his parents, the sense of duty as a child, the burden of studying, the loneliness of not making friends, the pain in his body, all of it disappeared with one word. It was the power of friends' comfort. "Ugh!" The child opened his eyes, and the first thing they saw were three faces. "Hey, Figgy, are you all right, Figgy? Breathe. Figgy, breathe, come on, don't die. Great, Figgy is breathing again, it must be because I gave him CPR. Sancho, shut up and do mouth-to-mouth, quick. Bianca, you do the arms and legs. Tutor, Sancho. And Bianca." Friends were staring down at him, their faces smeared with tears and snot. Tutor was always in high spirits, so it was to be expected, but even Sancho and Bianca crying was a bit unexpected. Figgy coughed, pushing themselves up. Their ribs felt like they'd been bent, maybe they were broken, but even in that pain, Figgy moved their body and searched for someone. "Where's Vicyr? What about Vicyr?" Then Tutor, Sancho. And Bianca's expression subtly changed. Soon their gazes all converged at one place. There, bang, 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 Vicyr could be seen shooting the ants with his bow like a madman. Well, with the level of monsters, using expert-level strength should be enough, Vicyr thought as he pierced the skull of a soldier ant with a single shot. There was no need to bring out the aura of a peak graduator, because, in the end, hunting soldier ants is all about the tactics. Vicyr had thoroughly studied an undocumented ant-extermination method. Although referred to as supply bows and arrows, when combined with Vicyr's mana, it could serve as a formidable siege weapon. Pew, pew 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 pew. Vicyr's arrow began to pick off the ants by the dozen. Whether they were worker ants or soldier ants, once they were hit by Vicyr's arrows, they were instantly obliterated. Vicyr cleared the way with minimal effort. He could see Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca sitting there with blank expressions. "Vicyr?" Tutor's expression was ghostly, as if he had seen a ghost. Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca had similar reactions. Vicyr approached his friends without saying a word. A swarm of carnage ants swarmed around Vicyr and targeted him. But Vicyr stayed calm and shot an arrow into the ant's thoracic plate, the area between its head and chest. Surprisingly, the destroyed ants began to move backwards instead of forwards. The ants that had been swarming forward began to walk backward, causing great confusion in the swarm. As Vicyr watched, he realized that the golem was an exquisite imitation of a real carnage ant. It must have been created by a skilled mage. Carnage ants have a biocompass right there. If it breaks, it's over. This is a method of dealing with these monsters that humans don't know about right now and won't be discovered for another 20 years. Before Vicyr's regression, Humanity was puzzling over how the carnage ants could find their way back home from so long a distance. If they could figure it out, it would be a great way to bring back warriors who had fallen in the fight against demons. And after countless years of tireless research, humans eventually figured it out. Carnage ants were known to find their way around by spraying pheromones or memorizing the shape of major landforms. But that didn't explain their ability to find their way home after a storm washed away the pheromones or an earthquake altered the landscape. It has now been confirmed that even baby ants that have just left the nest for the first time are able to find their way home. In fact, the carnage ant's ability to navigate so precisely is due to a magnetic field compass built into their bodies. No matter where they are, they can calculate exactly where they stand, where they want to go, and how many steps they need to take by integrating a complex function of mana along the way. This extremely precise biocompass, which can even detect polarization, the rotation of the direction of the force field when sunlight hits it, keeps the carnage ants pointed in the right direction at all times. And then, poof, pow, 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 Vikyr wasn't killing the ants. He was just picking out and destroying their biocompasses. The carnage ants, with their broken sense of direction, ran backward, blocking the path of those behind them. What's next? Is it a soldier ant? Vikyr raised his head and gazed at the massive ants in front of him. How could he have forgotten those murderous, heavily armored beasts? Vikyr slowly started thinking about his past life. Great colonies battle, with so many casualties. That terrifying nightmare in the anthill. The monsters had taken advantage of the worker ants' weaknesses and turned the tide of battle in an instant, perplexing the victorious allied forces. If you go down into the anthill, into the catacombs, they scurry around like regular ants, though I'm not sure if they still exist today. The soldier ant is a dangerous creature and they swarm. It's so strong that even peak sword experts can't fight it one-on-one. But of course, even such a beast has its weaknesses. Just as you can trap Cerberus or hounds with chocolate, you can trap a soldier ant with a trick. You just have to find the right point. Vikyr focused his attention on the arrow. He needed to concentrate even more since he only had to use the aura of a mid-tier to high-tier sword expert. Of course, the gas aura used by an expert and the gas aura used by a graduator are on a different level in terms of their proficiency. The same bread knife wielded by a child and an experienced chef will produce different results. SHHH Vikyr's gas aura flies in a dark red trajectory, like a cherry at the end of an arrow, and it goes, Pihuyag. It pierced right through the center of the soldier ant's head, instantly knocking the giant monster to the ground. The soldier ants are so realistic. Vikyr smiled faintly at the sight of his single arrow. Their skull, which is broad and flat like a shield and specialized for headbutting, is their strength. Everyone knows this, but paradoxically, few realize that the creature's weakness lies in its skull. This sneaky ant hides its weaknesses in what should be its greatest strength. The powerful skull encloses the left and right brains. Separately, the only weaknesses are the connecting hippocampus and the cartilage that covers it. The skull of the soldier ant is divided into two pieces, with the connecting link at the bottom of the center. That soft carapace, about half the size of your little fingernail, is the vital area. When an ant is pierced in this location, the coordination system between the left and right brains collapses and the ant dies, literally splitting in half. The ant's body is still intact, but the neural and sensory networks have been destroyed, and it now lies motionless. Vikyr continued to fire arrows at the dead soldier ants while stepping over them. His appearance was that of a veteran soldier who had spent decades on the battlefield, and he was truly a military god, with the aura of a sword expert. Puck, puck, puck. The ants continued to die from the flying arrows. By now, far more were being crushed by their fellows than by Vikyr's arrows. With their biocompasses broken, the ants started to run backward, and the monster waves were stifled by the soldier ants. Furthermore, the baby madam was inhaling the paralyzing poison spewed by the ants, so it's no surprise that the poisonous fog was concentrated around Vikyr. Vikyr used the soldier ants' carcasses as a rampart, annihilating the ants in front of him, and when he ran out of arrows, he moved forward to retrieve the ones in front of him. He'd then climb up a soldier ant's body in front of him and kill another, and another, and another. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, who were watching from the rear, muttered in a daze. "This isn't a dream, is it?" The third phase, the one that even third-year seniors struggle with, had already passed. But, map, Carnage Ant Colony, Impure Anthill, join forces with your comrades to fend off the attacking Carnage Ants. Time remaining until the end of Phase 3, 0 minutes, 0 seconds, 1. Vicyr HP, 100/100 kill point, 968 assist point, 5321. Vicyr didn't just hold his own. He destroyed all the record ever created. Chapter 186. Aftermath, Part 1, Chapter 186. Aftermath, Part 1. It was only later that Professor Sadi, who had the B key, was discovered. She had been found in a drunken state in a back alley bar outside the academy, only because the barkeep had reported her for vandalism and disturbing the peace. Professor Banshee Morgue glared and looked down on Professor Sadi as she was brought in. "Recover the key immediately and open the magic barrier." With that, the situation was finally resolved. The rescue took 42 minutes and 13 seconds. By the time the magic barrier was dismantled and the professors hurriedly entered, everything had already been concluded. The professors did not want to publicly announce the delay due to their jurisdiction and liability disputes, so they exaggerated Vicyr's heroic actions even more to promote them. Articles about how it could have been the worst disaster were swept under the rug, and all the focus was on the most heroic first-year student in the history of the academy. Meanwhile, Vicyr responded briefly to the flood of interview requests. "It's the result of my friends all working together." People inside the stadium couldn't see what was happening because of the poisonous mist that filled it. However, those who were rescued late, such as Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, gathered and spoke honestly about Vicyr's heroic actions, giving a rough idea of what had happened. On the other hand, Vicyr's strength reaching the level of a high-tier sword expert roiled the campus once more. It was also interesting to see how he managed to clear the defense game with this power, which was far from enough to defeat the countless Carnage Ants. Vicyr willingly revealed the secret. "You can refer to my midterm written exam answer sheet for that." The midterm exam was divided into practical and written parts. The practical part consisted of defense games and attack games, while the written part included free research and essay exams. Vicyr chose a report on the extermination strategy of Carnage Ants as his free research topic, where he described the weaknesses of worker ants and soldier ants. Carnage Ants' magical field detection, biocompass, and soldier ants' vital point in the skull. This information could be extremely beneficial to the Imperial Army, which was currently on its way to subdue demons. It was a groundbreaking strategy that could significantly reduce the death rate of ordinary soldiers and mercenaries who couldn't use magic. A new strategy against the lower-level demons that had caused the most damage to humanity. After this was announced, not only the Academy, but the entire Empire began to buzz with excitement. As a result, "Who is Vicyr? Our commander wants to meet him. The Crown Prince has sent a commendation letter. The head of the Monster Research Institute really wants to meet him." Within the Academy, there were hardly any people who didn't know Vicyr. The night sky, the dormitory's quiet rooftop at night. Exclusive, the hottest star of the year. Vicyr, who is he? /views, 129,872. A male student's heroic actions during the practical assessment of the cold department around 11 a.m. yesterday. The person who received the commendation is the first-year freshman Vicyr, 18, who just entered this year. He dug a tunnel and jumped into the poisonous mist to save his 4 friends in a critical situation, and became a living legend. In addition, he made a significant contribution by discovering a strategy for the previously unknown Carnage Ants. When Vicyr's achievements were converted into practical assessment points, they amounted to an astounding 9889 points, setting a new record in history. As a result, Vicyr is receiving meeting invitations and love calls from celebrities such as the Crown Prince, the Academy's headmaster, the head of the Monster Research Institute, the commander of the Western Front, and various guild masters. On the other hand, thanks to Vicyr's actions, the Academy discovered a hole in the magic barrier and contacted the Emergency Measures Committee. The Academy expressed deep regret over the unfortunate incident and proposed measures to prevent similar incidents in the future and repair the crack in the magic barrier. Comment. 93,021 equals / comment. Kong, Nus, Cold Department. First year, wow, I thought Victor was just good at studying, but he's a high-tier expert. Koadid Anus, Kong Anus, Hot Department. Second year, Kong Anus. I also saw it at the scene that day, but I couldn't see much because of the poisonous mist. Ko Yuyu Anus, Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, haha kokeke Anus, the hype is too much typical star-making. Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, if you didn't see it in person, then it doesn't count. Kong Anus, Hot Department. First year, if even the crown prince is looking for him, it's definitely real, right? Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, he's a commoner. So what's with the fame? Kokhenus, Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, rumor has it that there's a royal in the 20th year class. Could it be him? Kong Anus, Hot Department. First year, no way. Kong Anus, Cold Department. Second year, no way. Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, is it true that he got 9889 points, and he set that record all by himself? Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, but he knew the strategy. Kong Anus, Hot Department. Third year, but no matter what, that's too amazing. Kong Anus, Cold Department. Third year, can a group of 4 from the graduating class even achieve that score? Kong Anus, Hot Department. Fourth year, it is possible. I now understand the strategy as well. Kok Anus, Kong Anus, Hot Department. Third year, you know the story of Columbus's egg, right? The beginning is difficult, but after that, it's easy. Kong Anus, Cold Department. First year, he's going to be a superstar from tomorrow on. Kok Anus, I should get his autograph in advance. K. Kukjit Victor crumpled the newspaper. This is unbelievable. In just a few tens of minutes, he had become a celebrity within the school. It seemed like he was moving further away from his original intentions with each passing moment. It's all because of you. Victor furrowed his brow and looked at the baby madam who was hanging from the rooftop railing. Squawk, 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 however. Baby madam, who had just devoured her fill of poison after a long wait, laid down, seemingly pleased, and showed her belly to Victor. Victor sighed and scratched baby madam's belly. Then it arrived. With a flap of its wings, a white owl flew across the night sky and landed on the railing in front of Victor. It was the letter from Cindy Wendy, right on time. Fluttering, Victor reached for the letter tied to the owl's leg and began to read it. The letter was encrypted, making it impossible to decipher if the receiver wasn't Victor. It contained 3 pieces of information in order of importance. 1. The 10 corpses, information acquired, the analysis will take time. 1 month. 2. Night Hound, 2 impersonators emerged, 1 for praise. The purpose of the other is unknown. 3. Osiris Le Baskerville, left house, estimated to be heading for the capital. The interpretation of the core keywords indicated that the 3 pieces of information were arranged in order of importance. The first piece of information was about the 10 supreme demons Victor was pursuing, now 8. Cindy Wendy seemed to have found a clue about the 3rd demon Victor was chasing. However, she's quite cautious, so it'll take a month to verify the information. But the reliability of the information was equally high. Victor decided to wait patiently because he had realized that facing a supreme demon at master level in a one-on-one battle was difficult after the previous incident with Dantalion. Until then, I need to diligently improve my skills. Victor decided to use his Night Hound persona more often. There's nothing better for skill improvement than real-world experience. But an impersonator. The second piece of information took a bit longer. 2 impersonators. Victor already had some suspicions about this matter. It was because of a recent newspaper article. Special report, Night Hound. Another shocking incident. /views. 74,609 yesterday morning at around 1 a.m., the Night Hound started another round of terror. The target of destruction was the Central Clock Tower, a landmark of the imperial capital with a long history, which not only symbolizes imperial power, but also embodies the standards of the empire's order. On the other hand, the number of casualties from this latest terror incident. The royal family has declared that they will use every means necessary to bring this heinous criminal to the gallows. Exclusive the worst villain, Night Hound. How far does their malice go? /views. 89,269. Another major incident has been caused by the Night Hound. After destroying the central clock tower, the Night Hound annihilated the royal shrine, a sacred place where the heroes and great warriors who unified the empire rest. The attack on this location is tantamount to a declaration of war against the entire empire. If not all of humanity, on the other hand, the number of people injured or killed in this latest terror attack is incalculable. By the way, the times mentioned in the newspaper article were when Vikier was in the middle of writing the report for his midterm exam. The things Vikier hadn't done had been disguised as the deeds of the Night Hound. Ah, this imitator. An imitator refers to someone who imitates the criminal actions of a well-known criminal when they gain notoriety. The reasons for imitation vary from admiration, solidarity, support, rivalry, covering up a crime, and more, but even Cindy Wendy seemed to have not yet accurately grasped the imitator's needs. Vikier swept his chin with his hand. As the notoriety of the Night Stalker continued to grow, he expected people to imitate him. Most imitators were just small-time criminals who would be arrested quickly, so he didn't pay much attention to them. However, the two imitators mentioned in the newspaper article and Cindy Wendy's letter were different. They seemed to have significant resources, and their caution was equally remarkable. It was clear that the two imitators mentioned by Cindy Wendy were likely the same as the culprits the newspaper article was pointing to. The appearance of two strong and cunning villains at the same time was not a comforting sight for Vikier. It not only increased the royal family's vigilance but could also intersect with his activities. I should go and check out the scene once, find out who these guys are. Vikier finished reading the letter. Other than that, there was information about the young lord of Baskerville, Osiris Le Baskerville, who was also Hugo's eldest son, having left his family home. However, Vikier had no particular interest in this matter. Vikier ignited an aura on the tip of his fingernail and burned the letter, letting the ashes be carried away by the wind. Just then, as he leaned against the rooftop railing and read the newspaper, a voice caught Vikier's attention. "Be big brother." Vikier slowly turned his head. A familiar short haircut, silver hair fluttering in the night breeze, shining brightly under the galaxy. Sinclair, the leader of the hot department, considering the place and time. It was quite an unexpected encounter. Chapter 187, Aftermath 2, Chapter 187, Aftermath 2, Big Brother, a makeup-free face, and silver hair that was still faintly scented with shampoo. Sinclair, a commoner with just a name, but a female student who holds the top position in the hot department specializing in magic with overwhelming academic achievements. Instead of answering, Vikier raised one eyebrow. Considering the place and time, it was a somewhat unexpected encounter. Why is she here at this time and in this place? The question was soon answered. "Big brother, do you know about this place? It's a famous spot to look at the stars." With a wide smile, Sinclair handed something to Vikier. It was a small can of beer. TSS Sinclair poured the beer and hurriedly took a sip of the foam. Suddenly, a white beard grew on Sinclair's face, and she chuckled as she handed a beer to Vikier as well. "I had 2 cans, but you can have one." "Thank you." After some hesitation, Vikier accepted the beer. "I had no idea I'd meet you here at this time. I assumed this was a place only I knew about. When I'm feeling down, I come here to gaze at the stars." Saying that, Sinclair suddenly seemed to be in a better mood. It seemed like something had clicked in her mind. However, at that moment, Vikier was thinking something completely different. "This place is dangerous. I should change the meeting place with Cindy Wendy from now on." A woman who now thinks, "Can I meet him more often if I come to this place?" And a man who thinks, "I shouldn't come to this place again." It was quite an ironic situation. Then Sinclair, who had set down the beer can, showed interest in the owl sitting next to Vikier. "An owl? How cute. Did it bring a letter? Hoo-hoo. Ahahaha, it's crying in a peculiar way." Sinclair gently stroked the owl's round head. Then she turned to Vikier and asked, "Did you get a letter?" "Yes." "To whom?" Vikier didn't know what to call Cindy Wendy, so he remained silent. Upon this, Sinclair's eyes narrowed. "It's a girl, right?" A greenish ribbon, the same color as Cindy Wendy's hair, was attached to the owl's head. Since Cindy Wendy was a girl, Vikier just nodded quietly. In response, Sinclair's expression stiffened slightly. "Wow, look at this. Big brother is involved in a school romance. Do you think you can maintain your grades while dating? Are you happy? Well, among the freshmen, who doesn't have a romance fantasies? Right? It's not like that. Vicyr cut short Sinclair's words. Sinclair momentarily paused as if she were at a loss, but then she sighed as if she suddenly felt relieved. It was a subtle sigh, as if she were feeling relieved. Big brother, if this is a secret relationship, I'll be disappointed. We can tell each other about this, right? We're best friends. Should you tell me in case it's like that? Seriously. Best friends. Vicyr didn't understand the meaning of the word, but he didn't bother to ask. Sinclair continued to talk about various things on her own after that. Normally, when she was at school, she wasn't the type to talk this much, so Vicyr was a bit surprised. Sinclair, who had already consumed about half of her beer, suddenly seemed to remember something and opened her mouth. "Oh, right. Big brother, what's your relationship with the student council president?" When she referred to the student council president, she meant Dolars. If she asked about the relationship between him and Dolars, Vicyr could confidently answer with one word. No relation. It doesn't seem like that. Sinclair squinted her eyes and lightly nudged Vicyr's side with her elbow. It's not related at all, but the student council president has been looking for you for the past few days. Vicyr's eyes widened in surprise. Why is the student council president looking for him? And lately there have been too many meetings. The principal, the chairman, the commander, the director, the crown prince, and whatnot. Why are all these bigwigs looking for me so much? It's stressing me out. Not to mention that I don't even have time to study. The fact that Cindy Wendy said it would take about a month for her to analyze the information was considered a blessing in disguise. Sinclair shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, but the student council president has been looking for you lately. In that case, when she came to the archery ground, was she looking for me? I saw her, but why didn't you meet her? Our paths didn't cross. Vicyr, who couldn't say that he turned into a dog, hid, and then ran away to avoid being neutered, gave a vague answer. Sinclair emptied her beer while wiping away the foam from her lips with her thumb. Phew! The unique scent of dark beer spread through the night sky. She leaned against the railing and rested her chin on her hand, looking somewhat weary. I'm jealous. Vicyr just raised an eyebrow, still nodding his head. Sinclair smiled with a slight grin as she swept away the foam from her lips. You're always like that. Not asking first, that's my style. Vicyr lightly chuckled at Sinclair's words. Was it because he was born as a hunting dog and raised as a hunting dog that he was not used to questioning someone, waiting quietly for the owner to speak first? That was the virtue of a hunting dog. Was he tired of always being approached and talked to first? Vicyr's attitude seemed different to Sinclair. I said I was jealous. I just said it because I'm envious of you. Big brother, is that so? Yes, we're in the same year, but the gap is enormous. Sinclair looked at Vicyr with a strange look, ranked first in written exams, and he had already presented several research papers that would turn the academic world upside down as a first-year undergraduate student. A monstrous archer that far exceeded the level of an ordinary first-year undergraduate. The level of an ordinary first-year undergraduate might be like this. For example, Professor, today, I'll lecture on how to eat salmon deliciously. Minus first-year undergraduate 1. Wow, what's salmon? Year undergraduate 2, can you eat salmon? Year undergraduate 3, what's a salmon? And by the time they were about to graduate in the 4th year, they might have changed slightly. Professor, today, I'll lecture on how to eat salmon deliciously. Minus 4th year undergraduate 1. Professor, year undergraduate 1. Professor, what are you doing? You didn't bring the salmon. The depth of the subjects they were dealing with was in a different dimension for first-year and fourth-year students, but Vicyr had already surpassed the level of an undergraduate and a graduate student. What about practical skills? Vicyr, who had been suspected of not even being a low-tier expert, showed his high-tier expert skills. This was an extraordinary level that was hard to imagine for someone from a commoner background. He was on par with the top students from the 7 great clans, or perhaps even surpassing them. Written exams, practical skills, you're a man who intimidates your classmates in many ways. Big brother, I heard you've been having a lot of meetings with celebrities who are 1 or 2 generations above you. Everyone's jealous. But Vicyr was well aware. Money, power, honor, all of those superficial things would become worthless in the era of destruction that was about to begin. When that time comes, all the existing orders will collapse and all values will be reversed. As a great author once said, it would soon be the era of a joke where survival is vulgar. All of these are meaningless. Sinclair looked at Vicyr with raised eyebrows once again. Sometimes, when I see you, big brother, it feels like you're not of this world. Those words made Vicyr slightly embarrassed. Sinclair laughed heartily again. I mean, sometimes you sound like an old man who would consider you an 18-year-old. So, what do you think? How about escaping this world? With a slight twist, the empty beer can crumpled. Sinclair placed it in her palm and summoned mana. Crackle. A white flame emerged due to the iron attribute mana and transformed the beer can into a new shape. A rabbit-shaped pocket watch, an intricately crafted metal figurine, appeared in Sinclair's palm. By the way, have you heard the rumor? Sinclair fiddled with the rabbit figurine as she spoke. This time, among the students of the 20th year, a royal has enrolled. They might just be rumors, Vicyr said. Who knows? Sinclair replied with a somewhat puzzled tone. If they are royalty, their talents must be extraordinary after all. They are from the bloodline of the former emperor, who was a great prophet, so they must be different from their peers, right? They'll probably live their life in disguise to hide their abilities, especially not to stand out too much from the beginning of the semester. It's the only way they can justify hiding their identity. Maybe they're recruiting talent to be by their side, that's what I think. But they can't hide their skills in an emergency. For example, if their close friends were in danger during an exam. Enough, Vicyr once again dismissed Sinclair's words. I am not a royal. I never said you were a royal. Vicyr raised an eyebrow. Sinclair just smiled softly. Her demeanor reminded Vicyr of something. Come to think of it, Sinclair, this woman was an enigmatic figure even in the past, wasn't she? Vicyr recalled his memories from before the regression. After graduating from the academy, Sinclair lost contact with all her peers, juniors, and seniors. She disappeared from the world and history forever. Before the regression, even highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, who were quite aged, sometimes chatted about her. Wonder what Sinclair is up to by now. That girl who didn't miss a day as the top student of the hot department, she's probably doing well wherever she is. Where did she come from? And where did she go? While reminiscing about her outstanding grades and achievements at the academy, while Vicyr was lost in various thoughts. By the way, big brother, what are you planning to do after the midterms are over? Sinclair asked again. After the midterms, we get a week of vacation, right? Do you have any plans for that time? I do. What is it? Upper body and lower body exercises, and archery practice, besides training and exercise. Sinclair extended her lips with a pout and then continued. If you have some free time, why don't you come over to my house? Let's have a meal. Sinclair's invitation was somewhat unexpected. Vicyr raised an eyebrow when he thought about it. Sinclair had made a similar proposal to him in the past. It was during their time volunteering at an orphanage. They were collecting donations for a charitable act for parentless children. Sinclair had asked him if he would contribute. Brother, aren't you contributing any money? I don't have any money. He had genuinely had no money at the time. Vicyr decided not to accept any support from Baskerville. He wasn't accepting Cindy Wendy's financial support either. It would raise unnecessary suspicions given his commoner disguise. Nevertheless, Sinclair had given him an odd look back then. Money? Why don't you have any money? You're a student at the academy. Isn't that a bit too harsh? These children here don't have parents, unfortunately. We should help them. Parents. I see no need for such a thing. After all, the world is something you must overcome with your own strength. The presence of parents is only needed in the early stages of life when external help is essential. It becomes unnecessary otherwise. Vicyr's perspective hadn't changed between then and now. Why did the orphans have it so tough? They had everything they needed, essential nutrients, proper education, and a safe environment. They were better off than being raised as hunting dogs in Baskerville. In his view, they led happier and more comfortable lives. To Vicyr, parents were just a functional role, and that view was consistent with his life at Baskerville and the era of destruction he had experienced during his first life. But those who had and hadn't experienced war couldn't understand each other, and Vicyr knew that. He didn't expect anything. However, got it, you must come. Sinclair was looking at Vicyr with a newfound seriousness. Far from her usual curious and lively demeanor, her expression was more weighty and poignant. It was as if she understood and empathized with Vikier, as before. Well then, I have to go to work now. Sinclair placed something on the table in front of Vikier and walked towards the rooftop exit. Vikier raised his head in amazement. Sinclair just waved with a gentle smile. Finally, bang, the rooftop door closed. Vikier turned his head and looked at the object that Sinclair had left behind. On it, a small rabbit holding a pocket watch was looking intently at Vikier. Chapter 188. Aftermath 3. Chapter 188 Aftermath 3. Halfway through the seemingly never-ending midterm exam period. On a quiet afternoon with the sun shining brightly, Dolers, the student council president, and Vikier, a first-year newcomer, were having a meeting on a sunny cafe terrace. You've been very busy lately, haven't you? Yes. Dolers and Vikier were engaged in a conversation. The official reason for this meeting was that Dolers wanted to discuss how to support the new members who had joined the newspaper club under her leadership. However, in the course of their conversation, Dolers began to open up about things she had not shared before. I feel really sorry about what happened with that urinating incident. I couldn't explain things in time, and it caused even more trouble, and thank you for stepping in for me. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes, that's what makes us human. Vikier nodded without thinking much about it. It was at that moment that Dolers seemed slightly startled. Suddenly, she heard a voice echoing in her ear. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes, that's what makes us human. Surprisingly, the words were identical to the words of comfort she received from Hound. The same reassuring words for a shared concern, delivered by different people. Was it an accident? Well, it's just a coincidence. Dolers thought to herself and couldn't help but smile. Comforting words are often quite similar among people. It's a common sentiment shared by many. She believed that was the case. Anyway, Dolers had arranged this meeting to support the first-year students who would be taking the upcoming attack exam. Vikier lowered his head and said, I appreciated the records you provided through Figgy. Thanks to them, I was well prepared for the written exam. Thank you. In the written exam, the theme often revolved around strategies to combat the carnage ants. Researching that topic could be applied to the defense game and was useful for secondary research as well. Thus, it was a good idea to select it as a free research theme to streamline their studies. Dolers smiled lightly and shook her head. All the third years had those notes. Mine are not that special. They are just a bit neater than others. It's you who managed to achieve legendary-level research results. Of course, that's true. Vikier honestly admitted his achievements, making Dolers chuckle. Now that the midterm exams were halfway over and both the written and defense exams had concluded, only the attack exam remained, accounting for 40% of the total score. The written exam only accounted for about 10% of the total score, and the defense exam held the greatest weight at 50%. The remaining 40% was the attack exam. Since the defense exam and attack exam had a much higher weight in the final grade, Vikier asked Dolers to share her insights to better prepare for the attack exam. Dolers gave a brief overview of the midterm exam structure. As I mentioned before, the midterm exams consist of a written exam worth 10%, the defense exam worth 50%, and the attack exam worth 40%. Now that both the written and defense exams are over, only the attack exam remains. The structure of the attack exam was relatively simple. It was a professor versus student. One match. The rules were straightforward. Students would face off against golems controlled directly by the professors. The students won if they defeated the golem. The test golems were standard stone golems with a head, torso, 2 large arms, and 2 legs. What set them apart was that the professors would control them personally. The golems would imitate the professor's movements with perfect accuracy, copying their actions, speed, and fighting style. Fighting against a golem that mimicked the professor's every move was quite challenging for the students. It felt like they were directly confronting the professor in battle. Though the written exam only accounted for about 10% of the total score, the defense game and attack exam carried 50% and 40% respectively. The attack exam was the final test for the midterm exams. Despite the difficulty of facing golems in the attack exam, it had value because it allowed students to use their best combat skills. It was used to assess a student's true fighting abilities. Students had to fight against the professors who were experts in combat. By sparring with them, students could experience the intensity of real combat. The professors had to deal with the various variables introduced by the students, and the rules were designed to minimize casualties. Dolores made a serious gesture, raising two of her fingers. First, there are two issues you should be aware of when taking the attack exam. Dolores folded her index finger. First, archers are at a disadvantage when facing the golem one-on-one. In the defense exam, archers had an advantage. They could stand back, targeting the opponents from a distance, while the tank players in the front took care of most threats or only missed a few, which allowed archers to accumulate points easily. However, in the attack exam it was different. Since it was a one-on-one match, there were no tank players up front to create a line, and archers had to fight alone. If the archer allowed the golem to get close, it was over. The professor controlling the golem would rush forward recklessly, and the archer couldn't inflict pain as the golem was impervious to it. Therefore, archers had to run around, maintaining a distance and shooting powerful arrows occasionally. However, if they couldn't match the professor's speed, it was nearly impossible to land a critical hit. As a result, archers would lose the advantage they gained from the defense exam, and this helped balance the overall grading. But my concern doesn't end there, Dolores continued. She raised her middle finger with a serious expression. Second, the professor who will be responsible for examining you is Professor Sadi. At this, Vikier narrowed his eyes. Professor Sadi, is that the pathetic professor who disappeared with the B key and was found in a drunk state? Yes. To Vikier's question, Dolores nodded solemnly. Professor Sadi, whose full name was Donatien Alphonse François Sadi de Sade, was, strictly speaking, an escaped noble. Long ago, due to an unfortunate incident, the Sade family had fallen from grace. Professor Sadi was the last descendant of this family, and she was reduced to a wretched state. Unable to bear the sight of a noble family's fall from grace, the Academy, according to a long-standing tradition of treating nobility with respect, assigned him to a professorship. Dolores shuddered at the memory. Her personality is strange, and her work ethic is a mess, making her the top professor students avoid at all costs. Most of the classes she was in charge of were canceled due to insufficient enrollment. I attended her class a few times, and she canceled class without notice 9 out of 10 times. The fact that Dolores, known for her friendly and gentle demeanor, was saying this about Professor Sadi indicated how serious the situation was. Besides, Vikier had also heard some professors, including Professor Banshee, criticize Professor Sadi. It seemed that her reputation was not good even among her fellow professors. However, the situation was not entirely negative, as Dolores added some positive comments about Professor Sadi. But there is one thing for sure, she has a unique skill. Besides her role as an academy professor, she also serves as an advisor to the Royal Guard for arrests and interrogations. Recently, she had been assisting with criminal investigations. Criminal investigations, Vikier nodded in response to Dolores' question. He was aware of the infamous Night Hound, a criminal who had caused turmoil across the entire empire, even leading the Imperial army on a wild goose chase. Another crazy pursuer, huh? Vikier thought to himself. He wondered why someone as reckless as Professor Sadi would suddenly take an interest in capturing the Night Hound. Vikier soon pushed the thought aside. He couldn't make much sense of it, but it was none of his concern. However, Dolores continued with her warnings about Professor Sadi. Professor Sadi has a peculiar habit. She tends to ruin the future of talented students. What do you mean? For example, she might inflict severe injuries during sparring or cause severe post-traumatic stress disorder for no apparent reason. There are also rumors that she inappropriately traumatizes students. Regardless of their gender, you need to be careful. Oh, Vikier was puzzled by this revelation. He couldn't fathom why Professor Sadi would have a reason to act this way. Well, some say it's because of her inferiority complex. Being the last descendant of a fallen noble family, she might hold grudges against well-to-do students from prestigious families. But who knows if that's true? Only she knows for sure. Talented students, high-ranking nobles, attractive students, or exemplary students are all targeted by the notorious Professor Sadi, who is known for tormenting them. Considering Vicier's excellent performance in the defense and written exams, there was an increased possibility that Professor Sadi might target him. Dolores was genuinely concerned about this. At that moment, a lively voice interrupted their conversation. "Hello, the weather is so nice. Isn't it your parfait and espresso are ready?" Cold and hot beverages were placed on the table. The cheerful waitress who brought them smiled at Vikier and Dolores. It was Sinclair. Dolores raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, "Sinclair, are you working here?" "Yes, I am, President. I only work on weekend mornings. I was also a substitute yesterday and this afternoon," Sinclair replied enthusiastically. Beside Sinclair was the plump-faced Bianca. Dolores inquired, "Why are you two working here?" "Isn't the tuition payment deadline coming up soon? I have to earn my tuition. The first-year scholarship doesn't cover 100%, you know. And I wanted to try working in a cafe during my school years," Sinclair explained cheerfully. In contrast, Bianca had a simpler reason. "The uniform for this place is cute," she said. Vikier chuckled at Bianca's comment, while Dolores seemed to understand their motivations and nodded. Sinclair placed some unrequested biscuits and pie on the table. "This is a complimentary service offered by me. Do you like sweet things?" "Big brother," she asked. Vikier replied, "I don't." Sinclair responded, "I'll keep that in mind for next time." Sinclair remained upbeat. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked Vikier, "By the way, have you paid your tuition for this term?" Vikier replied, "No." Sinclair inquired further, "When do you plan to pay?" Vikier scratched his chin and said, He realized that he had been quite busy lately and hadn't thought about paying his tuition. He had decided not to seek financial assistance from Baskerville this time, and had chosen to enter in a trade deal with Balak with the help of Cindy Wendy, which might take some time to yield the required funds. Since a significant portion of his tuition would be covered by scholarships, the immediate financial burden was not substantial. So, Vikier had a question for Sinclair. "I have a question about this cafe. Do they hire male staff? By any chance?" Chapter 189. Aftermath 4. Chapter 189 Aftermath 4. With the attack exams near, Vikier came for a part-time job interview. Sinclair, having heard about Vikier's situation, decided to take him to the manager's office right away. Vikier quietly pondered to himself, "It's not the right time to use Cindy Wendy's resources yet. I should wait until that moment arrives before establishing any connection. Her substantial resources are meant for a very critical moment. Revealing our connection prematurely is risky as it might lead to the exposure of our agents. Shouldn't we keep some hidden cards for the bourgeois family?" Vikier muttered quietly. At this, Sinclair, who had been walking a bit ahead, turned her head with an odd expression and asked, "Vikier, what did you just say?" "Oh, it was nothing." Vikier replied. "Really? Did I mishear you?" Sinclair asked. Vikier realized Sinclair was a brave student who didn't give in to peer pressure. She believed that if there was a wall, it could be easily broken through. Back to their previous conversation, Sinclair enthusiastically explained the benefits of working in the cafe to Vikier. She mentioned the low hourly wage, but emphasized that it was a comfortable job, free from trouble, and you could even make yourself something to eat from the leftover ingredients if you wanted. The cafe was close to the dormitory and lecture halls, and it was relatively empty in the evenings, making it suitable for personal study, though not for napping. Sinclair ended her enthusiastic speech by saying, "And most importantly, the uniform is really cute." Vikier was tempted by the offer but was firmly rejected. Sinclair tried to convince the cafe owner, Pringles, to hire Vikier by pointing out his handsome appearance, but Pringles remained steadfast in his belief that only female staff should be hired, claiming that women's meticulous and delicate hands were essential for making the best coffee. Sinclair was not one to back down from a challenge. She decided to try and break the wall with a weapon even stronger than a concrete wall, Vikier's looks. "But sir, just look at how handsome my big brother is," Sinclair proclaimed, as she reached out and styled Vikier's hair, revealing his handsome face. At this, Pringles stroked his beard and changed his stance, offering Vikier a job with a 3-month probation period, where he would be paid 70% of the hourly wage. Sinclair was elated and mentioned that the cafe usually didn't hire male staff, but Pringles had made an exception. However, Vikier declined the offer, mentioning that he didn't have the time to work part-time with such a low wage, and he was already planning to hunt monsters during the upcoming break. Sinclair didn't give up easily and tried to convince Pringles to hire Vicyr without a probation period, but Vicyr once again declined the offer, and Pringles suddenly regretted his decision to hire only female staff. Vicyr remained resolute in refusing the various offers from Pringles, who desperately tried to persuade him to work at the cafe, even doubling the hourly wage, but to no avail. Sinclair did her best to intervene, but Vicyr's decision was final, as he had other plans for earning money. Disappointed, Sinclair realized that most part-time jobs in the area preferred female workers, whether it was in a cafe, theater, or bookstore. "Wouldn't it be okay to try working here? It might not be so bad," Bianca suggested, her expression surprisingly serious. But Vicyr shook his head and replied, "It's okay. I already have another part-time job in mind." Sinclair's eyes widened in curiosity, but Vicyr chose not to reveal the part-time job he had in mind, keeping his real motive for wanting to earn money a secret. Just then, Dolores, who had been waiting at the table while eating her parfait, suddenly stood up in alarm, holding a newspaper that an owl had thrown through the cafe window. "Breaking news, Night Hound strikes again, the unknowable end. The worst villain in history, Night Hound, strikes again. Early this morning, students from the Varangian Academy on a field trip to Venetir were attacked by the Night Hound, resulting in significant casualties. 30 were injured, including Major Name, the commander of Varangian's military academy. On the other hand, it has been revealed that the Night Hound had a different initial objective and engaged in conflict with the brave Varangian students who noticed the suspicious figure. Furthermore, no fingerprints were found on the only piece of evidence left at the scene, a shattered vodka bottle." Dolores appeared shaken as she read the news, her hands trembling. "Could it be another imitator?" "What?" Comment 13,021 / comment. "Kong Enus, cold department first year. Whoa, it seems like the Varangian kids got hit. Kong Enus, hot department. Second year, seriously, it felt safe inside the academy until now. It doesn't feel the same when our peers are affected. Kong Enus, hot department first year. These days, I'm too scared to walk the streets at night. Kong Enus, hot department first year. Really, that criminal need to be arrested quickly. Ko Yuyu Enus, Kong Enus, hot department second year. Wow, it's kind of cool, even though he's a villain. Kong Enus, cold department first year. This guy is insane. Kong Enus, cold department first year. Is he a psychopath? Kong Enus, hot department third year. This guy needs a psychological evaluation. Seriously Hangul, Kokyuk Enus, Hangul Kokyuk Enus, Kong Enus, cold department first year. But there are quite a few Night Hound fans in the academy, surprisingly. Kong Enus, hot department second year. Yeah. It's an anonymous forum, so people are freely expressing their views. Be careful not to reveal your identity. Ko U Enus, Kong Enus, hot department. Third year, I'm a Night Hound fan. I support him. Ring the alarm in this rotten society. Kong Enus, hot department second year, Royal Guards. We need you here. Dolores grew angry as she read the newspaper. This isn't the work of the Night Hound. Someone is imitating him, a real villain. She quickly got up from her seat and approached Vicyr, Sinclair, and Bianca. "Sorry guys, something urgent came up and I think I need to go. Let's talk about the attack exam later." "Yes, President." Sinclair and Bianca nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Vicyr was slightly impressed by Dolores' keen observation. Did she notice that it's the work of an imitator? Impressive. Vicyr also read the newspaper article Dolores left behind. It seemed like some lunatic was running around causing havoc outside. No, not just one but two imitators. One had become less active recently, while the other continued to rampage. And now, with the increased attention, Vicyr's situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that his alibi became even stronger, the investigation got more confusing, and if things went well, he could shift his own crimes onto the imitator. But there was one significant drawback that couldn't be overshadowed by these advantages. Being a Night Hound now is going to get even more challenging with tighter security. This would mean potential disruptions in assassinations, as the social elite became more cautious. the number of security personnel would increase. Vikyr quietly made up his mind. If possible, he'd go after the imitators, the knockoff night hounds, right after the attack exam tomorrow. He had to find a part-time job, study, take the exam, go on assassination missions, and eliminate the imitators. Vikyr's college life was incredibly hectic. Chapter 190, Attack Exam 1, Chapter 190, Attack Exam 1. The final exam of the midterms had begun. Students and golems faced each other on the vast circular training ground. On the opposite side of the training ground, a professor stood alone. The golem that each student faced replicated the professor's movements precisely. Swish, thud. When the professor swung his right arm, the golem mirrored the motion. If the professor leaped, the golem leaped alongside. In this way, the professor controlled his distant avatar golem to confront the students. This added a handicap, as the sense of distance became crucial in this scenario. Soon, the practical test commenced, and students in the training ground faced the golems. Students had to exert all their strength against golems mimicking the professor's martial arts. Meanwhile, the attack exam divided sections based on the attendance list. A specific professor was assigned to handle zones A and B, and each professor faced around 100 students. Naturally, various professors controlled golems, resulting in diverse golem combat styles. Professors with a calm disposition directed golems defensively, while those with a quick and aggressive temperament operated golems aggressively. Therefore, students memorized their position on the attendance list and identified the professor in charge, studying their combat style in advance. This testing method was devised by the Academy's founding headmaster, emphasizing that knowing and analyzing the person who would teach you before learning increases educational effectiveness. On the other hand, the first-time tutor stood on the exam stage. He vigorously wielded a spear. Pot. A shimmering aura exploded from the spear's tip. If this were a real human-to-human duel, even the strongest professor wouldn't be able to unleash such a lively attack. However, the opponent was a golem and the real professor controlled it safely from a distance. Thus, Tutor thrust his spear without hesitation. Quack, Wujik, the golem, which had been exuding magical energy, retreated backward as Tutor's aura struck it. However, it's still far. A familiar voice flowed from the golem's mouth. Professor Banshee Morg, a prominent candidate for the Academy's vice-headmaster, was far away on the training ground, yet he accurately gauged the distance to Tutor and controlled the golem. Shah! As the golem's fingers moved, thorny vines grew rapidly around Tutor. The moment Tutor lowered his head. The vines are fake. The golem controlled by Banshee immediately sent a giant fist flying. Tutor barely twisted his waist to avoid it, but the fist is also fake. The sole of the golem's foot, kicking backward, was unavoidable. P.F. Fang, Tutor collapsed on the spot. As Tutor, covered in dirt, was thrust out of bounds, the shadow of the golem loomed eerily over him. The sound of Professor Banshee licking his lips echoed through the golem's mouth. Did you think, just because I'm a magician, I wouldn't use my fists and feet? Yes. The purpose of combat is victory. Just because I'm a magician doesn't mean I pursue victory with magic. To win, you should be able to use anything, whether it's a fist, a foot, or teeth. Thank you for the lesson. Although Professor Banshee was a disagreeable character, the content of his teachings proved to be immensely helpful. Tutor politely nodded his head and left the arena. Ding! The scores have been calculated. Gradually, Tutor's scores appeared on the status window due to the magic effect. Cold Department Class Aminus 1. Freshman Tutor Donquixote, assigned Professor Banshee Morg, effective hits. 12 times 1 point each effective evasion, 20 times 1 point each effective defense, 3 times 1 point each critical hits, 0 times 10 points each equals total score, 35 points, a total score of 35 points. An outstanding achievement. Among the first-year students, it was undoubtedly the highest score. Great! Tutor raised both hands high and shouted in triumph. Successfully landing 12 effective hits on the golem controlled by Banshee and elegantly dodging its attacks 20 times, along with blocking the golem's attacks 3 times, contributed to his score. Although he didn't manage to land a critical hit against Banshee's adeptly moving golem, it didn't matter. After all, professors, masters of combat, wouldn't allow critical hits from students. Tutor bowed in greeting to Dolers, the student council president, who was watching from afar. The information Dolers provided about the combat style of Professor Banshee, Tutor's assigned instructor, proved to be a significant help. Although he didn't know about the kick until the end, it was still helpful. Still, it's fortunate that my score is better than those triplets from Baskerville. Tutor chuckled as he looked towards the opposite side of the arena. There, three figures, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, stood with their fists raised. For reference, highbrow scored 34 points, while middlebrow and lowbrow both scored 33 points, dominating the top two positions until Tutor appeared. Tutor provocatively taunted the triplets, saying, "Hey, how does it feel to be overshadowed by me?" However, for some reason, the triplets from Baskerville showed no reaction to Tutor's provocation. They simply stood still, like wooden chickens. Confused by the lack of response from his peers, Tutor awkwardly stuck his tongue out. "What's up with those guys? They're always ready for a fight, but now they won't even respond to a challenge." Although Tutor couldn't figure out why the Baskerville triplets had suddenly become like this, he thought it worked out well anyway. But Tutor's provocation was misunderstood by someone unexpected. "Damn it, that Tutor is irritating, Bianca." She was rolling her eyes while glaring at Tutor. Cold Department Class B-1. Freshman Bianca Usher, assigned Professor, Banshee Morgue, effective hits. 7 times 1 point each, effective evasion, 24 times 1 point each, effective defense. 0 times 1 point each, critical hits. 0 times 10 points each equals total score, 31 points as an archer. Bianca was at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat like this, especially against a golem that felt no pain. To be surpassed by Tutor, it's all because the exam structure is messed up. It's unfair for archers, the balance is a mess. What? Why didn't you bring up the balance issue when you were getting points here and there in the defense exam? Why bring up the defense exam now when there's nothing to say? Maybe it's better to have nothing to say. Tutor and Bianca began bickering over their scores once again. And around that time, "Wahaha, how about that, you fools?" The vice leader Hot Department, Granola, emerged triumphantly after finishing the exam. Hot Department Class A-1, Freshman Granola de Libjordan, assigned Professor, Banshee Morgue, effective hits. 11 times 1 point each, effective evasion, 22 times 1 point each, effective defense. 2 times 1 point each, critical hits. 0 times 10 points each, equals total score. 35 points. He finished the exam with the same score as Tutor, the top scorer in the Cold Department. It seemed like he received higher scores than expected, probably because the original instructor, Professor Banshee, was in charge of the exam. So luck was on his side. Granola, amidst cheers from his Hot Department peers, looked at Tutor. "Is it a tie now? Our midterm scores are quite similar. Right, where are you comparing? We set a new record in the defense exam." Individual scores were neck and neck, and don't forget, my written exam score is higher than yours. Tutor chuckled in response to Granola's boastful attitude. One showdown. If it's in a one-on-one martial arts battle against a golem, even I might not be as strong as a certain someone. Finally, Granola's expression stiffened at those words. Indeed, even the arrogant Granola had to be wary of talents beyond Tutor and Bianca. There were more threatening individuals than Tutor and Bianca. Specifically, Sancho Barataria from the Cold Department. Tutor cheerfully exclaimed, "Sancho is a northern warrior who can defeat bears with just his bare body, even without a bit of mana. Moreover, with unlimited mana and unlimited killing power in an attack exam, what do you think the result will be? It will be on a different level than when he used to beat up bears." At that, Granola and the other Hot Department students made uncomfortable sounds and averted their gaze. They acknowledged it as well. Among the Cold Department and Hot Department, Sancho was expected to have the highest score in this attack exam. As expected, Sancho will be the first in the Cold Department. Right, that's right. Have you seen his build? His fist is bigger than my head. He can probably tear apart golems with sheer strength. Right, maybe he'll set a record for individual scores. All students were murmuring with similar opinions. However, the subsequent event shocked all students in the Cold Department and Hot Department. Thud, Sancho, covered in blood, weakly dropped to his knees. Then, the status window reflecting the harsh reality appeared. Cold Department Class Aminus 172. Freshman Sancho Barataria, assigned Professor. Sadi effective hits. 8 times 1 point each effective evasion, 9 times 1 point each effective defense, 0 times 1 point each critical hits, 0 times 10 points each equals total score. 17 points. The score was absurd. He managed to land only 8 effective hits and evade just 9 times. Moreover, there was 0 effective defense, meaning he was directly hit by almost every attack. A total score of 17 points was well below average. Even students capable of achieving scores in the late 30s received much lower than expected results. Sancho, who could normally achieve high scores, barely managed to score this low. After completing the exam, Sancho immediately collapsed, his body badly battered. The bruises and bloodstains scattered across him added to the already grim atmosphere of the examination site. Sancho, seeing his injured condition, Dolores rushed over. She supported the staggering Sancho and began to cast healing spells. Immediately, students gathered around Sancho and Dolores. Leading the group was Tutor, Sancho's roommate and close friend. Sancho, are you okay? I'm fine. President cast a healing spell. It's okay. Sancho's deep sigh revealed his disappointment for failing the exam and his guilt for not upholding the honor of the cold department. A vein popped on Dolores' forehead. After patting Sancho's back a few times, she stood up and glared at the professor standing on the other side of the arena, the controller of the golem that had just attacked Sancho. A sinister laugh echoed, hiding beneath it an intense decadence and world-weariness. Sadi de Sade, also known as Miss Sadi, the young professor rated as the worst at Colosseum Academy. Ho ho ho, how boring. Her laughter was raspy, but beneath it was a deep sense of contempt. Chapter 191, Attack Exam 2, Chapter 191, Attack Exam 2, Dolores glared at her with strong intensity. Ho ho ho, what are you looking at, Miss Sadi? Also known as Sadi de Sade, questioned Dolores. She wore a black military hat, had long violet ponytails, hair protruding like horns, and pale skin resembling a corpse. A black conquest cloak hung over her shoulders, secured by a loose belt with a coiled whip in the middle. Her common-sense killer heels had a staggering height of 31 cm, and the tips were as sharp as daggers. Instead of fingerprints, terrifying scars, rumored to have resulted from her biting her fingers during a drunken stupor, adorned the fingertips. She quietly released her aura and focused it on Dolores. Dolores, despite the cold sweat trickling down, met Miss Sadi's gaze head-on. Normally, anyone would have averted their eyes under such a menacing stare, but after the events with the demon, the matured Dolores didn't shy away from expressing her displeasure at her injured underclassmen. Oh my, look at this little girl. Miss Sadi flicked her whip from her hip. Then, with a clatter, she took a few steps toward Dolores, who was being scrutinized. Where does a blood-stained wench like you get the nerve to glare at an adult? Is this how a student council president behaves? Ho 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 my. Does your daddy Humbert know how you're looking at me? Dolores' body became drenched in an even colder sweat as Miss Sadi gradually exuded an oppressive aura. Despite the fact that Dolores had faced Dantalion and grown, Miss Sadi's intimidating presence was entirely different, a truly diabolical menace. At that moment, enough of your disdain for exemplary students, Miss Sadi. A voice interrupted Miss Sadi's words. Banshee Morgue, blocking Dolores' way, confronted Miss Sadi. Dolores felt the pressure that had been bearing down on her vanish as Banshee stood between her and Miss Sadi. Meanwhile, Banshee warned Miss Sadi in a low voice. Is this your attitude during the sacred midterms? Excessive testing for the assigned student was bad enough, and now resorting to verbal abuse and violence. Do you want to be fired? In response to Banshee's words, Miss Sadi spat out a glob of phlegm. What is this? An expression of disbelief crept onto Banshee's face at Miss Sadi's insolence. However, Miss Sadi ignored it and retrieved something from her waist, a large glass bottle. Half filled with vodka, she bit into the long, narrow neck of the bottle. Crunch, crunch. Chewing on the glass shards as if they were candy, she swallowed them along with the vodka. Banshee stared at her dumbfounded. Is that alcohol? No. How can you behave like this in an exam where students' lives are at stake? This isn't alcohol, old man. Do you even smell alcohol? The alcohol percentage in this is merely 35%. What kind of alcohol is that? It's just water. This insane woman. As Banshee's words started to lengthen, Miss Sadi turned her head abruptly. Then, as if to signal that she didn't care to listen, she provocatively stuck out her tongue. Things have certainly improved in the world. It's quite a sight to see a lowly morgue servant who used to handle corpses and clean the mortuary, able to provoke the wrath of someone from the Sade family. However, Banshee also had immense pride in his lineage. HMPH, that's a story from hundreds of years ago. Now it's Morgue, one of the 7 great clans. Besides, how much did the Sade Marquisate fall? Your position is nothing more than a junior viscount at best. Ah, what a dull world. Everything should just go to ruin. Miss Sadi, having pretended not to hear, turned her head away as if she couldn't be bothered. Professor Banshee issued a warning to her. How far do you think the principal's protection will go? If you continue to mistreat students recklessly in the next exam, I will discipline you with the authority as the next vice principal. Nay, nay, bitch, try me. While Miss Sadi still didn't show any sign of acknowledging, she no longer laughed or ignored the words that Professor Banshee spat out while alive. Professor Banshee put pressure on her and turned away. He knew very well why she was allowed to continue teaching despite causing casualties every year. The preservation of nobility. The nobility believed that if their dignity was excessively tarnished, it shouldn't be tolerated. There were a few more factors. One of them was her unparalleled combat sense. Additionally, she possessed genius abilities in criminal psychology, predicting and tracking criminals ahead of time, and excelling at apprehending them. Only a lunatic can understand other lunatics. Professor Banshee shook his head slightly. Miss Sadi was undoubtedly a genius when it came to talent and ability, but due to her twisted character, it was difficult to utilize her. Looking at it now, the promising elite, Sancho Barataria, was severely battered by her. Fortunately, Sancho had a resilient spirit, and there didn't seem to be any significant trauma yet. How many promising elites had suffered from traumas that made them wet themselves just hearing Miss Sadi's laughter after what she did to them? Many dropped out or withdrew from school midterm. Even those who managed to graduate often became fragile and unable to engage in fights anywhere else. Considering this, Professor Banshee felt grateful to Sancho, who had a strong spirit. Dolers, standing next to him, also looked at Sancho with pity. Sancho's luck was incredibly bad. Of all people, it had to be her, Miss Sadi, but the nightmare had only just begun. Ho ho ho, come on up next, I promise. I'll be gentle from now on. Miss Sadi continued to call her assigned students to the arena. Snap, crack. She slapped her mud golem avatar's thorny vine whip against the ground a few times. Eventually, the next student in line ascended to the arena. Thwack, 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 as everyone had anticipated. The results were just as expected. The student in question failed to land a single effective hit on the mud golem and retired after being tortured by the whip, achieving 0 effective hits, 4 effective evasions, 0 effective defenses, and 0 critical hits. The next student to step up after Sancho managed a pitiful score of only 4 points, shedding tears in the process. Subsequently, the pattern continued. No one could successfully attack the golem imitating Miss Sadi's movements, merely dodging the relentless whip onslaught. Moreover, once hit, defending against subsequent attacks became nearly impossible. Scores like 4, 3, 8, 6, 5, 7, 4, it was a parade of dismal results. The 17 points Sancho scored seemed incredibly high in comparison. Meanwhile, the professors watching were each grinding their teeth. Sadi, that crazy woman is dragging down the average scores. Watching this unreasonable exam year after year makes my stomach churn. Why does the principal keep favoring her? Maybe it's the last bit of respect for the fallen Marquis Sade. Damn it, such irrational and unjust treatment. Shouldn't social status and class be divided differently? There's nothing we can do. It seems the students in that segment were just unlucky. Later, we could give extra points for assignments or behavior to those students who suffered in grades. Still, from the vice principal's perspective, it's fortunate to have her, lowering the principal's approval ratings. While these complex thoughts were swirling among the professors, Miss Sadi continued to laugh gleefully, turning the students into pitiful wrecks. Ho ho ho, training dogs and making them sweat is quite fun. Well, not just sweat, but turning them into a bloody mess. Ho ho ho. Watching her whip students and treating them like dogs had already incurred the anger of many. This wasn't about a teacher educating their students, but rather a strong person unilaterally assaulting the weak. Finally, after giving a score of 4 points and retiring the student who had just faced her, Miss Sadi summoned the next one to be trained. And, "Oh, you seem like a somewhat talented dog. Worth training, I guess." Miss Sadi's eyes lingered on a student standing beneath the arena, expressionless face, and always exuding a cold aura. It was Vicky's turn. Chapter 192, Attack Exam 3, Chapter 192, Attack Exam 3. Vicky just stood there with an expressionless face. And then, a female student with white hair walked out from behind him. Sinclair of the Hot Department, she slowly walked towards the examination ground. "Hot Department Class A, number 69, Sinclair, right?" Around that time, Professor Sadi's voice calling Sinclair could be heard. It was a line filled with profound interest. Despite being a commoner, Sinclair's practical and written grades were outstanding, surpassing anyone else. Not only that, but in the remaining time, she managed to participate in various liberal arts classes, clubs, and volunteer activities, and even worked part-time, earning her the reputation of an alpha girl. Perhaps that's why Professor Sadi had a peculiar focus on Sinclair. Dolers approached Sinclair with a worried expression. "Sinclair, it might be better to give up the exam if things get tough. Professor Sadi isn't just an academy professor. She also serves as an advisor to the Royal Guard's arrest team and the Torture Advisory Committee. Rumor has it she's quite capable. And, considering that, she tends to bother talented students more than anyone else. There's a high possibility she'll make things difficult for you." However, Sinclair, with a determined expression unseen before, shook her head. "I anticipated it. What? I've been expecting it since Professor Sadi became responsible for my exam." Sinclair raised her head, her sparkling gaze directed at Dolers. "Thank you for your concern, President, but I need to perform well in this exam. I need to receive a scholarship to pay my tuition." "I understand what you're saying, but Professor Sadi's case is not typical. Even if you give up this exam, other professors in different subjects will find a way to supplement your score. They'll give you extra points or special scores, whatever it takes." "But," Sinclair turned her head, there, many students were groaning and writhing in pain. The damage to the students in the hot department, who generally had lower stamina compared to the cold department, was severe. Seeing that, Sinclair bit her lip tightly. "I can't avoid someone who dared to make my friends like that. I want to take the exam under the same conditions as my friends." "President," Sinclair's earnestness was conveyed to Dolers. "Why should it not be, after all? Dolers was once as thick as thieves with her peers during her freshman year." "I see. They say there's a proverb about love for one's peers and love for one's country." "Thank you, President." "Sure, whatever. However, if the situation is extremely dangerous, you must withdraw from the exam immediately. Please come to me right away. I will heal you." "Yes," Sinclair confidently responded and leapt onto the examination ground. Professor Sadi's curious gaze eventually turned to Sinclair, as if looking at an insect she is about to crush. "Oh so, you're that Sinclair. Good grades, excellent combat sense, a kind personality, and on top of that, you're involved in various liberal arts classes, volunteer activities, and clubs. Is there anything you can't do? Thank you for your kind words, Professor. Oh my, your voice is lovely too, and your face is really pretty." Professor Sadi began to flirt. "It would be worth destroying it if only it weren't for the last part. The atmosphere would have been quite warm." Tsu 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 tsu. Eventually, Professor Sadi's aura began to spread gradually. Professor Sadi's avatar, a mud golem with a figure identical to hers, stood up with a slender body. In its hands was a long vine whip. The golem's mouth moved, transmitting Professor Sadi's voice. "Recently, there's a ridiculous rumor spreading around the school. Me, bothering talented students." Sinclair flinched at those words. A rumor? Could it be that Professor Sadi's intentions were not fueled by jealousy or inferiority? Sinclair was momentarily confused by the thought that she might have misunderstood, but Professor Sadi's following words clearly indicated that she was even more insane than what Sinclair thought. "That's a real misunderstanding, because I bother both talented and untalented students without discrimination. Ho ho ho." At the same time, the whip wielded by the golem flew. Crack with a loud noise, the stone ground split open. Sinclair quickly dodged, but the whip moved as if alive, relentlessly chasing after Sinclair's heels. Kiri licked like a venomous dance resembling a mosquito. It's just the talented ones struggle a bit longer, ending up more battered. Ho ho ho. Was it Sancho earlier? I had some expectations for him. The Academy's standards have fallen. Professor Sadi continued whipping the air, licking her dry lips with her tongue. How about you? Show us what the ace of the hot department can do. At the same time, the whip created numerous folds and knots, exploding the surrounding air. Puff, 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 crack, crack. Snap, crack, the nearby stone floor exploded into pieces. Sinclair quickly cast a wind magic to enhance her agility. Haste, with increased agility. Sinclair skillfully avoided the whip's intricate movements and moved to the outskirts of the examination ground. Truly, a speed like the wind. However, haste, was that the speed you get with haste? Hey, if you do this in a real fight, you'll die on the spot. Professor Sadi's golem effortlessly caught up with Sinclair's movements. Huh! This sound of frustration not only came from Sinclair's mouth, but simultaneously erupted from the mouths of all the students and professors watching the exam. Sadi controlled the golem with surprising ease. Even other professors were astonished by her skill. Ordinary professors, even if they were combat pros, couldn't perfectly synchronize a golem located far away from their bodies. The body synchronized with the golem becomes slightly sluggish when moving, and there is a momentary delay in synchronization during the avatarization process. Furthermore, dealing with a distant opponent creates a distance disparity, making calculating the length and thickness difference between one's limbs and the golem's limbs difficult, resulting in unavoidable minor errors. But, ho-ho-ho, just running away won't earn you any points. You know, Sadi had none of those problems. Her incredible focus and physical prowess flowed as smoothly as water, as if she were engaging in close combat with the opponent right in front of her. Just running away won't earn you any points. Thank you for the advice. Professor, Sinclair stood firm and cast a spell, quickly aiding her body with a wind magic that enhanced her reflexes. Multiple spell casting. 3 circles, 9 mana circles in total, appeared with intricate patterns. Quack, 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 quack. 3 class spells erupted. The songs of fire, ice, and storm, an incredible talent rarely seen among her peers. In terms of mana affinity alone, she was comparable to or even surpassed the magicians of the Morgue family, the masters of magic. But, ho-ho-ho, the raining spears of fire, ice, and wind only made Sadi laugh uproariously. The ace of the hot department isn't anything special, huh? Sadi lost interest and mumbled. Then, boom thud, with just one sweep, Sadi's golem nullified all of Sinclair's spells. Cuck! As the magic was forcefully cancelled, mana surged back, causing blood to flow from Sinclair's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. She staggered backward and above her head. The golem's fists and kicks mercilessly descended. Quack, 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 quack. Sadi's controlled golem's physical prowess was astounding. Sadi efficiently selected motions that demonstrated optimal efficiency with the limited mana that could be infused into the golem, despite the limited amount of mana that could be infused into the golem. The end result was incomprehensible golem control combined with explosively manipulated mana usage. The golem moved as if it were a single whip, crazy in its flexibility, eerie in its contortions, incomprehensibly swift like a monster. Kaya! Sinclair involuntarily screamed. Avoiding the raining fists and kicks of the golem, she retreated in confusion. Then the voice, like a reaper's whisper, reached her ears. Oh, did you forget something, dear? Have you forgotten about my whip? For a moment, Sinclair, who was focusing on the terrifying fists and kicks of the golem, forgot that Sadi's main weapon was the whip. When Sinclair regained her composure, she saw the whip tendrils widely entwined around her body. Squelch! In an instant, the tightened noose bound Sinclair's entire body in one breath. Unable to move, Sinclair, her head turned helplessly. Just then Sadi's golem threw a kick with astonishing speed. Spurt. Sinclair quickly tilted her head back to avoid Sadi's sweeping kick, but she couldn't dodge the second kick that followed. Crunch! A solid mid-kick. Even without seeing it, it was evident that all her ribs had been shattered, puncturing her internal organs. Sinclair flew through the air as if the string had been cut, landing outside the examination ground. Simultaneously, a status window appeared. Hot department. Equals, class equals, equals, student equals, number equals, 69 equals, Sinclair equals, effective hits. 3 times 1 point each, effective evasions. 16 times 1 point each, effective defense. 0 times 1 point each, critical hits. 0 times 10 points each, equals total score. 19 points, the best talent in the hot department. She had never missed the top spot, but her total score was merely 19 points, barely reaching the average. Sinclair, Dolers, who had been terrified, caught Sinclair as she fell. A healing magic was cast on Sinclair, who was coughing up blood. Late-coming professors also hurriedly began treating Sinclair. Meanwhile, Sinclair looked up at Dolers and faintly smiled. "I'm sorry, President. Don't say anything. Sinclair, it'll take time for your internal injuries to heal. Cough, cuck, I won't be able to receive the scholarship." Upon hearing that, Dolers held Sinclair's hand tightly with a tearful expression. Honestly, Dolers could cover Sinclair's tuition fee herself. She came from a prestigious family of Quavadis, and her financial situation was quite comfortable. However, to overcome everything with her own strength, whether it be exams or tuition, without relying on anyone, for Sinclair that self-reliance was crucial. At that moment, ho 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 ho, laughter echoed through the now silent arena. Professor Sadi, smiling broadly, looked at Sinclair's tears. "Crying because you won't get the scholarship. Hey cutie, this teacher will pay for it. So don't cry. Why cry over something like that? It's not like you're a beggar." These weren't words spoken out of ignorance but a deliberate attempt to overturn Sinclair's emotions. Sadi's words, like thorns on the tip of her tongue, caused the expressions of students and professors alike to freeze. However, even in such a situation, there was one person who showed no change in expression. Vikyr. He looked at Professor Sadi with his characteristic poker face, showing no reaction. However, when Professor Sadi opened her mouth to shout, even Vikyr's expression finally had a ripple. "All right, let's get on with it. The next turn is Cold Department, Class B," her lively eyeballs, like they were rolling around, turned in Vikyr's direction. And then, without delay, her pale skin contrasted against her bright red lips, forming a gentle smile. "Our cute and fat Figgy, are you ready to come up?" Ho ho ho, Chapter 193, Attack Exam 4, Chapter 193, Attack Exam 4, Sinclair, leader of the Hot Department, was left with a dismal score on her record. The overall atmosphere among the Hot Department students became gloomy. She, who had always been spirited and cheerful, had somehow become an idol to the first-year Hot Department students. However, not everyone mourned the tragedy Sinclair had experienced. Heh, that commoner girl, finally. Her arrogance has been flattened. She grabbed the top spot in the Hot Department without knowing the subject. How disgraceful. Exactly, the head of the Hot Department should come from us nobles. She probably used her pretty face to suck up to the professors and get extra points anyway. Some groups sneered sarcastically. Now, a person truly worthy of being the top student will take her place. Right, Granola. The leader of this group, composed exclusively of offspring from the Empire's prestigious families, was none other than Granola. However, he seemed oddly grimacing. Despite the flattering words and remarks from subordinates and friends, he showed no response. His gaze was fixed on Sinclair, who was suffering as she left with her belongings. Sinclair, who always worked hard and cheerfully in school, despite being from a commoner background, never yielding to the influence of the nobles and demonstrating exceptional academic achievements. Now, Sinclair was in distress, tears visible for the first time. Snap, Granola's teeth gritted. "Quiet down." At his words, the boys and girls from noble families fell silent. Granola spoke in a low tone. "It wasn't a fair match. Other professors will probably adjust her score, whether it's through extra points or attitude scores." The noble boys and girls nodded in agreement, as expected of Granola. "We can't be complacent yet. The battle for the top spot is still ongoing. Let's show our true worth to this insignificant common girl." However, Granola still seemed bitter. At that moment, there was a presence that slightly eased Granola's expression. "Professor Sadi, I told you to be reasonable. Didn't I?" It was Professor Banshee Morg. He spoke as if he could no longer tolerate the situation. "What are you going to do?" Professor Sadi asked confidently. Then, other professors behind Banshee also walked forward and began to protest. "Professor Sadi, Isn't this going too far? Among the students you've harmed, there are those under my guidance. Professor Sadi, isn't this going too far? Not only the incident with the magical barrier key, but also allowing absence or half-day leave without notice and leaving the workplace without permission were overlooked before. Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Constantly tormenting students? Where's the fairness in score discrimination? However, Professor Sadi showed no sign of backing down. Instead, she revealed sharp teeth and even growled. These mongrels, where did they come from? Barking like that? Barking. As a result, the faces of the professors were filled with embarrassment and confusion. Banshee stopped those who were about to step forward in anger. Looks like quite a crowd is watching. At last, the professors also became aware of the countless students gathered around. Sadi's attitude was shameless and arrogant to the point of being obvious. Sigh, if only he weren't a descendant of Said Marquis. Banshee, usually known as the wax doll by students for his lack of expression changes, was folding his brow like a cooking foil, a rare sight. Anyway, this is your last chance, Sadi. You, don't call my name commoner, if you must. Say my full name and title together. Donatien Alphonse Francois Sadi de Sade, I'm not joking. If you are cruel to the students again, I will personally exclude you from the midterms. If necessary, I will even forge the principal's seal to impose disciplinary action. Banshee's momentum was genuinely threatening, releasing a real killing intent. On the other hand, Sadi responded with a meaningful smile, ignoring Banshee's anger. Around that time, the next examinee stepped up to the exam podium. It was Figgy from the cold department. Class B. Figgy held the sword with trembling hands. Seeing this, Sadi immediately snorted. Your sword handling is messed up. Are you trash? Sadi, who was warned not to use violence, immediately resorted to verbal violence. But Figgy, despite trembling, did not step back. I'm not a coward. I promise to be a proud friend to Vicyr. I can't back down here. Sharp-minded Figgy knew well what awaited him. Even the formidable Sancho and Sinclair had been reduced to a sorry state. There was no way he'd emerge unscathed. But still, Figgy did not back down. This trial is a chance to break through my fragile shell and reveal the inner courage. Thunk. However, Figgy's thoughts were cut off midway. Fat trash. Sadi's avatar, the mud golem, suddenly approached and kicked Figgy's body like a football. Thud, thud, thud. Figgy bounced 3 times on the cobblestone floor before collapsing. In an instant, Figgy became covered in blood. Even those who had disdained Figgy for being weak felt sympathy for him. At that moment, Tudor and Sancho, Figgy's friends, were even more furious. Damn it, how dare she? I've already been thrashed once, but seeing a friend treated like this is really. Both Tudor and Sancho had clenched fists, their faces turning red. Just then, now. The next examinee is up, oh my. Sadi turned his head, about to continue, but he stopped abruptly. Figgy, somehow managing to get up, was staggering back into position. I won't just accept defeat like this. Figgy, covered in bruises but still holding the sword in his hands. I caused trouble for others in the defense exam. I don't want to be like that anymore. After finishing his words, Figgy, with a battle cry, extended his sword forward. Sadi laughed as if finding it ridiculous. Ho ho ho, looks like we'll have to make pig skewers. The mud golem started moving. A mud monster wearing pointed high heels like Professor Sadi charged toward Figgy. Tudor and Sancho were horrified. Figgy, just lie down. Engaging in close combat with that crazy professor is impossible. Courage and recklessness are different. Figgy, in this situation, surrendering would be better. However, Sinclair, who was next to them, had a slightly different opinion. Indeed. What? As Tudor and Sancho turned their heads, Sinclair gestured toward the ground in front of Professor Sadi. Ah! Only then did they sigh in admiration. Yes, Figgy was luring Sadi towards something. Where? Into the mud hole he had been thrown into just moments ago. In the previous match, Sinclair had created muddy pits by alternating wind and ice magic, causing the ground to freeze and thaw repeatedly. While the area where Professor Sadi was standing remained solid stone, the arena where the golem was climbing had mud holes scattered around. Figgy's position was in the blind spot behind Sadi's golem, shielded by its back. In other words, the golem imitating Sadi's movements on the flat ground would soon fall into the mud holes, providing a chance for a counterattack. As expected, Figgy's strategic thinking is top-notch. This could work. He's quite clever. Isn't he? Go, Figgy, show them your true abilities. Tudor, Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair began cheering for Figgy. Figgy skillfully led Professor Sadi into a trap, using the terrain to launch a counterattack. However, oh my, why's mud here? Professor Sadi's genius talent dismissed all these variables as a joke. Thud. The golem's high heel did not get stuck in the mud hole, or rather, even if it did, it effortlessly lifted off the flat ground as if nothing happened. Figgy's eyes widened in shock. His amazed gaze met the head of Professor Sadi's golem, which was thrust forward. Figgy finally noticed Professor Sadi's high heels. Surprisingly, the heel had detached from the shoe and was stuck in the mud hole behind. Yes, Professor Sadi had always walked on tiptoes to the limit, carrying the entire weight on the toes, and the trained toes were capable of delivering a powerful kick. However, Figgy only focused on it now. Yikes! Figgy swung his sword belatedly, but it was about 2 seconds later than planned. Against Professor Sadi, 2 seconds meant a world of difference. Thunk, another dreadful impact resounded. Figgy, not just covered in bruises but now drenched in blood, was sent flying out of the arena. Figgy swung his sword late compared to the anticipated plan, and facing Professor Sadi 2 seconds late was a vast difference. Thud, once again a horrific sound of impact erupted. Figgy, now not just bruised but completely covered in blood, was thrown out of the arena. Oh my, are my pig skewers done? Professor Sadi, with a merciless remark, turned away. Right at that moment, there was a sound that halted her footsteps. Ding! Figgy's score appeared. Cold Department B-Class student number 255 Figgy, assigned Professor Sadi valid hits. 1 point each valid dodges, 0 1 point each valid defense, 0 1 point each critical hits, 0 10 points each equals total score, 1.1 point, only 1 valid hit. However, Professor Sadi had not allowed Figgy to land a single attack. What? There's no way I would give 1 point to that trash. But Figgy's score was undoubtedly 1 point. At that moment, Professor Sadi's eyes widened. The broken blade from the knife she controlled was deeply embedded in the golem's lower abdomen. Figgy, are you okay? Tudor and Sancho rushed towards Figgy as if possessed, covered in blood. Figgy couldn't stand up on his own. One eye was completely swollen shut. Guys, I still scored 1 point. Upon hearing Figgy's words, Tudor and Sancho fell silent for a moment. Figgy had clenched the broken knife with his hand at the moment Sadi's kick landed, then plunged it into the golem's body. Although the shattered blade had turned his hand into a mess, the score he achieved was only 1 point. Bro, well done, you did it. You didn't blink until you got hit. Even I couldn't do that. It's admirable. Tudor and Sancho spoke, supporting Figgy. Figgy, seemingly without the strength to talk anymore, barely moved his lips, which were stuck with dried blood. At that moment, the medical team, in a hurry, started treating Figgy's wounds. Dolors also inspected Figgy's condition with a worried expression. The left side of your head is severely injured. Can you see? You are on the verge of losing your sight. If the healing was a bit delayed, it could have happened. Your vision might be impaired for a while, so make sure to wear medical glasses. Still, I'm relieved. If you had gone blind, your mother would have suffered a lot. With a sigh of relief, Figgy's words made Tudor, Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair deeply reflect on the situation. Meanwhile, at the examination arena, Professor Banshee was delivering a final warning to Sadi. Come out of the examination arena. Sadi, I will now revoke your test administrator qualification. You, as a human, are not qualified to test the honor of a warrior. You're nothing but trash. Sadi, unimpressed by the scolding for her dishonorable actions, smiled disdainfully. A warrior? Where are the warriors in this academy? They're all just losers. Simultaneously, she muttered quietly, only him, the one who wields the flame of the hallowed knight, the caped hero, is a true warrior. Banshee didn't hear Sadi's words. Come down right now. You have no qualifications as a professor. From this moment on, I'll strip you of all rights and authority as a test administrator. However, Banshee's words were cut off in the middle. Next, a voice intruded into the conversation between Sadi and Banshee. Vikyr, always expressionless. He finally stood before the examination arena. I personally want to be tested by this professor. To a stranger, Vikyr's expressionless face might seem to have no thoughts. However, for those who knew Vikyr, they could see something calmly brewing beneath the surface. Vikyr was furious. Chapter 194, Attack Exam 5. Chapter 194, Attack Exam 5, An unleashed hunting dog stepped onto the field. Before Vikyr ascended the test platform, he had a special meeting with Professor Banshee. Vikyr, with a cold gaze and voice, Professor Banshee, as usual, didn't seem to have much affection for Vikyr. However, as a professor, I must ensure that students are not in danger, so I would prefer it if you didn't take Professor Sadi's test. But Vikyr again said, if possible. I wanted to take the test as planned according to the schedule, and I thought I might gain some insight. What? Insight? Professor Banshee raised his eyebrows as if he couldn't fathom Vikyr's thoughts. Then he spoke firmly. There is nothing you can gain from people like Sadi, except for experiencing that there are many unfair things happening in the world on an experiential level. There is nothing else. Professor Banshee's attitude remained cold. He took a few steps towards Vikyr and extended a paper towards him. Surrender document. I'll still advise you to surrender. Don't worry about the grades. Most students would have given in at this point. No one in the Colosseo Academy would dare to be stubborn against Professor Sadi. Except one. Except Vikyr. Swish, swish. Vikyr pushed away the document and handed it back to Professor Banshee with ease. The nonchalance of his actions left everyone around with their mouths agape. Even Professor Banshee, whose nickname as a wax doll paled in comparison to Vikyr's inexplicable behavior, showed a significant change in expression. Do you really intend to face Sadi? You're still incredibly arrogant. All right. Then, greenhouse flowers grown solely with sweet fertilizers must experience the bitterness of the world's storms ahead of time. Only then will you be able to tell the difference between genuine care and mere tolerance. Professor Banshee, with a heavily scornful expression, let out a snort. After a while, it was Vikyr's turn. Are you guys done? These trashy pigs are always making noise. As Vikyr ascended to the test site, the shadow controlled by Sadi's golem loomed ominously over him. Professor Sadi looked at Vikyr as if fascinated by his presence. I'm not interested in weak pigs, but you seem a bit interesting. You dare to choose me. You a mere commoner. Are you friends with the small figgy that came up earlier? Ho ho ho. That one's left eye is probably blind by now. How about you match it with your right eye? The duo of idiots and trash. What do you think? Vikyr did not bother to answer, however. Click, he merely knocked an arrow on his bow. Ping, the arrow flew at a rapid speed, but Sadi's golem reacted surprisingly fast. Ho 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 ho. How will a mere archer beat me? Did you even use your head? Archers generally fight by keeping their distance. But in cases where points must be scored in a short time, advancing while shooting arrows could be an effective method. However, Sadi's physical abilities were truly monstrous. She displayed incredible flexibility, swaying her waist like a bow to dodge all the flying arrows. Even Vikyr, a genius in his own right, couldn't help but be impressed by her instantaneous reactions. Twisted genius seemed to be a phrase created just for her. Even professors who criticized her personality and behavior were silent in the face of her skill. What a waste! If only she had the character to match. She could have become a great warrior, contributing greatly to the human alliance. But Sadi didn't seem like the type to fight for someone else. The type who no one follows, no one respects, and no one loves. That was Professor Sadi. Well then, there's no need to watch. And now Vikyr was casting a cold glance at Professor Sadi. Swish, with a burst of energy. Arrows flew. Vikyr strung a bundle of arrows on his bow and fired them at an incredible speed. Admiration erupted from the surroundings. Wow, who is that? He's keeping up with Professor Sadi's movements. That short distance isn't getting any shorter. Is it? How is he avoiding that? And look at the firing speed. It's insane. Both students and professors were impressed by Vikyr's movements. Of course, during the synchronization process with the golem, Professor Sadi's mana was limited, and her movements were sluggish. Nevertheless, for a first-year student to keep up with this was undoubtedly remarkable. However, ho ho ho, he's just an archer after all, Professor Sadi said. Vikyr's arrows had failed to make any effective hits on Professor Sadi's golem since the beginning. The arrows either shattered or bounced off the golem's body before reaching their target. Some arrows even veered off in strange directions, possibly miscalculating the wind's direction. Occasionally, Arrows hit the golem but were not recognized as valid hits since they struck the arms or legs and bounced off. Watching from outside the test site, Bianca shook her head. Archers really have no chance in the attack test. I managed to get good scores because I had a mild-mannered professor, but facing Professor Sadi, it's nearly impossible to score even a single point. It was as she said. Tudor, Sancho, Sinclair, and even Figgy with a bandaged face wore worried expressions. Vicyr continued to dodge the golem's punches and kicks, picking up arrows from the ground and firing them again. However, most arrows were either deflected by the golem's palm or fist or shattered and rendered useless. Gradually, the number of usable arrows was decreasing. Ho ho ho. Still going, you're just another piglet, Professor Sadi taunted. Despite Vicyr's clever evasion strategy, the professor showed no intention of playing along. Ho ho ho. Trying to accumulate points through valid evasions. What a rat-like idea, but I cannot allow that. Finally, her whip swung more forcefully. Thunk, swish, thunk, crack. Professor Sadi didn't attack Vicyr directly. It was an attitude of not giving away any evasion points. Instead, her whip struck the floor of the test site. The once circular test site began to crack and break under the impact of the whip. Eventually, one corner of the test site took on a pointed shape, and sharp corners emerged naturally. Professor Sadi seemed eager to push Vicyr into that corner, but the circular shape of the test site made it impossible. Vicyr, cleverly aware of this, continued to circle around, buying time. Even though evasion earned points, Professor Sadi seemed unwilling to play along with Vicyr's plan. Ho ho ho, still going. You're not a piglet but a rat, aren't you? Professor Sadi sneered. Whatever the case, she couldn't succeed in landing a single lash on Vicyr. It seemed like she couldn't resist the urge to discard the golem and step in herself. Hateful child, you need punishment. Professor Sadi desperately wanted to corner Vicyr, but the circular shape of the test site made it impossible. Vicyr, with mud and dust covering his body, rolled and dodged Professor Sadi's attacks. He managed to pick up relatively intact arrows and continued to shoot, persevering. Just as Vicyr attempted to escape the corner, the whip flew, leaving a shallow cut. Vicyr was truly cornered, resembling a trapped mouse. Everyone watching couldn't help but sigh. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and even Professor Banshee, who usually disliked Vicyr, looked anxious. Finally, Professor Sadi, now holding Vicyr's leash, triumphantly declared, "Where will you run now, little rat?" Simultaneously, her hand holding the whip rose high. If struck by this whip charged with aura, Vicyr could suffer at least serious injuries, possibly even death. Professor Banshee, speaking almost like a growl, said, "Have the medical team on standby." Professors swiftly moved into action. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and even Dolers had unconsciously approached the test site. They were ready to catch Vicyr if he fell out of the test area. However, Professor Sadi tilted her head. A subtle discomfort sensed in her arm for an instant. It made her pause momentarily. Squelch! The joint area that the arrows had been brushing past suddenly felt strange. They had been hitting a non-critical area that wasn't being paid much attention because it didn't count as a valid hit. Now, that spot felt oddly rigid. Chapter 195, Attack Exam 6. Chapter 195, Attack Exam 6. Kigik felt like a weird glitch. Nevertheless, it was shocking to Professor Sadi. The golem stopped. The relentless whip assault, which felt as if it could overwhelm Vicyr at any moment, suddenly ceased. Professor Sadi was taken aback, stepping back. This time, the golem responded properly. Everyone watching was puzzled by the scene. What's going on? Why did she stop attacking after going at Vicyr so aggressively? Is it because of the mood? It looked like the golem stopped for a moment. Anyway, it's an opportunity. Run, kid. Surrender, you might die if you keep going. As Professor Sadi's golem started moving again, all spectators shouted in unison. This is ridiculous. What was that just now? Mud golems or stone golems often experience glitches, but these are usually minor issues that disappear during test runs. Professor Sadi raised her whip again, aiming for Vicyr. Up and down, up again, then down once more, a repeated motion. However, Kigik, once again. The movement was halted. Jock, the whip falling toward Vicyr, stopped midway, destroying an unintended area. What the heck is this? Annoyed, Professor Sadi shook her hand and stepped back. At that very moment, Yang Vikyr, who had escaped from the corner, shot an arrow into the lower abdomen of the golem once again. Kigik! The golem stopped briefly, witnessing this. The professors and students erupted in excitement. That's it, I understand now. He kept hitting the same spot over and over, that's why it stopped. He continuously targeted the area, causing wear and tear, degrading its performance. Wow, what incredible accuracy! Belatedly, the students also began to react. Wait, he kept hitting the same spot with arrows. Is that even possible? It is. He's an amazing archer. Yeah, I saw him shoot equally with Bianca at the archery range last time. During the defense test, his aura seemed almost at the level of a high-tier sword expert. Who is he really? Public opinion made a swift reversal. Cheers for Vikyr, the unexpected dark horse, and jeers for the antagonist, Professor Sadi. Great! Tutor, who was cheering outside the arena, cheered triumphantly. Vikyr, you've been consistently targeting the golem's joint and connecting point in the lower abdomen. You deserve recognition for your archery skills. However, Sancho, who was standing nearby, tilted his head. Consistently hitting the same spot without a single error is undoubtedly impressive. But can it really make Professor Sadi's golem stumble like that? The answer to their curiosity came from Sinclair. It's partly because of his arrows, but Professor Sadi's habits played a role too. Habits? Yes, Professor Sadi uses a whip. Where do you think she exerts the most force when using it? Well, the lower abdomen, correct, given the structure of the golem. Both the arms and legs move by exerting force on the lower abdomen. Furthermore, the whip's nature as a weapon contributes to this. That's right. So Vikyr consistently aimed for the lower abdomen. If he makes the joint and connection point fragile, he can seal both the arms and legs. The power and accuracy of the whip will weaken. Is that possible? That area is much smaller than a typical joint. It has to be an extremely precise shot for such precise sniping. Tudor and Sancho exchanged puzzled looks at Sinclair's explanation. Bianca, joining the conversation, added her insight. He can do it. Turning everyone's attention, Bianca spoke with determination. Last time, when we were doing archery together at the shooting range, that guy shot and killed a mosquito flying over 100 meters away, without using mana. Come on, does that make sense? I'm telling you. It's true. While Tudor and Bianca were bantering, Sinclair regretfully messed up her hair, blaming herself. Oh, the joint in the lower abdomen was the weak point. Vikyr is always one step ahead of me. Why didn't I think of that? At that moment, a voice resolved everyone's questions. Dolers, the student council president. Of course, it's a weakness that didn't exist when you faced Professor Sadi. Everyone looked puzzled at Dolers' statement, and there was a strange expression on Figgy's face as he turned his head. Do you remember the blade fragment that Figgy embedded in? Only after hearing Dolers' words did everyone gasp, even Figgy himself. The blade fragment Figgy inserted into the golem at the last moment became a counterattack, causing a minor weakness. And Vikyr, with unwavering confidence, saw through that flaw and firmly grasped it. When Professor Banshee realized this, he couldn't help but look defeated as he stood in front of the arena. That insolent brat! When he noticed Professor Sadi's golem twitching, he twisted his lips in disbelief. Despite having faced numerous students before, this was the first time a student dared to challenge her to a battle of wits. It was also the first time this had happened to the renowned Professor Banshee. As time passed, public opinion was increasingly favoring Vikyr. You're doing great. Kid, keep pushing. It's a chance to score big points. Go, Vikyr, stay strong. Show us the power of a commoner. Opa, you're so cool. Cheers and responses erupted from the audience, pushing Vikyr forward. However, hilarious. Ho 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 ho, Professor Sadi once again reversed all these currents. She immediately adjusted her posture. The seemingly precarious pose that looked like it could collapse at any moment returned to its original state in an instant. Her extraordinary sense of balance with those unstable-looking heels was truly remarkable. At the same time, her whip swept around like a fierce snake. Quack, 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 thud, duduk, ujuk. Broken arrow shafts and shattered arrowheads scattered in all directions. The arrows that were stuck in the ground or wriggling around were all shattered and scattered. Professor Sadi, instead of attacking Vikyr, was preventing the use of the surrounding arrows. Almost all the seemingly intact arrows disappeared in an instant. In fact, The battle had practically ended. Ho ho ho, what can an archer do without arrows? Professor Sadi chuckled with a mischievous smile on one side of her mouth. It was true. Vikyr didn't have a single arrow left. All the supplied arrows were long gone, and trying to pick up the ones stuck or fallen on the ground resulted in most of them being nearly broken after several shots. And the ones that flew off in strange directions due to the wind were practically impossible to retrieve. Moreover, with the recent sneak attack from Professor Sadi's whip, all the remaining arrows were broken. Vikyr had no means of attack left. As Vikyr became aware of the harsh reality, the cheers from the audience rapidly diminished. Ho 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 ho, do you understand now, Piglet? Professor Sadi swung her whip on the ground a few times as she spoke. Vikyr, right, there's still quite some time left in the exam. What will you do? Give up midway? Or do you want to play more with this cow-eye big sister? However, Vikyr remained expressionless, standing still. His posture didn't convey any intention to give up on the exam or to continue fighting. Professor Sadi furrowed her brows in confusion. Although Vikyr's eyes were mostly hidden by his bangs, it was clear that his gaze was directed towards her. An uncomfortable gaze. It wasn't the gaze of someone cornered, but rather the eyes of a predator viewing her as prey. For a moment, chills, Professor Sadi shivered. Where did this spine-chilling feeling come from? Creepy. Professor Sadi shook herself once. The eerie sensation crawling up her spine was truly mysterious. The opponent was a first-year academy student, an insignificant commoner and an archer without arrows. But for a brief moment, Professor Sadi felt overwhelmed by the indescribable aura emanating from this insignificant commoner. It was similar to the instinctual reaction of a frog in front of a snake or a gambler recognizing a god-level gambler. However, reason triumphs over emotion. Professor Sadi quickly regained her composure and realized the obvious fact that there was no reason for this insignificant commoner in front of her to be a threat. And for a very brief moment, she felt a scratch on her sturdy pride. Could it be because of this? Professor Sadi was angry. If it were her usual self, she would have respected and trusted her instincts. But now, for a moment, she succumbed to her pride and roared like a predator confronting its prey. This insolent brat! How dare you, you arrogant pig, you don't even understand the subject. How dare you look at me like that? Her eyes widened as she growled. Professor Sadi, who had been fixated on Vikyr, saw his lips curl into a small smile at that moment. It was so small that no one else could have seen it. A message that could only be deciphered by looking at the shape of the lips. Where are you looking? Blinded by rage? Sadi's eyes widened unexpectedly. At the same time, Puck, a strange sound was heard. It sounded like something soft popping, and it had to be very close. Professor Sadi blinked a few times, her eyes wide. Her left eye felt strangely hot, and then her vision went black at the same time. A searing pain began to engulf the entire left side of her face. Chapter 196, Attack Exam 7. Chapter 196, Attack Exam 7. Where the hell are you looking? A message that could only be deciphered by looking at the shape of the lips. At the same time, thunk, the view of the left eye went pitch black. Ag! The horrific scream of Professor Sadi echoed throughout the arena. The left side of her face was in intense pain. However, the golem's face remained unscathed without a single arrow mark. Professor Sadi reached out and felt her left face. Touched, a thick and sturdy arrow shaft embedded in, and a hot liquid flowing where the eyeball should be. An arrow shaft. It was deeply lodged in Professor Sadi's left eye. The spectators were speechless, shocked by the unexpected accident. What is happening? Why did this happen all of a sudden? Did the direction of the wind change? An arrow flew in from somewhere. Isn't that the arrow Vikyr shot earlier, in the early stages of the match? Oh. Come on, that's not possible. Why would it come flying now? It must be because the wind changed, bringing back the arrow that flew to a strange place in the early stages. Is it even possible in this world? No one could have predicted such an unprecedented accident. Even the faculty was stunned by this absurd situation. Wait, I've seen students getting hurt a lot, but it's the first time I've seen a professor get injured. And it's Professor Sadi of all people. Haha, truly, you could call this karma. Oh my, a colleague got hurt. And you're talking about karma. This is not the time for that. Should we discipline that student Vikyr then? Why would you say that? It's not like the student did it on purpose. It's just a natural disaster. Isn't it? In the early stages of the match, among the many misfires by Vikier, one arrow soared high on the wind and fell in a circular motion. In other words, it was purely an accidental incident. Moreover, Professor Sadi was so focused on controlling the golem imitating her movements that she failed to detect the arrow falling toward her. Her limited field of vision as a result of her rage and obsession was also a disadvantage. Ding! The score sheet appeared at that time, along with the notification sound announcing the end of the test. Cold Department Class B, No 256, name Vikier. Attack Exam Instructor, Sadi effective hits. 2 times 1 point each effective evasion, 28 times 1 point each effective defense. 0 times 1 point each critical hit. 1 time 10 points each equals total score, 40 points with 2 effective hits. Vikier scored 2 points, and with 28 effective evasions, he scored 28 points. It was the result of Vikier continuously evading the whip attacks. And finally, the attack on Professor Sadi's main body was counted as 1 critical hit, earning 10 points. Since the golem was rendered inoperable, it could be considered a critical hit. Although scoring a personal injury incident appeared ambiguous, the magic system appeared to have made the decision. Since the establishment of the Colosseo Academy, there had never been a case where a professor was injured during a test, so everyone was understandably bewildered. Anyway, Vikier's total score was 40 points, setting a new record for the year, and this was despite Professor Sadi being the instructor. As the faculty looked at the score display, they whispered among themselves in disbelief. Ha, she was so focused on tormenting the student in front of her that she didn't realize the danger. It's just bad luck. Who would think that an arrow would come flying at them from nowhere? It's self-inflicted. She brought this upon herself. But then, how should we grade that student Vikier? What do you mean how? The magic system has already calculated it as 40 points. But if we do that, won't some students intentionally target professors in the future? That doesn't make sense. How did you leap over towards such a distant concern? Today's events are just an unlucky accident. Until now, unprecedented events are causing confusion among the professors. Even among the professors, opinions were divided. Some argued that this incident was an accident, and Vikier's critical hit score should be recognized as valid points. Others believed that, despite being an accident, Vikier's critical hit score should be excluded from the calculation. Nevertheless, there was no disagreement that this incident was an accident. Meanwhile, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca showed strong reactions. Is it over? Well, Vikier won the match. Winning or losing in this match, it's just about scoring within the time limit. But how can this be? Only Professor Sadi got the short end of the stick. Even Dolars, who usually enjoyed such situations, heaved a relieved sigh at the reactions of her juniors. While it was unfortunate that an arrow ended up in Professor Sadi's eye, it didn't feel excessive, considering how she had nearly deliberately blinded Figgy's left eye before, and the trauma created in the minds of many talented individuals over time. It seemed like a mild punishment. At that moment, "Enough, all tests are halted right here," Professor Banshee's booming shout echoed throughout the entire arena. He, along with specialized healing professors, ascended to the arena. "Vikier, the test is over, you can descend now." In response, Vikier simply nodded without uttering a word. Under Professor Banshee's guidance, all kinds of tests taking place in the vast arena were abruptly stopped. Soon, medical personnel dressed in white rushed to respond to Professor Banshee's call. As they were only present in the areas where students were taking the test, it took them some time to reach the space where the professors stayed. Eventually, Professor Banshee approached Sadi, who was sitting down, and said, "Professor Sadi, please get treatment. And let's refrain from any more reckless behavior after this incident, shall we?" However, Professor Sadi did not even seem to hear Professor Banshee's words. Ho. Suddenly, Sadi began to laugh. Despite the blood oozing between her fingers covering her face, she continued to laugh. Then, Sadi removed the hand covering her face. Professor Banshee frowned. The arrow sticking out of her left eye, the distorted flesh around it, and the spouting blood were all too vivid. "Professor Sadi, please get treatment, huh?" In an instant, Professor Banshee's face was stained with shock. The students, professors, and spectators who had witnessed this scene were equally astonished. What is she doing now? Is she insane? And my God, what am I witnessing right now? Each one had a similar reaction. Squelch, Sadi forcefully pulled the arrow out of her left eye. The straight arrow shaft and the sharp tip were still intact. At the end of it was the eyeball that had just been extracted from its socket. Everyone was overwhelmed by the madness in Sadi's act of pulling out her own eye. And then, at that moment, Sadi, with her mouth wide open, sent another shockwave through everyone. Chomp! Sadi began to chew on the eyeball impaled on the arrowhead. The sound of the eyeball being crushed and chewed echoed loudly in the ears of all spectators. Professor Banshee, too, was petrified with astonishment, as were the students and professors. What is she doing right now? Hey, she's gone mad. Unbelievable, each had a similar reaction. And suddenly, Sadi laughed. My grandfather's inheritance, why waste it if I can use it? Ho 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 ho, in the madness-laden smile the medical personnel couldn't approach, and even Professor Banshee was left speechless and partially open-mouthed. Ignoring the medical personnel, Sadi looked at them and said, I don't need your help. After finishing her words, she rolled her now lone remaining eye back. There, you could see Vikyr descending from the arena, seemingly indifferent to everything. His gaze was already directed elsewhere, as if the events that had unfolded so far were of no significance. Professor Sadi's other eye also had a hint of bloodshot. Ho, amusing. It's so amusing. That guy was from Class B. Right, only now did Professor Sadi turn her head to look at Professor Banshee, as if questioning when he had climbed up to the arena. Discipline me, I don't care. Instead, on the day my discipline is lifted, I will immediately take charge of the cold department Class B, in Professor Sadi's voice, flowing out as if possessed. There was a bizarre fervor that instilled fear in all the professors and students of the cold department, and directed towards that audience. Wink Sadi merely winked, with no eye. Just an eye socket. That was just a wink. Ho, truly a weird woman. The long midterms were finally over. Defense, attack, written tests. When the comprehensive results of these exams, with weights of 50%, 40%, and 10% respectively, were announced, everyone was surprised. First place, Vikyr second place, Sinclair third place, Tudor Donquixote fourth place, Hybro Le Baskerville fifth place, Granola de Riviere in sixth place, Bianca Usher seventh place, Middlebro Le Baskerville eighth place, Sancho Barataria ninth place, Lowbro Le Baskerville 199th place. Figgy, the students who had lost a significant number of points by encountering Professor Sadi in the attack exam, saw their scores restored. This was due to questionable bonus points being added to the written test scores. Although the written test had a smaller weight, it was a key element that could completely overturn the balance, and students who had unfairly lost points to Professor Sadi could now receive compensation. However, among the students who took the exam against Professor Sadi, the only one who didn't receive bonus points was Vikyr, the sole perfect score. Vikyr, who had produced shockingly impressive research results in the free research report for the written test, couldn't be given bonus points. Although he had achieved commendable scores in the defense test and obtained high points against Professor Sadi in the attack test, Vikyr, with his contributions in resolving the magical stone incident, single-handedly carrying the defense test and dealing a critical hit to Professor Sadi, secured the top spot in this year's class. Of course, this was not the result Vikyr had wanted. Initially, Vikyr had only intended to perform well in the written test without drawing attention to himself. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. However, in the defense test, Baby Madam accidentally caused an incident, and in the attack test, there were various variables, including Professor Sadi almost blinding Figgy. As a result of these events, Vikyr deeply reflected on himself, realizing the lack of thoroughness on his part. But whether Vikyr was having such thoughts or not, the students around him didn't give him a break, swarming and clamoring. Vikyr, how are you? I honestly thought just your brain was good, but your physique is no joke either. Hey, Opa, do you want to go on a date with me? Well, you have aura, combat senses, monster strategies, you have everything. If your head is in good shape, your body is in good shape, and if your body is in good shape, your head is in good shape. Everything must be comfortable for you because you're good at both. Hey, aren't you blatantly flattering him too much? Didn't you call him a stinky commoner before? You too, aren't you in the wrong place too? I'm taking the seat next to Vikyr. I'm sorry, but even if you offer me money, I won't sell my seat, Vikyr. Do you happen to be interested in joining our study group? Only students from well-off families or those who excel in their studies are in our group. Have this while studying. You looked cool yesterday. Hey, who are you having lunch with today? If you don't have anyone to eat with, how about having lunch with me? All the professors have been talking about you. When I went to the office, they were all admiring the exam paper you submitted. Vikier, the senior nobles are looking for you. Amazing. I saw this morning that even the high-class seniors were looking for Vikier. Amidst the numerous voices around him, Vikier only slightly furrows his brow. Then, "Hey, what's everyone staring at? Get out of here." A rugged-looking male student pushed through the crowd. "Highbrow Le Baskerville. I'm the hero of Class B, the cold-blooded warrior, so don't stick around and fawn over this commoner. I'll kill him." Blatantly forcing the issue, Highbrow, with his impressive 4th overall ranking, left few students who dared to protest in the face of his determination. The cowed students returned to their seats. Only then does Highbrow, unnoticed by anyone, gesture with his thumb toward Vikier. "We've taken care of everything." Well done. No words need to be spoken, their intentions are clear. Highbrow received Vikier's praise and happily returned to his seat. However, criticism from middle bro and low bro followed him. "You're insufferable, bro. Just wanting praise for yourself. If you feel unjust, watch the master's mood well. Like me, the triplets of Baskerville have now become loyal henchmen only taking Vikier's orders. But some individuals didn't care about them. Vikier, how's your body?" It was Tutor Sancho, Bianca, Figgy, Sinclair, and others. As soon as Tutor entered the classroom, he patted Vikier's shoulder and laughed. "This guy, if you had that kind of strength, you should have reported to me first. I worried for nothing." Fortunately, the friend's attitude did not change even after seeing Vikier's strength, although Tutor and Sinclair were a bit disappointed. "Oh, Vikier, I couldn't say it in the room earlier because of the situation. I have something to show you." Figgy stepped forward and handed something to Vikier. It was articles from yesterday's evening newspaper. Breaking news, massive incident during defense exam. First-year cold department student handles the situation. /views, 50,899. The midterm defense exam for first-year students is a traditional test that everyone must go through at least once. However, a recent incident during this exam. This major accident occurred due to a lack of safety awareness. At that time, as the blame shifting among professors escalated, a male student stepped forward to save everyone. Meanwhile, the main cause of this commotion is attributed to Professor Sadi, who left her workplace without permission with the key to the magic barrier. Finally, attaching a video capturing the heroic appearance of first-year hero Vikier, who pierced through the poisonous mist and emerged from the barrier. To this article, comment 33,021. Kong Enus, cold department first year. Wow, look at him tearing through the poisonous mist. So cool, powerful. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Kong Enus, hot department second year. Is this the guy? Why is he there? That my HUSBAND Hangul Kohyut Enus. Kong Enus, hot department first year. Wasn't his name Vikier? Anyway, it was quite a common name, right? Kong Enus, hot department fourth year. Wow, but tearing through the poisonous mist for friends is truly legendary. Right, Kong Enus, hot department second year. They say noble second years and third years are having a showdown inside the academy, right? NOW Hangul. Kokyuk Enus Hangul Kokyuk Enus Hangul Kokyuk Enus. Kong Enus, cold department second year. Isn't the showdown only happening inside the academy? Outside the academy, guilds and clans are already lining up to recruit him as soon as he graduates Hangul. Kokyuk Enus Hangul Kokyuk Enus Hangul Kokyuk Enus. Kong Enus, cold department third year. Seriously. He's just a first year now. Right, Kong Enus, hot department third year, revealing his prowess already. He's not at the first year level anymore. Hangul. Kokyuk Enus Hangul, Kokyuk Enus Hangul, Kokyuk Enus. EVEN the graduation class can't do that. In the newspaper shown by Figgy, a video shot with a mana screen is playing. The scene where Vikier tears through the magical barrier filled with poisonous mist and shoots arrows is causing a surge in views. When did they even shoot this? Vikier rubbed his forehead with his hand. He felt extremely tired from briefly taking a break after the midterm exam and then going on an assassination mission. Now, with the newspaper article, It seemed like things would become even more troublesome for a while. At that moment, "Why are you all gathering in front of the first-year classroom? Do you want to face disciplinary action?" A cold voice is heard from the classroom entrance. Towards the corridor, Professor Banshee is driving away a group of students. They are likely upperclassmen from the second and third years, noble and great clan factions. A group made up of the children of noble families and a group made up of the children of the 7 great clans. Although not officially recognized as a formal group like the student council, they exercise more rights across all grades, forming an autonomous body called the Autonomous Council. They are here to capture the rising dark horse Vikyr. Of course, despite their imposing presence, ultimately they are students, and facing the cold gaze of Professor Morg Banshee, they ran. Professor Banshee. As soon as he entered, he found Vikyr sitting by the window. With a voice as cold as pouring cold water, Professor Banshee woke up Vikyr, who was dozing off a bit. "Vikyr, wake up." "Yes. Are you daydreaming with your eyes closed again? I wonder what kind of research you'll do today to astonish the academic world." "No, I just dozed off." "Honest. Aren't you -1 point?" Professor Banshee still disliked Vikyr. Ever since the bell rang, he emphasized the start of the class immediately, and he considered Vikyr dozing off during class time a valid reason for deducting points. Professor Banshee is at it again. He always deducts Vikyr points. Right, what can we do? Vikyr has accumulated so many points again that he has to go on another forced volunteer activity. But isn't it chaotic outside because of the current situation? But soon it will be festival season. It would be too unfair to do volunteer work inside the academy while everyone else is enjoying the party outside. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and others expressed their concerns, but, of course, Vikyr completely ignored Professor Banshee's scolding, as his mind was already filled with the contents of the letter sent by Cindy Wendy last night. Information about the 10 corpses have arrived. The boring part is now over. He will once again go out to the battlefield where blood and flesh abound. Vikyr, with his eyes closed, was already filled with the anticipation of his next hunt. Chapter 197. Festival Preparation. Chapter 197. Festival Preparation. After the completion of midterms, a brief period of relaxation found its way to the Colosseo Academy. Following the philosophy of study hard when it's time to study and play hard when it's time to play, the Colosseo Academy organizes a grand festival every year to soothe the weary minds of students after midterms. As the festival season approaches, there is a tendency among professors to shorten class hours and extend break times. This is to encourage students to think about and discuss festival activities. However, not everyone agrees with this approach. Shortened classes? Ridiculous. Banshee Morg, for example, was one of those straightforward individuals, known for his strict and sensitive nature. He becomes even more irritable during the festival season. Shortening classes in the name of festival preparations. That goes against the duty of a professor. Students pay hefty tuition fees to attend classes, and reducing those classes infringes on the rights of students. I simply cannot understand how canceling classes in the name of benefiting students is just a selfish and convenient act driven by the professor's own desires. Professor Banshee muttered discontentedly, looking out the window at banners, flower arrangements, makeshift stages, tents, sound equipment, and fireworks facilities. In that sense, today's class is extended. It will be 1 hour longer than the usual lecture time, so please bear with it, Professor Banshee announced in a chilly tone, and no one dared to object. Tutor in the front row grumbled with a fake smile. "Darn it, I'm on the festival preparation committee. I already have to leave 30 minutes early even during regular class times." "Heh, is this for real? I heard from seniors that Professor Banshee does this every festival season. He clearly never enjoyed his school days." "Yeah, it seems like he only studied." Even Bianca, in a similar situation, seemed frustrated and agreed with Tutor's opinion. At that moment, Professor Banshee spoke up. "Hey, what's with all the grumbling? If you're on the festival preparation committee, is it worth the tuition? And who hasn't had a good time during his own school festival?" Tutor and Bianca fell silent, and Professor Banshee chuckled lightly when they had nothing to say. "Don't get carried away just because it's festival season. This is the season with the most accidents throughout the year. Having finished speaking, Professor Banshee deducted 1 point each from the attitudes of Tudor and Bianca. Eventually, when Professor Banshee tried to resume the class, loud music from outside interrupted. Ding-dong, the Imperial Army's dispatched military band was tuning their instruments before their performance. Elsewhere, a dance team invited to the festival was rehearsing their choreography before taking the makeshift stage. Additionally, the excited cheers of students who had come out for festival preparations during their free time mixed with the chaotic noise. Despite using soundproof curtains and even employing silence spells on the windows, Professor Banshee sighed lightly at the outside commotion. This is why I hate festivals. Eventually, even the renowned Professor Banshee had no choice but to end the class a bit early. The students' concentration on the lecture was not what it used to be. Heh, if you're going to listen to the class like this, just go out and have fun. It might be better that way, muttered Professor Banshee as he packed up his materials and left the classroom. Only then did the spark return to the eyes of the students. Professor Banshee's lecture was a joint integrated class attended by all the students of both the cold department and the hot department. This made it the perfect time for discussing festival plans, as all students were present. Leading the festival this time were Tudor from the cold department and Granola from the hot department. All right, friends, let's decide on the theme for this festival. The festival concept refers to the system of generating revenue during the festival. This involved setting up makeshift facilities where students could engage in business activities such as serving, cooking, or gaming to raise funds. Traditional pubs, haunted houses, and hunting clubs were commonly popular revenue models. However, no matter which one we choose, there's one unwritten rule that we must all follow. All students nodded in agreement to Tudor's words. There was an unwritten rule during the Academy's festival that transcended grades. That rule was TS. Transsexual. It usually meant males dressing as females and vice versa. During the festival at Colosseo Academy, it was a trend for all male students to dress as females and all female students to dress as males. Always cheerful, Sinclair clapped her hands and laughed. Wow, this will be fun. How about we try a test run before the festival? Of course. Granola immediately agreed with Sinclair's suggestion, and before they knew it, students responsible for props had brought in various disguises they had prepared during their spare time. Sinclair attached a mustache to her nose and chuckled. Look, Bianca, I look like the boss Pringles from work, don't I? Indeed. Did you tear that mustache off, Pringles? Bianca, with thick eyebrows on her chin, a long regent wig, and a loosely inflated balloon muscle suit, kicked back and laughed. Looking at Bianca's disguise, Sinclair awkwardly laughed. Wow, sis, your disguise is intense. Are you going to do this during the festival? Are you crazy? You have to make it look neutral and sexy, of course. Fair enough, let's do it together. Shall we? Oh, right, we need to dress up the guys as well. Bianca's expression turned mischievous. She approached Tudor, who was choosing disguises. Hey, if you're dressing up, let me the master help you. Before long, Bianca had used makeup and disguises to transform Tudor and other male students. Tudor had golden partial wigs attached, turning him into someone with long hair. However, due to his naturally handsome features, it didn't suit him very well. His face is too defined, so cross-dressing doesn't suit him. Bianca shook her head and turned her gaze. Ha-ha, next to her. Sancho Barataria laughed with his fist clenched. This guy, he looks weird. Ha-ha, it's my first time cross-dressing, but I don't look half bad. Really? Surprising. I thought you wouldn't like cross-dressing since you usually prefer more masculine things. Bianca asked Sancho, what nonsense. Cross-dressing is the most manly thing one can do. Women can't cross-dress. So it's a truly masculine action. That's why in the Northern Warriors community, there's often a contest for the best cross-dresser. Well, if you think about it, that's true. Since women can't cross-dress in the North, only men can, then ultimately, cross-dressing becomes a masculine action. Sancho nodded, looking at his transformed face in the mirror with a wig and white-painted face. With makeup, I look just like my sister. Blood really can't be deceived. Then, a slightly awkward atmosphere spread around as people took in the scene. However, surprisingly, Figgy admired Sancho's sister with sparkling eyes. Wow, Sancho's sister is really beautiful. I personally prefer a strong female image. Oh, really? How about going on a blind date later? My sister likes someone smaller and cuter than herself. Uh, really? Can someone like me dare to meet Sancho's sister? Haha, why not? It was indeed a lively blind date arrangement typical of northern warriors. However, the interest of the girls had already shifted away from them. No, their interest had been unified into one thing for quite some time. Him. Where is he? Where did he go? Where is he? Find him quickly. Hurry. Find him right now, bam. Girls were searching for someone with various makeup tools. Wigs, dresses, one-pieces, stockings, rings, necklaces, and other accessories. They were holding chokers, garter belts, and more. Their determination to find someone rivaled the search units of the Imperial Army Special Forces. The most handsome guy in the academy, the coolest guy in the academy, the sexiest guy in the academy, the cutest guy in the academy, the guy you want to cuddle the most in the academy, the guy you want to fist bump the most in the academy, the guy you want to bite the most in the academy, the guy you want to hug and sleep with the most in the academy, the guy you want to dress up the most in the academy. In a survey targeting academy female students and some male students who suddenly joined the vote, this male student had claimed all the first-place rankings, the unofficial hero of various honors. Makeup artists, hairstylists, and fashion fans who had long admired his beauty were now unable to control their raging desires and artistic spirits as they actively sought that male student. And soon, the predators were drawn to the prey, who was dozing in a corner by the window. Vikier, this man with an always expressionless face. Vikier used to rarely fall asleep. Recent frequent meetings with scholars, commendation ceremonies, midterms, and even sporadic assassinations had worn even the mighty Vikier down. Perhaps as a result, Vikier, who usually hid his face behind bangs or glasses, now revealed his face as he dozed off, capturing the attention of countless female students. We found him over there. Wow, he's pretty, I'm already excited. I'll proudly show off my skillfully prepared makeup for today. I also brought a specially ordered dress. I made a wig from my hair, which I've been growing for 10 years. I used to be a hair model in Venice. Ah, why hasn't the rare underwear set I ordered 4 weeks ago arrived? I'll just give Vikier my underwear to wear. A horde of female students gathered to transform Vikier into a girl. Surprisingly, this crowd not only included freshmen, but also sophomores, juniors, and even fourth-year students from the graduating class. Infiltrating the first-year classroom naturally during break time, they showcased unique talents compared to the freshmen. Move aside, what does a freshman know about makeup? Oh my, look at this, do you even know what cow-eye underwear is? Have you ever seen a mirror? You made a wig with that rough hair? Get out of here. The wig I made with my hair is much better. I'm the Rapunzel of the continent. Give me that, little first-year girl. I'll shade his nose much better than you. I'll do the cheek touch. I have around 5 trillion pieces of color cosmetics. Hey, I think the eyeliner would be better if done by me, right? If that's the case, let's divide the face. Let's do makeup by section. Humph, I'll choose the color of Vikier's lower lip. Don't interfere. What? The lower lip, what the hell? What is my brother doing here? Various unknown makeup tools were spread out. An assortment of accessories, all kinds of dresses, one-pieces, uniforms, and more, and various extravagant accessories. Some items like garter belts and chokers aimed at specific tastes were also present. Countless female students and some male students extended their magical hands towards Vikier. And then, the moment Vikier woke up, he was surprised to see numerous palms covering his field of vision. A collective madness that even the soulless who had lived through the era of destruction would find astonishing. In an instant, Vikier recalled the nightmare of being arrested just before execution. In that moment, he abruptly stood up. Whoosh! As Vikier urgently moved away from his seat, the female students started to follow him. He must be dressed up as a girl. That's the rule of our academy. Let's enjoy the festival. Gradually, the female students chased Vikier through the corridor, turning corners. However, somehow Vikier was nowhere to be found. Like the saying, a dog chasing a chicken only looks at the rooftop. The female students wandered around aimlessly with blank expressions. However, hack in the corner of the locker room. A black puppy nonchalantly strolled across the corridor. Vikier, currently wearing the picaresque mask. Transformed into a black dog, he weaved through the legs of female students who were searching for themselves, eventually making his way outside the main building. Even if I'm tired dealing with these little ones, had the comrades who came through the age of destruction seen him jump back in surprise at the sight of the palms of the female students, they would have been amazed and burst into laughter. Sorry, friends, seems like I've been too lazy lately. Caught up in living with young children amidst midterm exams, he ended up genuinely getting along with them, though he couldn't match their age. The day is drawing to a close, but there is still much work to be done. Baskerville, Hugo, Traitors to Mankind, the 10 Corpses, the Demon Realm, Sura's Path, where one must advance by killing and killing again. Ghost of Vengeance. Vikyr clenched his teeth, familiarizing himself with the heavy meanings of the words era of destruction, and regressor once more. Chong chong chong, trot trot trot, a small black puppy headed towards the academy's outer wall. To prepare for such moments, he had hidden clothes outside the city. Choose a suitable opening, retrieve the clothes, and that's it. Vikyr, who usually roamed the restricted areas, accumulating quite a few demerits, found a secluded spot he had kept an eye on. The outskirts of the outer wall, sparsely populated, were rarely visited by people. Vikyr had prepared a hole just the right size for his small body when he had transformed into a dog. If I go through this hole, I can put on my hidden clothes and enter the city. And Cindy Wendy's information floated in his mind. The demonic triangle, the only area her information network which was spread throughout Venetier, couldn't access, the cursed triangle where infiltrators would disappear. That place was right near where Dantalion had hiding. The Royal Martyrs' Cemetery, a common burial ground for heroes who had protected the Empire. According to Cindy Wendy's information, many of her agents investigating that area had recently gone missing. Vikyr recalled a newspaper article he had read relatively recently. Emergency, the worst villain, Night Hound. How far does his villainy go? /views. 89,269. The Night Hound has caused another major incident. In the early hours of the morning, the central clock tower was destroyed by the Night Hound, and shortly thereafter, around dawn at 4 a.m., the Royal Martyrs' Cemetery was reduced to rubble. The Royal Martyrs' Cemetery, a sacred place where the heroes who unified the Empire and mighty warriors rest, was attacked. This fact is nothing short of a declaration of war on the entire Empire, if not all of humanity. Meanwhile, the exact number of casualties from the damage caused by this recent terror attack, including the damaged or lost remains, is still not accurately assessed. It was an article related to a copycat imitating the Night Hound. Maybe the imitator isn't necessarily trying to imitate me. It was just the world calling him an imitator without knowing the true purpose. Even Cindy Wendy couldn't figure out what the imitator's real goal was. And now, Vikyr was almost certain that this so-called imitator was somehow connected to one of the 10 corpses. All right, should I start the investigation right away? Vikyr licked his dry nose decisively and rushed towards the hole in the bushes. Dodo, however. Vikyr couldn't escape through the hole. Bung bung bung. His agile legs were just flapping in the air, accomplishing nothing, because someone was lifting Vikyr from behind, wrapping their arms around his back and waist. Oh my. Choco, we meet again. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was the student council president Dolores El Quavadis, with a broad smile, holding onto Vikyr from behind. Are you wandering around here too? There are many stray cats and dogs in this area. Maybe there's even a hole for dogs like you. Vikyr, caught off guard, half opened his mouth in bewilderment. Why was this woman here? He had become complacent after checking multiple times that there were rarely any people around, if any. Dolores, seemingly reading Vikyr's confusion, took the initiative to explain. I often come here. Stray cats and dogs roam around here a lot. Maybe there's a hole somewhere. So, I sometimes feed the little ones here. It might cause trouble if I do it near the dormitories where other people are. Indeed, Dolores was a kind person, doing volunteer work without gaining any recognition in a place where no one knew. She laughed lightly. Lately, there are a lot of puppies and kittens abandoned near the dormitories. After the freshmen come in, the number increases for a few months. Some kids abandon their pets because they fight with roommates or simply get tired of them. While I love pets, I sometimes wish there was a law prohibiting pets in the academy dorms. So, I plan to push for it before my term as the student council president ends. But there's strong opposition from those who want to keep pets. Some even see me as a pet hater, even though it's not true, she spoke while gently petting Vicier's head. By the way, were you abandoned by your owner, or do you have a separate owner? You seem to be always alone. Want to come with me? Dolers seemed to have a somewhat absurd misunderstanding. She probably thought Vicier was a pitiful stray dog. Come to think of it, she's not completely wrong. Even though I killed Seth, or rather Andromalius, the mastermind behind it, the Baskervilles and Hugo remain on the list of targets for vengeance. Vicier suddenly realized that his situation wasn't that different from what Dolers was thinking. Tossed away, overturning all the baseless and dirty accusations, a discarded hunting dog. How was that different from being a stray pet, betrayed and abandoned after trusting its owner, even facing execution? Well, anyway, Dolers, for some reason, seemed to be making an unreasonable assumption. Maybe she misunderstood Vicier as a poor abandoned dog. Ah, I should get you neutered. Choco, it was because of Dolers' unintended but not malicious wickedness. Huffing away like the wind, the black puppy fled again. Dolers, who couldn't help but lose him due to his swift movements, watched the disappearing black figure with a regretful expression. Did she know that she almost intentionally turned Vicier into the letter 14C4 Scissors U? Ah, he ran away again. He doesn't really stay close, seems quite shy. However, oblivious to this fact, Dolers sighed as Vicier disappeared into the bushes like an arrow. What a weird dog. Chapter 198. Corpse Queen 1. Chapter 198. Corpse Queen. One night hound silently melted into the night once again. Vicier gracefully navigated between buildings, soaring through the air. However, compared to before, Vicier's movements have become several times more agile. It was not just due to training, in fact. The presence attached to his left wrist played a more significant role. Squeak! A spider-like entity spewed webs from Vicier's left wrist. As he leaps into the air, the webs shoot towards the walls and railings of the building in front of him. Like a pulley system, Vicier extended the webs forward, attaching them to the next building, allowing him to continue gliding forward. The spider-like entity nestled in Vicier's wrist produced a massive amount of spider silk with ease. A substance that looked like concentrated spider silk essence exited the tiny creature and solidified when it came into contact with the surrounding air. Even this little creature produces so much spider silk. I wonder how much Madame Eightlegs produced. Vicier recalled the time he fought Madame Eightlegs. During the fight, Vicier destroyed the silk-producing organ. Otherwise, she could have expended an enormous amount of spider silk, making it challenging for Vicier to counter with his skills. If Madame Eightlegs had been in a condition to freely produce webs, Vicier might not have survived that day with all his limbs intact. You're more useful than I thought. Hack, hack, hack. Vicier patted the head of the creature, which spewed webs from its mouth. Thanks to it, travel time has been significantly reduced. A fortunate turn of events. Tat-tack, running along the outer wall of a building. Vicier soon descended onto a partially collapsed clock tower. The once iconic landmark of the city now stands halfway crumbled due to some massive impact. Vicier recalled the newspaper article he read recently. Breaking news, Night Hound strikes again. Once again, Night Hound began a terror spree around 1 a.m. The target of destruction was the central clock tower of the Venetier, a landmark boasting a rich history. This architectural marvel not only symbolized imperial power, but also contained the ideals of the late Emperor Peha, emphasizing the order of the empire. Meanwhile, the number of casualties from this terror attack. The imperial decree vows to use all means necessary to bring this notorious criminal to justice, a copycat mimicking Night Hound. Vicier examined the massive clock tower, destroyed by an unknown entity, with interest. The scars on the wall were too long and uncontrolled to be attributed to a blade. It's like the aftermath of a whip. Considering the destruction of a city landmark, could it be someone discontent with society, destroying the central clock tower, a structure people in Venetier looked at several times a day, and which symbolized nothing but order and peace? However, attempting to destroy this building may hold symbolic meaning, possibly resistance against the societal regime or an attempt to overthrow order. Well, I don't know for sure. However, it wasn't crucial at the moment. For Vikyr, finding the imitator and killing him was more urgent than the presence of the copycat. Let's see. From the rooftop of that destroyed tower, Vikyr surveyed the cityscape below. The city lights gradually fade away, the city preparing for a peaceful slumber. Night Hound awakened only when everyone else had closed their eyes. There it is. The point Cindy Wendy pointed out seems suspicious. Vikyr raised his head, looking towards the northern part of the city. That place was the area Vikyr had recently visited for volunteer work on the outskirts. It was now the location of the abandoned Indulgentia orphanage, which had turned into ruins. Surely it's a place left in ruins with nothing remaining. Why are intelligence agents disappearing there? Vikyr lifted his mask slightly, sniffing the air of decay. There's a smell, faint but unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the scent of magic. The fact that this stench lingered indicated that something was still there. But strangely, the smell is faint. Why is that? It was even lighter than the typical demon scent, making it difficult to notice. Vikyr instructed the spider-like creature to extend its thread and then leaped from the clock tower. Just before hitting the ground, the webbing stops, and using the recoil, Vikyr performs a mid-air somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. Vikyr navigated through the dark alleys, weaving through the maze-like city. Roof to roof, railing to railing, wall to wall, higher to lower, and even lower than that, he continued to leap and crawl. Eventually, Vikyr arrived at the ruins of the Indulgentia orphanage. It's a zone just about 100 meters away from the opposite Royal Memorial Cemetery. As Vikyr moved from the outskirts of the ruins towards the center, he senses something unusual. The smell is getting fainter and then stronger again. The demonic stench is being diluted by something, like a strange energy mixed half and half with human blood. Is it possible for a scent like this to come from a demon? Even Vikyr, an experienced demon hunter, has never encountered this scent before. Meanwhile, there is no sign of anyone in the ruins of the Indulgentia orphanage. With Quavati's investigation concluded, no one comes here anymore. Normally, there should be guards, but due to the recent activities of the imitators, there seems to be a shortage of security personnel. Although there was a sign prohibiting entry for civilians, Vikyr entered without any hindrance. Before long, Vikyr entered the area where Cindy Wendy's intelligence agents went missing, and soon enough, he understood why Cindy Wendy's intelligence agents disappeared, what made them vanish, what happened to them, and where they went all at once. Gruwu, the lower jaw down to the collarbone and a purple tongue. Gas had filled the body and the flowing flesh had solidified like oil. A few undead creatures emitting a putrid odor, wandering the ruins. Zombies danger level, see size, 1.7 million discovery, across the continent, also known as the less rotten ones. Common corpses are found anywhere: graves, battlefields, abandoned houses, sewers, etc. In rural or underdeveloped cities, they are as common as rats. The undead walked around, emitting unpleasant moans. It's impossible to know why they're wandering in this place because they were once humans. However, at least some of them were unquestionably Cindy Wendy's intelligence agents. Go to a better place. Whether such a place truly exists is uncertain. Vikyr took out his bow, Anubis, a powerful black bow that fits snugly in Vikyr's hands. I've kept this one resting for too long. During the Academy's midterm exam period, he had only handled standard bows, and his hands felt like they would rot. The saying that masters don't care about equipment is a lie. If Vikyr could have used Anubis during those times, he could have easily annihilated the Golem and Professor Sadi in one shot. But that would have caused a big problem. Anubis is different from standard bows. It probably wouldn't have left just one eyeball intact. While contemplating various thoughts, Vikyr tightly gripped Anubis. Squish, the little creature attached to Vikyr's left hand seems to dislike Anubis and retreated back. Anubis was made from the discarded husk of Madame Eightlegs. The little creature, back in its larval stage, seemed to detest any traces of its mother, probably due to memories of almost being eaten by her. The relationship between parent and child for spiders might not be as tight-knit as one would think, just like the dogs of Baskerville. Finally, with a click, Vikyr released Anubis's string. Bang! Boom! The heads of zombies in the distance exploded one by one. The zombies were shattered into pieces before they even had a chance to react, and Victor continued to move following the faint stench. At that moment, arriving at the heart of the ruins, Victor witnessed a shocking scene. Quilt, the head of the Indulgentia family and the ninth supreme demon, Dantalion, though he was dead and gone, one of the undead that belonged to him was standing intact. Geronto, the red-haired mage, but Victor wasn't surprised that Geronto had come back to life, because the entity that resurrected Geronto was standing conspicuously amid the ruins. It immediately caught Victor's attention. The overwhelming aura emanating from the figure was the source of the demonic scent that led Victor here. Adorned with a crown and armor made of bones, long flaming hair, and a black cape fluttering, the figure exuded an imposing presence. One of the 10 corpses was here. Chapter 199, Corpse Queen 2. Chapter 199, Corpse Queen 2. Victor stood in the center of the ruins, wearing a crow-beaked helmet and armor and a cloak that seemed to engulf only the darkest part of the night sky. In this desolation, it was the master of the wandering spirits, and Victor recognized its sinister identity. 10 corpses, 8th ranked, seer, danger level, S+ size. Discovery location, depths of the gate of ruin. Snake's uterus, also known as the 8th corpse. One of the 10 supreme demons, an enemy of humanity, impervious and invincible. The herds of livestock and beasts will perish. 10 Commandments 10. I Seer, the 8th demon lord, one of the highest-ranking demons who crossed over to exterminate humanity. Victor suppressed a shiver as he glimpsed at the deep moans boiling up from the creature's throat. Didn't expect to meet you like this. Following, inferior second son Seth Andromalius and the thousand-faced demon Dantalion. The appearance of the 8th demon, Seer, was rather abrupt. Victor recalled the memories before his regression, a dark sorcerer known as the Corpse King. Seer was a formidable entity adept at resurrecting the dead. The circus of puppets using corpses, the legion of the undead, when they marched, all living things held their breath and trembled in fear. Furthermore, Victor already knew the identity of the entity that had entered into a contract with the 8th corpse Seer. Unlike the contractees of other 10 corpses, the contractor of Seer was relatively well known. It was none other than Snake Morgue, the leader to the dark faction of the Morgue clan. Snake Morgue, representing the dark faction of Morgue, had always been secretly involved in dark magic. Therefore, the alliance between Seer and Snake Morgue must have been a perfect match. As the rival of the magic prodigy Adolf Morgue, he must have been a formidable opponent even in his lifetime. Snake Morgue was the chief representative of the dark faction, while Adolf Morgue was the chief representative of the public faction. For some reason, the relationship between the two had been strained for a long time, and Lespine Morgue, their master and the leader of the whole clan, was barely keeping it under control. However, before his regression, Victor did not know the reason why Snake contracted with Seer, but he vividly remembered the horrific outcome. Adolf Morgue is still in the 6th circle of magic. If that's the case, Snake Morgue's mastery of magic may not be that high yet. However, Victor's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. The Corpse King had sensed Victor's presence. "Who's there?" a resonant voice echoed. Surprisingly, mingling with the demonic aura, the somewhat murky voice was undoubtedly that of a woman. Only then did Victor scrutinize the opponent more closely. Different. It was different from the memories before his regression. The man who should have become the Corpse King, Snake Morgue, was tall and disturbingly thin to the point of feeling unpleasant. When he walked, he looked like a clown on stilts. His appearance and strength were well known to Victor. There was no mistake about it. But the Corpse King in front of me has a height similar to mine. Moreover, with a well-trained body and a balanced ratio, the Corpse King's physique was markedly different from Snake Morgue's. Furthermore, a woman, Victor's mouth half opened in astonishment. Judging by height, chest, and buttock shape, the Corpse King's body was distinctly feminine. Something is strange. Seer's contractor has changed. According to the original timeline, Snake Morgue should have contracted with Seer, and that too well after the current moment. However, Seer's contractor has already revealed themselves, and it's someone completely different from Snake Morgue. The Corpse Queen. Wearing a helmet made of 2 skulls, her face was hidden, but she was unmistakably human, presumably a woman. She turned towards Vikyr, her long hair burning like crimson flames and a black cloak billowing beneath the skull helmet. Vikyr furrowed his brow slightly behind his mask. He didn't know what was going on, but it seemed to work out somehow. Even if Snake Morg, an immensely powerful mage whom not even Vikyr could guarantee victory against, had contracted with a demon, he would have become even stronger. But now, someone entirely different had become Seer's contractor. The aura emanating from her was strangely half-human, half-demon. It seemed a bit easier to deal with her. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon him today. If things went well, he might be able to kill Seer, another one of the 10 corpses. Faced with the dilemma of whether to flee or confront the 8th corpse, Vikyr, who had been contemplating, leaned towards the direction of battle, at the crossroads of life and death. The confrontation between the demon and the demon hunter had begun. Vikyr arrived a few minutes earlier at the ruins. The corpse queen stood among the remnants, silently surveying the aftermath of a significant collapse. Whatever had happened, it seemed like a considerable catastrophe had taken place. Thieving scoundrel, Dantalian, how dare steal my things? Simultaneously, she extended her hand, unleashing an aura akin to the darkness of the abyss. Creaking sounds echoed as fragments scattered throughout the debris started to converge in midair. Injustice, sorrow, anger, hatred, longing, hardened droplets of blood, torn flesh, shattered bone pieces, missing strands of hair, traces left untouched by the dead, unable to distinguish between the soul and the physical, entangled all around without order. They responded to the queen's summons, gathering in one place. With a thud and a whoosh, a black magic circle appeared out of nowhere, and a woman's body began to regenerate on top of it. Jarento, the red mage, reappeared. The corpse queen, seeing the revived Jarento, gently stroked her hair. Indeed, Seer's power seems to have some effect. The corpse queen handled Jarento's hair as if it were something extremely precious. Rosie, I managed to find her, but I still couldn't find the one I really wanted. Perhaps I shouldn't have believed the devil's words after all. A demon's contractor, but she had not fully mastered that power yet. Therefore, the corpse queen dedicated herself to daily necromantic training without skipping a single day, completely isolating herself from the outside world. To fully control this power, it seems I'll have to cross the door of death completely. Right now, it's just half. She hadn't fully mastered the power yet. Therefore, when resurrecting Jarento, she inadvertently wasted mana, causing the surrounding corpses to rise as undead. Around that time, the corpse queen sensed the unwelcome guest, a figure in a black robe wearing a plague doctor mask, a grotesque entity. A sinister aura emanated from the observer. Ah, the 8th corpse seer, so you're one of my copycats. Gradually, a eerie voice modulation emanated from him. Knight's Hound, the most feared villain currently plaguing not only the wastelands but the entire empire. However, the corpse queen merely chuckled at the sight of Knight's Hound. Who are you? Do you not recognize me? I don't. Why would I know someone like you? It seems you have no interest in how the world turns. Don't you even read the newspapers? The corpse queen lightly chuckled at Knight's Hound's question. Newspapers? Why would I bother with such things? I have no more attachments left in this world. Indeed, newspapers were tools for informing the public about worldly events. Those uninterested in the mundane affairs of the world did not need newspapers. Knight's Hound and the corpse queen, 2 masked figures, faced each other. Although they hadn't revealed their identities, their stance against each other was evident. Devils will be slain. If you can, give it a try. Knight's Hound summoned the black bow Anubis. Simultaneously, the corpse queen summoned the undead, including Jarento. Creaked deep within the underground of the orphanage, forgotten bones, flesh, and specters rose from their rest, forming a congregation. Skeleton danger level, see size, 1.7 million discovery location, continent-wide, also known as the remnant of bones. A common and mundane specter found anywhere, from graveyards and battlefields to abandoned houses and sewers. In rural or underdeveloped cities, it's as frequently encountered as mice. Ghost danger level, see size, discovery location, continent-wide, also known as the remnant of spirits. A common and mundane specter found anywhere, from graveyards and battlefields to abandoned houses and sewers. In rural or underdeveloped cities, it's as frequently encountered as mice. Ghoul danger level, C+ size, 1 million discovery location, continent-wide also known as the corpse-eating being or flesh-eater, a lower-tier monster commonly found where corpses are present, such as graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewers. It is not a form of the resurrected dead, but rather a different type of undead that entwines itself to devour corpses. Interestingly, the origin of ghouls, and how they come into existence when a creature dies, remains unknown. Once a ghoul dies, it cannot resurrect as undead again. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, ghouls, these are the most basic forms that make up the ranks of the necromancer's undead legion. Considering the location, most of the resurrected undead were either former orphans from the daycare or entities entwined to devour corpses. Tusk, the corpse queen, looking at the gathered undead, clicked her tongue as if uninterested in dealing with them. Night's hound, on the other hand, focused on a particular skeleton at the front. Clang, a golden necklace gleamed brightly around the slender neck of the small-sized skeleton. Nymphette, upon reading those words, even Night's hound couldn't help but bare his teeth. Do not think you'll die peacefully. Ferocious. Even more ferocious. Chapter 200, Corpse Queen 3. Chapter 200, Corpse Queen 3. Night Hunter clad in the mask of a plague doctor, and shrouded in a bloody red aura. The Queen of the Corpses concealed her identity with skeletal armor and helmet. Amid the crumbling and devastated battlefield, a man and a woman rose with determination. We dogs live by gnawing on bones. A dog revealing its teeth without knowing its purpose should be killed. Vikyr surged his mana. Simultaneously, baby Madam on his left wrist spat out spider silk towards the front. Splat, the opponent's vision was obscured by the sticky mist-like white mucus that spread out in a web-like pattern. When the spider silk landed on the Queen of Corpses' face, she wiped it away with the hem of her cloak. Where did this disgusting creature come from? Through her reaction, Vikyr could be certain of one thing. The current Corpse Queen is weaker than the Corpse King he fought before his regression. The King of Corpses, who dominated the realm of death and controlled the massacre of the dead, was a terrifying demon that had prevailed in the era of destruction. How many living beings had despaired in front of that gruesome demonic black magic, which unearthed corpses buried in death and led countless undead diseases? However, the current Corpse Queen had little combat experience in reacting to such light attacks. Hasn't it been long since the contract was formed? Human memories from the time when she was still a novice black magician are still ingrained in her. The memories of the time when she was still a novice black magician, Andromalius, who had a contract with Seth Le Baskerville, was the same. Even after death, Andromalius' fear of Hugo remained deeply embedded in his bones, the terror that Seth's body remembered, leading him to make critical errors at critical times, and the contractor of Seer in front of him seemed to be in a similar situation. She's pretty weak now. I surely lucked out. Facing on of the 10 supreme demons, one couldn't afford to be complacent. However, there was still a bit of a more hopeful thought. Flutter Vikyr withdrew after blocking the Corpse Queen's vision with baby Madam's spider silk, keeping a distance and intercepting with the bow, then close in with the sword when the distance is narrowed. The Corpse Queen is unaware of the Night Hound's main weapon. It was much more advantageous for Vikyr that the main weapon on the other side was black magic. Vikyr took advantage of the moment when baby Madam's spider silk curtain struck, and stepping back he quickly drew Anubis, black bow Anubis. Vikyr took out 5 arrows, then aimed tightly. At that moment, seeing Vikyr's posture shooting the bow, the Corpse Queen hesitated for a moment right there. The eye gaze within the skull wavered. A slight hesitation. It sank in an instant, and instead, what filled the void was, "You're a fucking barbarian. How dare you? I'll crush you." It was a rage so intense that it could burn down the entire world and still have enough to spare. The fierce anger was enough to make the surrounding air rise as a fiery sea, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. Even Vikyr couldn't help but be stunned by this terrifying momentum. What? Why is she burning like that? I don't know why she got so angry. However, the Corpse Queen, who had shown a calm attitude just a moment ago, suddenly changed her attitude, narrowing the distance and unleashing a hellish fury. "You filthy barbarian, try blocking this with that pathetic bow." At the same time, the surrounding flames began to take on the shape of a long spear. Quack quack crash. Vikyr rolled on the ground to avoid the spear, which seemed to be aimed at him. Crash, quack quack crash, quack 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 crash. The spear of fire was not just one. Dozens of black spears cut through the ground and soared into the air. The earth and stones touched by the passing spears melted into a reddish mush, spreading in the wake of the hellish flames. The wasteland was transforming into a lava zone. Thud! As Vikir rolled on the ground to avoid the spear of fire, rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground seemed to hollow out, and from beneath, common steel thorns started shooting up. Pool of death. In the pit of death created by the corpse queen, sharply forged iron bars shaped like snakes, aimed for Vikir. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The steel snakes burrowed into Vikir in an instant. Vikir was pierced by numerous steel bars in an instant. Insolent barbarian, making a fuss and ending up like this. Sensing that the battle was over, the corpse queen slowed her pace. However, indeed, even though you're incomplete, you're still one of the 10 corpse. Vikir effortlessly pulled out the steel bars stuck in his body. Thud, thud, thud. The steel snakes fell to the ground. The soul of the fog lizard, trapped in the cursed Beelzebub, instantly regenerated his wounds. TSS, 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 TSS. By the time Vikir emerged from the pit of death, all the wounds were cleanly healed. Only the cloak covering him was a bit tattered. What? How? The corpse queen tilted her head in puzzlement. However, the night hound didn't answer the demon's question. Vikir once again widened the distance and fired arrows. Boom, 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 bang. 5 arrows almost consecutively flew. Vikir showcased Ayan's skill, the most skilled archer among the Balak's warriors. Although the arrows curved in different directions, in the end, they all aimed for a single target. Indeed, the detestable archery of Ayan is unmistakable. I tried to be moderate, but it seems impossible. I won't kill you elegantly. Purple veins appeared on the corpse queen's neck. Kuraruk. Soon, elements tainted by the dark mana, such as black ice, black fire, black earth, black wind, and black skeletons, aimed for Vikir in rapid succession. So many simultaneous castings would be unimaginable for ordinary magicians. However, Vikir was familiar with such phenomena. Having seen many unreasonable things in his past life, he was accustomed to it. Churarak, Vikir flicked his left hand. A wire extended from his sleeve and hooked onto the steel frame of a partially destroyed building. Twit, baby madam, Vikir, propelled into the air by the thread she spit out and was able to flee the magical storm in an instant. At the same time, boom, 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 bang, arrows flew again, targeting the corpse queen. Agiojok, skeletons, zombies, and ghouls emerging from the ground gathered together to block the arrows. However, crash, the wall of bones and flesh broke so easily. Kaiiik, everything touched by the arrows melted away. The potent venom emanating from Anubis even forced the corpse queen to step back. She grabbed the hand of the recently resurrected Gerento and retreated. Disgusting venom. As expected, you barbarians know how to take and ruin what's precious to others. Why do you dislike the natives so much? Do I dislike them? Ha ha ha. The corpse queen laughed as if it was absurd. Soon, she revealed her lips slightly under the bone mask and asked, "What's the relationship between you, the night fox, and her child?" Without hesitation, Vikir answered, "I am a Balak." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse queen's anger swept over terrifyingly. "If that's the case, you must have been there on that night at that place." Unforgivable. Soon after, the corpse queen pulled something out from under her cloak. It was a black bundle, an ominous item dripping with dark mana. Flutter, the corpse queen pulled the black bundle and threw it on the ground, and immediately, what was inside the bundle poured out with clattering sounds. Clatter, 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 it was bones. Bones that seemed to have been burned, covered in ash and imprinted with the marks of beast fangs. Moreover, most of the bones were already broken and had signs of decay. The corpse queen, after throwing these bones on the ground, infused them with the mana of darkness. TSS, 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 TSS. Soon, the bones started rattling and moving. A curtain of darkness covered them, allowing the bones to experience a semblance of life once again. Vikir looked at the newly resurrected undead in front of him. It was a living corpse, covered in dried flesh on a skeleton. A high-ranking undead draped in the mana of darkness. Lick danger level, a plus size, 3 million discovery location, abyss depths, also known as the noble undead. Some magicians have created a completely new form of restraint that transcends the constraints of time. They tied their souls to the chains of darkness held by the unknown giant hand lurking in the depths of the magical abyss, granting them an immortal existence. However, they did not know, after obtaining immortality, would their age still be the same, or would they continue to age even after gaining immortality? Blinded by immediate achievement, the magicians who became liches sank into the abyss without undergoing appropriate funeral procedures, and after a long time, not even their once living bodies remained, dissipating like dust. However, even so, the soul trapped at the bottom of the abyss still remained, thinking of itself as a magician. Forever. Lich, a demonic being classified as extremely high risk, even more powerful and dreadful than Gerento he faced before. A new entity appeared. Grrrr, the newly arrived Lich descended to the ground, its jawbone rattling, and soon sat before the corpse queen, and then Vikir somehow found the face of the Lich quite familiar. Right, a barbarian of Balak must be killed by another barbarian of Balak. The corpse queen laughed with a voice that seemed to have sighed too much. Kurururur, under the queen's command, the Lich raised the mana of darkness. It was only now that Vikir could recognize the face of the resurrected Lich. Brown skin, a mix of black and silver hair. Behind the mask, Vikir's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. Only now could Vikir truly recognize the resurrected Lich's face. No, it wasn't just recognition, he knew it very well. How could he forget the face of the person he spent the previous 2 years within the Balak tribe? Chapter 201, Corpse Queen 4, Chapter 201, Corpse Queen 4. Human. Vikir expressed his confusion behind the mask. The undead before him, while shriveled, clearly had brown skin and a fluttering mix of silver and black hair. Moreover, the tattoos on the body were undoubtedly those of Balak. Ahuman, the Balak's shaman, born with the bloodline of the Rococo tribe. He was an outstanding dark magician. Yes, he definitely died. Crushed and broken by Vikir in the Iliad, he eventually burned to death at the hands of his fellow tribesmen. However, his tough and tenacious vitality, along with the determination, inferiority, misery, anger, jealousy, despair, greed, frustration, and hatred that he carried until the very end, had turned him into an undead in this place. The once noble shaman of the indigenous people was no more. T-tac, T-tagac, T-tac. Only the undead, which could express its intentions solely through the clattering of teeth, remained hideously. On the other hand, the corpse queen, looking at the Lich created from Ahuman's corpse, spoke. "We found something good in the aftermath of the battle in the Red and Black Mountains. This is the relatively recent corpse of a black magician." Ahuman, twisted inwardly so grotesquely that he couldn't speak, could only make noise by clashing his teeth together. He became nothing more than a faithful puppet, following the corpse queen's orders. Why is Ahuman's corpse, which should be in the hands of Balak tribe, here? Vikir pondered for a moment, but didn't think much of it. After all, not long ago, the knight from the Donquixote clan was also a puppet of Dantalion, right? Moreover, the undead puppets of Baskerville, Morgue, and Quabaddies, who were once alive, also became the targets of demons. Given that collecting corpses and processing them into puppets is the devil's specialty, nothing is surprising about it. Furthermore, Vikir had no time to think deeply. T-tac, T-tac, T-tagac, the sound of teeth clashing echoed loudly. As Ahuman's Lich moved, an unpleasant aura spread through the air. Tsoot-tsoot-tsoot-tsoot-tsoot, the scattered bones started moving again. Vikir narrowed his eyes. In Ahuman's previous life, his specialty was playing around with dead lives, and now, as a Lich, his already malicious hobby became even more threatening to the entire field. Would. As Ahuman's Lich moved, a foul aura spread around him. Surprisingly, the undead around him began to rise again. Even the previously dealt with Epibo, Pedo, and Hebe were resurrected, which was surprising. Unlike the immaculately restored Geronto, Epibo, Pedo, and Hebe were in shambles, but there was no need to restore them cleanly. Vikir realized that they were nothing more than hideous remnants making noise with their teeth, following the corpse queen's orders faithfully. As Ahuman waved his hand, 3 undead beings converged in one place. Hebe, Epibo, and Pedo's bodies fused, complementing each other's lost body parts. Carnal flesh golem, danger level, a plus size, 8 million discovery location, realm of the dead, also known as the Giant of Flesh Walls. a golem created using the flesh of once-living beings as materials. The original forms of the ingredients are almost unrecognizable, as miscellaneous meat chunks are crudely molded into a vaguely human shape. It is a filthy and impure existence, but its power is undeniably formidable. Another high-level undead emerged. A sturdy body with powerful arms and legs, a twisted face, all directed menacingly toward Vikir. Tack thud. Grrrrrrrrr splort, the lick and the carnal flesh golem surrounded Vikir. Soon, the dark spear summoned by the lick and the fist of the carnal flesh golem flew simultaneously. Facing two A+-level threats, Vikir found it challenging to confront them head-on. Moreover, the lick and the carnal flesh golem were high-level monsters whose strategies were difficult to discern at this point, forcing Vikir to continuously step back. Around that time, the inferno of the corpse queen began to rage. Thud, thud, boom, the fiery spear struck Vikir. The ground that the common spear had passed overturned into a long lava path, bubbling and boiling. Grrrrrrr guaha, the carnal flesh golem began to press Vikir with its massive body. Ahuman's lick with teeth and jawbones grinding summoned a black flame. Vikir withdrew, shooting arrows, but due to the flesh shield created by the carnal flesh golem, he couldn't land a fatal blow on the corpse queen. Soon, the corpse queen and her two high-level undead prepared for their final attacks. The clouds in the sky formed whirlwinds, an ominous mana moved in waves, and then Vikir sensed it. Fighting solely with a bow has its limits. The corpse queen could intercept distant enemies with the fiery spear and the undead pool summoned by the lick. Conversely, long-range attacks were blocked by the carnal flesh golem's large, resilient body. Ultimately, relying solely on the power of Anubis had its limitations, just as Vikir was about to draw his sword. Hoang, his left wrist suddenly felt empty. Turning his head, he saw baby Madam who had disappeared into the ground earlier, running towards a distant place, chirping noisily. Did the beast sense danger beforehand? Like a rat escaping a shipwreck first or a cat swimming to another river to avoid an earthquake, the baby Madam, too, had left Vikir's side. Did pets leave their owners on the brink of life and death? It was a deeply ominous sign, but Vikir paid it no mind and turned away. Well, you too must survive. There was no need to die needlessly in someone else's fight. Since the creature had recently hatched from an egg, its life should still be full of possibilities. I hope it can grow up and become strong like its mother. The only concern was whether there was a space within this wasteland for it to find food and stay. Survive until the end. Taking his gaze away from the departing baby Madam, Vikir looked back at the corpse queen. Eventually, die, barbarian. The corpse queen raised a black sun above her head. The flames of hell bubbled and boiled like petroleum. In the place where the pillar of terrifying flames descended, Vikir stood firmly on the ground, lowering his posture. Kiriririk, thud. The black vines of the hell tree summoned by the lick and the giant hands of the carnal flesh golem perfectly blocked Vikir's escape route. Vikir clenched his teeth. Even in decay, still a formidable opponent. I thoroughly underestimated the Queen of Corpses. Although she was only half transformed, her power reached an extraordinary level. However, Vikir did not retreat. The experiences imprinted on his entire bloodline, having killed Andromalius and Dantalion, made Vikir's mana flow even hotter and faster. Baskerville style, 7th form. Despite its small size, it had a clear 7th fang. The aura of a peak graduator overflowed. Few Vikir pulled out the demonic sword Beelzebub from his wrist and swung it lightly. The seemingly insignificant movement, like a butterfly's wing beat, quickly generated a tremendous ripple effect. Kururururur. The storm of the aura, rotating rapidly in a circle, quickly formed a sphere, emitting a blinding crimson light. The sun of the red aura ascended on the high tip of the sword, preparing to descend. At the same time, thud thud boom, the hell tree summoned by the lick, the fist of the carnal flesh golem. The black sun of the corpse queen and the aura emitted by Vikir collided head-on. The hell tree and the carnal flesh golem blew apart. The 7 fangs of Baskerville gathered in the shape of a sphere, ruthlessly annihilating everything in their path, and the final showdown was between the black sun summoned by the corpse queen. Ujijijijik. Vikir's red sun and the corpse queen's black sun clashed, creating a hemisphere. Buildings that had already been partially destroyed were completely obliterated. Stones crumbled into sand, and the sand boiled. From the center of the collision, the hot wind melted steel beams like cheese, in the chaotic battlefield where everything was breaking apart. Vikyr suddenly saw something strange. It was the red pupils of the corpse queen shining within her skull helmet. Originally, Snake Morg, who was supposed to become the corpse king as destined, had shining red eyes. Similar but distinctly different, yet somehow familiar in that gaze. In her eyes, Vikyr saw she was looking at his aura and the sword in his hand. "Wait a moment," the corpse queen, seeing Vikyr's aura, shouted urgently. It was a desperate yet urgent tone. Chapter 202, Corpse Queen 5, Chapter 202, Corpse Queen 5, thud, the world turned entirely crimson. Feeling his entire body trembling, Vikyr stepped back, thick blood and pieces of organs oozed from his mouth. His vision blurred, and his body wasn't responding properly. Vikyr summoned the power of the fog lizard to restore his body. Tsutsutsu, although it consumed a considerable amount of stamina and mana, he could mend broken bones and connect severed muscles. However, most of his strength went into restoring the core skeleton, internal organs, muscles, and missing body parts. As a result, numerous wounds across his body remained unhealed. Touching the blood-soaked body and adjusting the mask that barely covered his face, Vikyr thought, "I can't return to the academy like this." Tutor Sancho and Figgy would surely be horrified if they saw him now. Then, hack, something was clinging to his left wrist. Baby Madam, the creature had returned. "Thank you, I owe you my life." Vikyr gently stroked Baby Madam's head. Right before the clash with the corpse queen, there was a thread that caught Vikyr's neck as he was engulfed in the explosion. The thread was secretly attached by Baby Madam to Vikyr's back, a resilient lifeline that could withstand the whirlwind of mana without breaking. It was connected to a rock behind him. Baby Madam pulled Vikyr from that rock, allowing him to narrowly escape the explosion. Without this thread, Vikyr would have died from injuries that even the fog lizard's instant regeneration could not heal. Meanwhile, PSSSSD, the lick and the carnal flesh golem turned into dust and disappeared, and behind them, the corpse queen stood tall. However, thud, the corpse queen eventually knelt down, one knee on the ground, seemingly unconscious, probably due to the shock from the mana backlash within her body. Half demon, half human, the impact of mana backlash would be even greater on her. Vikyr observed the corpse queen quietly. Before the direct confrontation, he remembered the words she had uttered in a critical moment. Wait a moment. Why did the corpse queen lose focus at such a crucial moment? Thanks to her momentary lapse in concentration, Vikyr could shatter the Black Sun, with the help of his small seventh Fang. Although she's only half transformed, she'll undoubtedly grow very strong in the future. I must kill her and now. The reason why the corpse queen lost her strength at the last moment is unknown, but it doesn't matter now. The corpse queen seer was defenseless and seated. Vikyr had to kill her. Thud, thud. Thud. Vikyr stretched out the cursed sword Beelzebub and walked forward. Blood flowing from his ragged body left long traces on the ground like a snail crawling. Then, don't! The corpse queen's mouth opened. Her head drooped like a death row prisoner before execution. The skeletal mask was already shattered, but her face remained hidden. However, her lips were definitely moving. Don't leave me. A heavy and disordered tone. Then a faint noise followed. It was a sob. It seemed that the corpse queen had some kind of story. However, every grave in the world has its own story. Vikyr just tightened his grip on the sword. Among the dead, who among them had no elaborate excuses and stories? Vikyr had no interest in the life the woman in front of him lived before becoming the corpse queen, or the stories she carried, because there was a greater mission before all of that. The revenge for himself, his comrades who had died, and ultimately the vengeance of all humanity, the sense of duty to prevent the era of destruction. That's what made him rise again, like a phoenix rising from its ashes. Soon, Vikyr stood before the corpse queen. With her head hanging low, the corpse queen remained motionless. She unconsciously let out a sigh while in a state of unconsciousness. Vikyr raised Beelzebub high, like a guillotine preparing for a fall. The sharp blade would soon separate Seer's head from her body, and the third of the 10 supreme demons would perish, buying humanity more time. Suddenly, swish, the blade descended. However, things in the world don't always go according to plan. Bang! There was a presence blocking Beelzebub. Geronto, Vicier's brow furrowed. A piece of iron armor blocking the crimson blade. The sorcerer once known as Rosie Morgue in her living days had become a lick and was now obstructing Vicier. Clang! Although the piece of iron armor broke, it successfully deflected Beelzebub. Vicier staggered backward. Soon, Geronto's dark mana created flames and pieces of iron all around. Adjusting his mask, Vicier thought, a damn lackey of Dantalion. The situation was dire. Vicier knew Geronto's power from previous encounters. With his body exhausted from the fight with the Corpse Queen, it was challenging to face her now. Vicier stepped back, creating distance. He needed time for his body to recover, even if only a little. However, surprisingly, Geronto did not pursue Vicier. She merely picked up the unconscious Corpse Queen behind her with a respectful attitude. Vicier raised an eyebrow. Undead, especially revenants, often harbor jealousy for what they no longer possess. They blindly attack and plunder the living in an attempt to compensate for what they lack. The same applies to the other kinds of undead, even Geronto, who was fused with different parts. Attacking nearby living beings takes precedence over protecting the owner. When the owner has a strong will, there's no issue. However, once the owner loses consciousness, the undead falls into an uncontrollable state. But what about now? Geronto was holding the Corpse Queen tenderly. Moreover, she did not attempt to attack the battered Vicier. What's going on? Could it be? It could be one of two things. Either Geronto was not an ordinary undead, or the Corpse Queen's consciousness still lingered on the battlefield and controlled Geronto. Maybe both. It was certain that Geronto was undead, so in this case, it was likely that the Corpse Queen's consciousness was still wandering, influencing Geronto. The content of that consciousness: do not attack him. It was a determination to avoid a fight with Vicier. Whether it was in the final confrontation or Geronto's current situation, the Corpse Queen seemed to have no intention of fighting Vicier. What on earth? Why? Vicier furrowed his brow. The woman of unknown identity became the Corpse Queen instead of Snake Morgue. Why was she behaving so strangely? Blurry vision. Labored breathing, Vicier tried to gather his thoughts, but he couldn't concentrate at all. Taking advantage of this opening, Geronto drew a magical circle. Pat? It was a teleportation circle. In an instant, a blue light spewed out, teleporting Geronto and the Corpse Queen, who was sleeping in her arms, away from the battlefield. Damn it! Vicier took out the black bow Anubis and shot an arrow, but Geronto's teleportation was faster than a blink of an eye. Flash! In the blink of an eye, the two women disappeared from Vicier's sight. Missed! Vicier sighed and fell to the ground, exhausted, caught off guard at an unprepared moment. Facing the eighth corpse, the future suddenly changed, and due to these variables, he contemplated his next plan slowly. It was the first time he had failed an assassination. Sigh, still, even though you're the eighth corpse, one of the 10 supreme demons, you're still a weak demon right now. Vicier muttered, petting baby Madam, who was creating a cast for his arm by spewing threads. Soon, the surroundings became noisy. Flash! Torches and mana lights gradually illuminated the area. Turning his head towards the lower plateau, Vicier could see the Imperial Guards approaching, fully prepared for the disturbance. Familiar voices could be heard. Ho ho ho, it's over there. The Night Hound is unmistakably there. Come on, you pigs, follow me. With an eye patch, high heels, and a thorny whip around her slender waist, Professor Sadi led the royal guards who were rushing in. It's getting troublesome. Vicier melted into the darkness, covering his torn body with a tattered black cloak. Thanks to the ability of Mashasu, the silent heel, Vicier could move through the darkness without making a sound. Escaping the encirclement was an easy task for him. Using baby Madam's thread, Vicier ascended to a high point in the ruins and instantly moved to a tall building outside the encirclement. Thunk! As Vicier descended to the ground below the building, he looked back at the now noisy ruins and chuckled. I wonder what excuses I should give to the kids. As in the past after his fight with Dantalion, his body would be burdened with fatigue and aftereffects for a while. With the midterm exams just over and the festival approaching, he could take a break. Using fatigue as an excuse, he might even consider checking into the infirmary. 3 days, within that time, I'll recover and head back to Hunter. Vikyr pondered various thoughts while adjusting the picaresque mask. Soon, Vikyr's body transformed gradually into an adorable black puppy. Hack hack hack, a black puppy with severe wounds all over its body. Looking exhausted, walked confidently towards the academy. Chapter 203, Mixed Bathing, 1. Chapter 203, Mixed Bathing, 1. Venetir City Center. A tranquil waterway flows beneath the elevated walkways, and the towering walls of the academy rise in the center of the bridge. The bridge in the early morning is quiet. There are hardly any pedestrians on the usually bustling street. Only a few diligent early risers are sporadically moving about, starting their day, and Vikyr is crossing the bridge towards the academy. Slowly, steadily. His physical condition was not as good as he thought. The blood that had flowed from his waist had coagulated and there was no more bleeding, but he still felt exhausted. Even with enhanced regenerative abilities from the picaresque mask, it's still challenging. I probably wouldn't have endured it if I were in the human form. If he was in the human form, he might have already passed out. Vikyr eventually managed to stumblingly lead his stumbling body to the academy's outer wall. Huff, huff, a small black dog walked with its tongue out. Security guards patrolling the academy walls noticed Vikyr. "Oh wow, why is this dog so cute? It's all black too." Hey, don't touch it, it looks like a sick dog. What if the dirt is contagious? Because it's dirty, let's get rid of it. When one guard tried to pet Vikyr, another guard stopped him. Whack, another guard walked up with a stern expression and kicked Vikyr directly on the butt. Vikyr had to move away. The guards chuckled at Vikyr and soon walked away without looking back. I'm in a pitiful state as a stray dog. He was aware that street life was tough, having wandered the streets before. But the feeling of the street for a human and a dog was vastly different. Vikyr pressed himself against the outer wall of the academy, trying not to attract attention. Just passing by ordinary pedestrians would cautiously move away, because they had no idea when or by whom they would be attacked. Black dog, look here. A drunken passerby took out sausages from his pocket and threw them, but of course, Vikyr had no intention of eating them. Entities showing interest in him were dangerous, so it was better for them to stay away. What's this? An unsociable dog. The drunkard shook the sausages a few times, threw them on the ground, and walked away. Vikyr quietly pondered, pressed against the wall. His eyes scanned the surroundings, while his mind replayed the battle with Seer. Snake Morgue, who should have become the king of the corpses, hadn't shown any unusual signs. According to the recent report from Cindy Wendy, he still seems to be human. And at that point the queen of corpses appeared. What did that signify? The ahuman lick, the weird behavior of Gerento, and the last words she, the corpse queen, left behind. There were more things to think about. The main reason Vikyr couldn't end the corpse queen's life at the time of decision was, once again, his lack of swordsmanship skills. Vikyr recalled Hugo's strength during the fight with Andromalius. With a single sword strike, he created 7 fangs, upper and lower jaws that closed like a monster's mouth, and the overwhelming majesty that split the sky into 7 pieces. Although they were both using Baskerville's 7th style, the strength between Vikyr's and Hugo's swords was like heaven and earth. That was the gap between the peak graduator and a swordmaster. However, Vikyr also had a moment when he surpassed that gap and reached the level of a master. It was during his fight with Dantalion that he received the buff from St. Dolors. Even though it was just a moment, Vikyr emitted a power comparable to Hugo's and reversed the tide of the battle. The issue was that he needed to generate that level of power even without the Saint's assistance to survive future battles. To quickly reach that realm of master, I've shed too much blood. My thoughts keep getting interrupted. There were many things to think about, but his concentration was gradually diminishing. He needed to find a safe place to rest, plan the next move, and then take action. Let's go inside the academy for now. Whether it's the dormitory or a safe room, I need to get some sleep. Vikyr dug the ground with his front paws. The hole beneath the wall, like a fortress, was easily reopened since it had been filled with loose soil and fallen leaves. When Vikyr dug into the underground tunnel beneath the academy and entered inside, he heard voices from a thicket. Ah, did I drink too much? Starting to get sleepy now. Just take a puff and let's go inside quickly for some sleep. I'll sober up in a bit. 3 male students and 3 female students were leaning against the wall, mumbling, The smell of alcohol and cigarettes lingered, and these individuals, who hadn't slept until this hour, seemed to have no intention of stopping their debauchery. Vicyr noticed the distinct scars still visible on their foreheads. He knew those scars well, because those were the scars Vicyr had personally made on them after the freshman ceremony in the beginning. The second-year students who used to torment Figgy, trashy bullies who preyed on Figgy, who was tense at the start of the semester and was seen as an easy target. So, Vicyr, in his night hound form, trailed them, lured them into a back alley when they left the academy, and gave them a thorough beating. At that time, Vicyr took out his knife and carved cross scars on the foreheads of these school bullies. Do anything to disturb the peace within the academy again, and not only you, but your parents too, will be killed. It was a grim threat. After being brutally beaten by Vicyr, these human scums had spent their time inside the academy as if they were dead, stifling their breath. These guys harassed anyone they thought was weaker, whether it was a peer or a senior. They would grovel and fawn if someone stronger or of higher status appeared, whether a junior, peer, or senior, displaying their despicable nature. They couldn't make a sound inside the academy after being subjected to such overwhelming violence and terror. Who could it possibly be? Who was responsible for the retaliatory attack, and even went so far as to endanger their parents? There were too many suspects, making identifying the perpetrator difficult. They were afraid that retaliation might come at any time and anywhere, so all they could do was moan and groan while reflecting on the grudges they had accumulated so far. As these troublemakers quieted down, the disturbances within the school also significantly decreased. However, didn't they say people don't change? Despite being cautious due to the fear of being watched from somewhere, their wariness didn't extend to a stray dog with nowhere to go. "Hey, what's this? A damn dog." One male student, drinking from a bottle, noticed Vicyr emerging from the thicket. Vicyr turned his head silently. While his internal injuries healed quickly, the wounds scattered across his body were still far from completely healed. The 6 second-year students laughed and surrounded Vicyr. "Hey, is it okay for stray dogs to wander around inside the academy? It might be contagious. Let's get rid of it. Cleaning up trash is a good deed, isn't it? I've been stressed lately, so this works out well. Let's tie it up somewhere for now. Should we burn it alive on the spot? Oh, come on, look at this poor thing. Just toss it into the sewer and be done with it." Ah, it suddenly reminded me of that masked bastard. If I see him next time, and I'll carve the same scars on that bastard's forehead. Maybe I should practice by carving them on this dog's body. The 6 delinquent students laughed, some tossing burning cigarette butts at Vicyr while others threw and shattered bottles. Spitting or kicking was routine. Vicyr paused for a moment. Should I just kill them? Enduring requires strength, which seemed difficult, especially given his body's state. Even with severe injuries, he could easily make all 6 heads roll on the ground in less than a second. No, half a second, if he returned to a human body. But that would inevitably lead to a sensational news headline in tomorrow's Academy morning newspaper. Shock, Academy students killed by a stray dog. It would only cause trouble for other dogs and cats. Additionally, there was no suitable place to dispose of the bodies, and he didn't have the stamina for it. Most importantly, he had been trying to close his eyelids involuntarily. Growl, a faint whimper that only Vicyr's ears could catch echoed from above. When he raised his head, he saw baby Madam with her fur standing on end. Glaring down from the wall, she seemed poised to leap down any moment. However, Vicyr lowered his head. The Colosseo Academy's second-year students were strong in their own way. 6 of them together were still overwhelming for a small spider like her. No choice. I'll briefly return to my human form. As Vicyr was contemplating the best way to dispose of the bodies without leaving a trace, a voice echoed from somewhere with an extremely dry and chilly tone. "Cold Department, second year, Class A," the voice continued, listing the trash's attendance numbers and names one by one. "What the hell?" A surprise reinforcement arrived. A female student with an unusually cool and composed demeanor, holding bowls of food in one hand and bowls of water in the other. It was none other than Dolores Elquavadis, president of the Student Council. Chapter 204, Mixed Bath 2, Chapter 204, Mixed Bath 2. "What on earth are you all doing right now, Dolores?" The Student Council president. Simultaneously, the youngest early entrant to the academy and the current top student in the third year. Also known as the Saintess of Quavades, one of the 7 great clans of the empire, Dolores holds considerable influence among the young nobles of the empire. The second-year delinquents facing her froze in place. Seniors in both grade and ability, they were overshadowed even by the status. Unless they were complete fools, they should be able to gauge the atmosphere. Dolores had clearly prepared food and water bowls for the abandoned cats and dogs outside. They were kicking, spitting, stabbing with a broken bottle, and extinguishing a cigarette on an abandoned puppy. When did you come? President? The guy at the front asked with a trembling voice. Since the start. I have never seen the 6 of you in the academy before. Dolores replied with a chilling expression and voice, something they had never seen or heard during the past 2 years. The second-year students, at the mention of the fact that Dolores had never seen them from the beginning, seemed somewhat relieved. However, now, I have seen enough to despise you, Dolores continued, and their faces started turning pale again at her following words. There couldn't be a more fitting term than saintess for Dolores. She always showed angelic kindness. Her warm and gentle smile, kind attitude, and soft voice were liked and followed by everyone in the school. But what about now? Dolores' expression was as icy as the wind that blew through the Arctic. Someone who rarely expresses anger becomes much more terrifying when they do. Dolores finally interrupted the group and walked over to embrace Vikier on the ground. Vikier, a small black puppy, was found dazed in Dolores' arms. Dolores reached out carefully, as if afraid Vikier would feel pain, and hugged him close to her chest. Did it hurt a lot? Her warm voice carried a faint sense of sanctity, making the physical wounds on the body feel a bit less painful just by listening. Meanwhile, the 6 second-year students were discreetly stepping back, glancing at each other. Oh damn, we messed with one little puppy, and she turned into a demon. President Dolores really hates this kind of thing. Instead of tormenting them miserably, why didn't we just kill it? At that moment, Dolores scanned the second-year students in front of her and spoke. Did you know that most serial killers start their crimes with animal abuse? Aren't you all similar? Under the piercing gaze, everyone involuntarily shrank between their shoulders, but they had arguments to present. That's too much of an exaggeration. Aren't we the elites leading this country? Yes. We apologize for momentarily mistreating an ownerless dog due to academic stress. While we apologize for momentarily making a mistake under the influence of alcohol, it's just a filthy dog that carries diseases anyway, isn't it? The words of those who attempted to defend themselves only made Dolores' expression even colder. Leading the country, you guys. Only then did the signs of alcohol completely disappear from the faces of the second-year students. Dolores continued. The academy is a place that prepares people to lead the country, to face the nation. You must have a spirit that is strong and humble at the same time. Her words exuded a belief even tougher than steel, tempered and sharpened by fervent passion. But you guys oppose that. Should such humans entrusted with the nation's responsibilities, disqualified nobles, yellow sprouts, those without the qualifications to be called elites. The higher they rise in the ranks, the more they become pests causing harm to more people. Dolores showed no mercy to such individuals. I will give each of you penalty points with the authority of the president. I will impose all the penalty points I can give over the year on all 6 of you. The authority of the student council president is powerful. Professors have granted some autonomy to the student council. In other words, if the student council president sets her mind to it, she can expel several students from school within a year. Of course, if she had imposed penalty points on the prestigious offspring of prominent families, there might have been some backlash. However, in the case of these 6 troublemakers, there was no powerful backing for them. It would be pointless for a small, noble family in the countryside to protest to Quavades, one of the 7 great clans. The 6 in front of her finally grasped the situation. President, this can't be. Right? How can you expel underclassmen over a mere dog? Expelling us just for bothering a stupid dog. We're nobles too. I belong to a noble family as well. Please have mercy. The effects of alcohol seemed to have completely disappeared as the second-year students knelt on the ground, begging desperately. It was understandable given the high cost of enrolling a child in the academy. It was a significant burden even for a moderately well-off noble family. However, graduating from this academy brought with it enough wealth and power to offset those costs. But what if they enrolled and then were kicked out? The honor of being admitted to this prestigious institution would be overshadowed by the shame of expulsion. Furthermore, the Quavades clan, representing the empire's state religion rune, wielded enormous power. If they incurred the wrath of dolors, the saintess of Quavades, their path to success in the empire would be obstructed. Life as a noble within the empire practically ended for those who earned the disfavor of dolors. Achieving fame and standing would be impossible for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, the fact that a young scion of their family was in such a predicament indicated that the entire family was in decline. Their stock prices would fall, and their market capitalization would vanish. All trade and opportunities, both within and outside the family, were highly likely to be cut off. "We're sorry, President. Please at least consider the penalty points, please. We beg you, save us. I'll be beaten to death by my father. Have mercy." Finally understanding the current situation, the second-year students all kneeled and pleaded, but dolors remained resolute. Did you all shown mercy to this poor puppy?" Dolors remained unyielding, as firm as a needle with no room for compromise. The bathroom. Splash Vicyr immersed himself in the warm water. Swish. Swish, who dislikes warm water. Regardless of his will, his tail moved involuntarily. Night Hound, wounded and weary, but still acting like a small black puppy, with closed eyes. Vicyr recalled the events from earlier. "Did you all shown mercy to this poor puppy?" Dolors surprisingly took a very stern attitude. It was reminiscent, if only slightly, of her appearance as the Iron Maiden on the battlefield from his past life. "Surprisingly, in my past, until just before the impending war with demons, she received a lot of criticism for being indecisive. It seemed that the fight with Dantalion had significantly changed her." Vicyr relaxed in the bathtub, thinking deeply. Bubbling Vicyr, with his nose submerged in the bathtub, felt his body gradually recovering. The bathwater, blessed by dolors, had a faint sacred aura, enough to be called holy water. Lost in thought, Vicyr pondered about Seer, Queen of Corpses. He fell short of killing her. If only my mastery was higher. Even with the power of a peak graduator capable of representing a country, facing Seer was a formidable challenge. Especially when encountering her suddenly, he could only utilize about half of his strength against the weakened Queen of Corpses. Back then, during the battle with Andromalius, I borrowed the knights of the Baskerville family, and during Dantalion, dolors was with me. In the end, power was necessary to hunt demons one, while imperfectly mastering the Baskerville 7th style. Vicyr began exploring the path to Swordmaster. Upper jaw, incisors, canines, premolars, molars. Lower jaw, wisdom teeth, small molars, large molars. To master the 7th style, a harmonious combination of the 6th and 7th styles was necessary. However, the 7th tooth that Vicyr could create was still small and unstable. The book calls the 6th and 7th Fang as the twin ambush fangs. This is the ultimate assassination technique that can be used by understanding the subtle essence between the 6th and 7th style of Baskerville. The 6th style textbook clearly stated, "To overcome the 6th style's barrier, one must discard all human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure." And to form the 7th Fang and master Baskerville's 7th sword style, the textbook, which formed a subtle combination with the 6th style textbook, said to master the 7th style, one must regain all the human emotions which were lost while forming the 6th Fang, joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure. To surpass the peak graduator barrier, one had to discard the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, yet to become a swordmaster, one had to regain those same emotions. What kind of nonsense is this? Does it mean reviving the emotions I've killed? Hugo had taught Vicyr how to eliminate emotions. The method was to raise hunting dogs without nurturing them, instead using them as tools and discarding them. In retrospect, it was a quick way to cultivate a certain level of mastery. It didn't suit me as I am now because it was a training method to create a general gladiator legion. It appeared that a change in the training method, which had previously been based on practical experience, was required. How could he rekindle emotions that had long since died and worn out? As Vikyr pondered this seriously, clang a small noise made Vikyr perk up his ears, and soon after, "Choco, big sister is here too. Let's take a bath together," St. Dolors entered the bathroom. Chapter 205, Mixed Bath 3. Chapter 205, Mixed Bath 3. Vikyr was a bit quite taken aback. "Choco, big sister is here too. Let's bath together." The holy maiden Dolors entered the bathroom. Dolors El Quavadis, who was she? A saintess of the fallen era, the heroine of turbulent times who healed the wounded and punished wicked beings. She was evaluated beyond the likes of Saint Jandark or Saint Teresa, widely known across the continent during the era of destruction. In the era of destruction, where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled like mountains, Dolors' authority and sanctity were truly on par with that of a goddess. However, Vikyr never expected to witness Dolors entering the bath with his own eyes. Vikyr closed his eyes tightly, suppressing his embarrassment. Naturally, he felt no impure emotions like lust. But regardless, if my comrades see this scene, they'll surely try to kill me. To his comrades who fought together in the war against the demon realm, Dolors was a goddess. During those times, everyone owed her their lives, whether they were big or small. As a result, if Vikyr's comrades discover him in such a state in the bath with Dolors, they will undoubtedly be outraged. Comrades of the Holy Knight Order would unquestionably draw their swords in the name of sanctity. "Comrades, I apologize. I'll quickly leave this place." Feeling a pang of guilt, Vikyr hurriedly tried to get out of the bathtub. "Of course, Choco, where are you going? You should bathe with Nuna." Dolors grabbed Vikyr's body with a bright smile and submerged him into the bath. Gradually, Dolors began to wash Vikyr's body with light soap bubbles. "Oh my, why does a young one like you have so many wounds on your body? Did you fight with other puppies?" Vikyr remained silent, closing his eyes and trying not to move as much as possible. But there was no way to escape the gentle touch that roamed all over his body. Wasn't Rune supposed to be a causality-regulating entity? If that's the case, the gods of this world are clearly delusory about their obscene selves. Vikyr muttered to himself, committing sacrilege in his heart. Meanwhile, Dolors, holding Vikyr, entered the bathtub with herbal bath salts. "Ah, it's warm, don't you think so, Choco?" Vikyr remained silent. "I've bathed you so diligently, but you won't bathe me. It's a bit unfair, isn't it?" Vikyr had to commit sacrilege in his heart once again. On the other hand, regardless of that, Vikyr felt that his body was gradually recovering. The injuries he suffered from the lick and the carnal flesh golem, which weren't easily healed even with the regeneration ability of the fog lizard, were healing rapidly. His aura, which had bottomed out and was slowly recovering, was now filling up rapidly. Dolors, noticing that Vikyr had closed his eyes and wasn't moving, spoke as if amused. "Oh my, did you close your eyes? Feeling good, Choco, huh? Ugu ugu." However, Vikyr was thinking something entirely different. To reach the level of a swordmaster, I need to change my training methods. A righteous thought, no. A thought to walk the path of balance. Vikyr began to analyze his mana proficiency and swordsmanship proficiency in detail. The current state of the aura he could emit was at the level of a gooey honey-like liquid just about turning solid. In other words, the peak graduator. His swordsmanship was at the level of barely reaching the beginning of Baskerville's 7th style. To reach the level of a swordmaster, he needed to solidify the density of his aura to a solid level and, furthermore, master the 7th style perfectly. Baskerville's 7th style. Currently, the only one who has mastered the 7th style was Vikyr's father, Hugo Le Baskerville. Compared to the 7th style displayed by Hugo when he slew Andromalius in the past, there was a tremendous gap between Hugo's 7th style and Vikyr's 7th style. The fangs of Baskerville are for tearing, chewing, cutting, crushing, and grinding the prey. The swordsmanship itself resembles the upper and lower jaws of a hunting dog. Especially, the coordination between the 6th and 7th fangs is crucial for performing the ultimate assassination skill, twin ambush fangs. Intentionally, Vikyr diligently rolled his head. However, Vikyr's determination quickly shattered. "Wow, look at these pink paws." Dolors lifted Vikyr's front paw and gave it a kiss. In addition to that, she petted his head, squeezed his cheeks, touched his chin, and caressed his belly. It was impossible to organize any thoughts amidst this affectionate love bomb. Eventually, Dolores wiped the foam from Vicky's nose with her own nose and said, "Dogs usually give a lot of kisses. But Choco, you don't give me any, I feel disappointed. Are you sure you're not something other than a dog? This seems suspicious." Dolores embraced Vicky's cheeks and laughed, and at that moment, Vicky's heart sank with a thud. If she finds out I'm not a dog, it's over. If that were to happen, he couldn't even imagine the terrible things that might unfold. Perhaps he would have to face a bloody slaughter against the entire Quavades clan, driven by anger. If that happens, even Baskerville might have to get involved. Baskerville clan, supporting the Empire, and Quavades clan, the religious leader of the Empire. If a war were to break out between these two families, it would be on a scale as massive as the wars between nations during the nationwide chaos before the unification of the Empire. In that case, closing his eyes and enduring it might be the better option. Before the impending war against the demon realm, causing internal strife among humans was out of the question. In many ways, it couldn't be helped. "Sorry, my comrades." Vicyr closed his eyes and committed an act he had never done in his entire life. Smack! He licked Dolores' cheek with his tongue, and receiving this unexpected kiss from Vicyr, Dolores exclaimed, "Kaya, so cute." She hugged Vicyr tightly and showered him with kisses, another unexpected turn of events. The never-ending bath finally came to an end. Dolores, who came out of the bathroom, lay on the bed with only her body dried. Starting from the third year, each person had their own room, so the bed was narrow, suitable for one person. Covering herself with a blanket, Dolores tightly hugged Vicyr in dog form. "I'm lucky to have someone to talk to before falling asleep today." Vicyr couldn't avoid her lips, which once again touched his nose. Eventually, Dolores, lying down while embracing Vicyr, opened her mouth. "Many people come to me for advice, confessing their sins and seeking forgiveness and repentance. But ironically, I have nowhere to confess my own worries and sins. Where should I confess and repent?" Vicyr closed his eyes and thought quietly. Previously, during the battle with Dantalion, when the awakened Dolores casted a buff on him, Vicyr experienced a strong soul connection with her. The feelings that Dolores transmitted at that time now resurfaced in his mind. "People confess their sins and worries to me, but who do I confess to and share my worries with?" Sometimes, just talking to a god is not enough. There are moments when one wants to talk to another human being. Oddly enough, Dolores had been confiding in Vicyr about her biggest concern lately. "I wonder if I have to age and die as a saint, never having held a man's hand in my life." At the same time, Dolores tightly grasped Vicyr's front paw. She closed her eyes and whispered into Vicyr's ear, "In reality, there's a man who's been bothering me a bit these days." This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Vicyr perked up one ear. Who could be the man who shook the heart of the renowned Dolores Quavades? "I don't know who it is, but it seems like he's going to become an enemy to many men." Vicyr thought to himself. If Dolores had said something like this during the era of destruction, many men would have been furious. On the other hand, while hugging Vicyr, Dolores was drawing the face and name of a man she didn't know in her mind. Hound. A man who saved her from a terrifying demon, prevented a dreadful plague, and accepted her with strong arms. Isn't that kind of man the only one who can handle her? Dolores thought so. Although his identity was unknown, he seemed like a good person, a handsome man. Despite having the strength to defeat a powerful demon, he helped the suffering poor and understood her struggles. And, according to that demon's words back then, he's supposed to have a very handsome face. Dolores blushed for a moment. While she didn't think a person's appearance was important, well, there was nothing wrong with being handsome. Right, that's what she decided. After finishing the bath and lying naked on the smooth blanket, sleep started to gently come. Right, there's still something I need to do today. I have to send a letter to the Pope and ask about the awakening and resonance phenomena of the saintess. However, as the weight of her eyelids became heavy, Dolores eventually succumbed to sleep. The saintess fell into a deep sleep with a refreshing face after talking for a long time, and Hound gazed down at her sleeping face. Eventually, creak, the window opened. "I owe you," Hound, now fully recovered, began to blend back into the darkness. Chapter 206. Night of the Festival, 1. Chapter 206. Night of the Festival, 1. A new day has begun. The exam season concluded, and a weekend holiday unfolded. providing the perfect opportunity for relaxation. The students at the academy seized this time to engage in discussions about the upcoming festival. The festival planning committee decided that each class or club should devise a concept for the event, including the members of the newspaper club. Dolers, both the student council president and the club's leader, gave her approval. So, our club is going for a haunted house and a bar, correct? In the Empire, Halloween coincided with late summer, offering an excellent reason to celebrate, especially after the taxing exams. Well then, let's predetermine the ghost personas we'll be portraying, Tutor suggested. At Tutor's suggestion, students from the first, second, and third years all nodded in agreement. Then Bianca raised a question. But is the tradition still applicable this time? Bianca's inquiry captured everyone's attention, and it was clear that everyone comprehended her point. In the academy, it was customary for men to disguise themselves as women and women as men during festivals, a time-honored tradition even the professors couldn't avoid. Tutor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and all the other class members contemplated this. So, the plan is for the men to dress up as female ghosts, and the women as male ghosts. Exactly, we'll dress up as ghosts and switch genders, but are there distinct female ghosts and male ghosts? No, there's no such distinction. You simply switch genders while wearing the ghost costume. For instance, there are female zombies and male zombies. And then we can serve drinks and meals while wearing our costumes. All right, let's draw lots to determine which ghost each of us will dress up as. Let's draw lots for first, second, third, and fourth years. That's a good idea, considering each grade has a different number and gender ratio. Subsequently, the members drew lots from the box. Tutor was the first to draw a lot. Shuffle, shuffle. Shuffle, the scraps of paper in the box brushed against his fingertips. He had to be cautious because picking the wrong lot could land him in black history. Please give me one that's okay. Tutor closed his eyes, prayed, and seized the scrap of paper. Unfolding the tightly folded lot revealed the ghost concept, Death Knight. Ah, this will do, and I don't particularly have to worry about the gender. With black armor and a bloody sword, anyone could dress up as a Death Knight, irrespective of gender. Tutor retained his blue eyes and blonde hair, simply adding long hair. It was a handsome look, but as with his previous cross-dressing attempts, the lines were bold, and the look didn't quite work. Next, Sancho drew his lot. Snow Maiden as a warrior raised on the frozen soil of the north. Sancho adopted the concept of a ghost with a cold image. Ugh, I don't like this role. Unlike roles such as zombies and vampires, the Snow Maiden required cross-dressing, which wasn't ideal for men. When makeup was applied to his muscular body, Tutor burst out laughing. Isn't it an ice golem, not a Snow Maiden? Ha 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 ha, let it go. Buddy, everyone laughed heartily at Sancho's unsuccessful attempt at cross-dressing. Fortunately, Sancho didn't seem to mind cross-dressing. After all, he firmly believed that cross-dressing was something only men could do, making it a manly act. After that, Figgy also drew a lot. Fairy Figgy could now showcase his tiny, cute appearance to the fullest. With wings on his back, he resembled a real fairy. Next up was Bianca. Frankenstein Bianca sported stitches all over her body and nails in her hair. Her mustache was a bonus. Naturally tall and attractive with an androgynous flair, this makeup suited her perfectly. Okay, next up is... Bianca shifted her gaze to find Sinclair standing nearby, yet Sinclair appeared to have something specific on her mind. You know, I've been working on a costume. Really? What is it? Bianca's eyes widened. She hadn't anticipated Sinclair's enthusiasm for Halloween dressing up. Subsequently, Sinclair opened her bag and retrieved the costume she had brought. A single, giant spider with clumsy sewing. Atop her head perched a tiny crown. Ta-da, it's the Spider Queen, how is it? Oh, I didn't realize you liked spiders so much. By the way, didn't you scream like crazy the other day when a spider came out of the bathroom? Yeah, did I? I don't remember. Anyway, I love spiders. Bianca could only shake her head at Sinclair's almost apologetic tone. And then, everyone's attention turned to the same spot, the person about to draw lots. A weary Vikyr rose from his seat. Drat. Tension filled the air as Vikyr's chair was pushed back, and for some reason, what Vikyr would choose became a topic of considerable interest throughout the entire academy. Reporters from the cold department had cameras ready, and there were already discussions about Vicier's participation in the dressing-up event. Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy whispered with envious glances. I heard there was a line from first years to fourth years lined up to take part in dressing up Vicier. I heard that even the Imperial Palace's makeup artists formally applied to the Academy. The Empire's most prestigious magazines are paying big bucks for Vicier's cross-dressing photos. Of course, all these external approaches were summarily dismissed to protect the Academy's students. Professor Morg Banshee, in irritation, rejected all applications and interview requests. Next, Vicier's lot was revealed. Which a ghost with a perfect female concept, a role demanding delicate and complete makeup like the Snow Queen. If any male student had drawn this lot, the audience might have burst into laughter, just as Sancho had once, but no one in the room laughed at Vicier's role. Instead, a strange sense of unidentifiable anticipation permeated the room. Soon, a witch's costume was thrust in front of Vicier. A black hat, a black cloak, a tattered broom, and long black false nails. A witchy ensemble poised to cast forbidden black magic at a moment's notice. However, the quality of the witch's outfit quickly stole the spotlight. The girls tasked with applying makeup to Vicier's face wore expressions of disbelief. Wow, it's really a waste to hide that face with bangs and rimmed glasses. Is he really a guy? Right, this monoscreen is going to be a big hit in tomorrow's newspaper. Amidst the chatter, Vicier's brow furrowed slightly. White skin, a sharp nose, blood-red lips, and eyelashes as long as snowfall, Vicier, with makeup on, looked ethereal, a face seemingly not of this world. The boys watching were bewildered about his gender identity. Vicier himself felt uneasy with these reactions. This never happened in my previous life. Before regressing, Vicier was accustomed to disdainful looks. Shorter and more fragile than in his previous life, a childhood injury left him with a limp. Knife marks and burns adorned his face from various missions, making girls cry or flee in his presence. The pretty ladies of the Academy avoided him, giving disdainful glances or even spitting on him. As a hunting dog, Vicier was trained to be emotionless, so he wasn't hurt by this treatment. However, in this life he grew taller, had no scars, and faced a stark change from what he expected, making it challenging for Vicier to adapt. Vicier furrowed his brow, causing an uproar in the room. Vicier, why, what's wrong? Just tell me. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Can I get you something to drink? Are your clothes too tight? Should I loosen the corset on your back? Are your high heels the right size? Are your toes hurting? Are the eyelashes too heavy? Is the makeup too dark? Are you feeling stuffy? Should I lighten the makeup and make sure your skin doesn't have any blemishes? Isn't it too sunny by the window? I'll cover it with my back. By the way, do you have a sister? Does she look like you? If so, can I call you brother-in-law? Hey, this is a big deal. Everyone block behind me. If this face leaks, it will at least be a stampede. But are you a witch or an angel? Oh, God Rune, this is the face I'll be wearing to confession tonight. Please forgive this lustful lamb. Just then, a startled whistling noise emerged from the other side of the clubroom. Everyone, focused on Vicier's face, turned to see a third-year student holding a box of lots, her face pale. Dolers, having just drawn a lot, stood there with a thoughtful expression. She looked at the lot in her hand, revealing the role she would play in the festival. The words were inscribed inside the swallow. Night Hound, Chapter 207, Night of the Festival 2, Chapter 207, Night of the Festival 2, the festival had begun. Numerous stalls were set up inside the academy. Everywhere, lively music echoed and colorful lights illuminated the night. Piles of food were displayed on large tables, almost overflowing as men and women, adorned in vibrant costumes, moved about. Those enjoying the festival were all dressed as ghosts. Most were zombies or skeletons, with occasional appearances of vampires and mummies. The newspaper club, which had opened a cafe, was no exception. Welcome, this is a haunted cafe adorned with romance and chivalry. The snacks are delicious and the waiters are charming. Come on in. Sancho, get the orders ready, Tudor Sancho, and Figgy were actively engaging in promotional activities. Tudor, dressed in a Death Knight costume, discussed knights and romance, attracting female customers. Beautiful lady, would you like to discuss drinks and poetry with me at the newspaper club's cafe? Kaya, sure. Looks like a wandering knight. Even Sancho, disguised as a snow maiden, was popular among other macho men. Wahaha, come to the newspaper club's cafe. If you come before 9 p.m., we'll serve you a boiling warrior's blood stew as a bonus. Oh, is that a lump of protein and iron? If I drink that, I might consider lifting 3 tons. Even though you're dressed as a woman, you've got quite a manly vibe. Ha ha ha, let's go check it out. Figgy, dressed as a fairy, also attracted attention among the women. Excuse me, please take this flyer. Oh my, look at this cute child. Are you also an academy student? If your concept is to stimulate maternal instincts, it's a success. Ho ho, let's go. I'll tell it to other older sisters. As a result, the area in front of the newspaper club's cafe became crowded with people. Meanwhile, this is too immodest. Isn't it? Could there be controversy? Who would put up Night Hound in the lot? St. Dolors hesitated behind the cafe. Black gloves, a black cloak, boots, and a plague doctor mask covering her entire face, the Night Hound look. Passing by, Tudor saw Dolors and laughed. Well, it might be a weird coincidence for the Night Hound attire. Is that so? Still, the plague doctor mask is not unique to the Night Hound. It's a look that frequently appears during Halloween and festivals. It's been a traditional costume for a long time. If we suddenly prohibit certain costumes just because of Night Hound, wouldn't that be a bit odd? Indeed, just by looking at the neighboring cafe, people wearing plague doctor masks could be seen from time to time. It was a costume that had steadily trended during the Halloweens of the past, making it impractical to enforce restrictions now. Dolors was conflicted. Only she knew that Night Hound was innocent. However, dressing like this might make some people uncomfortable. As Dolors pondered whether to go forward or not, what's with that attire? As expected, someone appeared uncomfortable with Dolors' outfit. Professor Banshee Morgue, the supervisor of the newspaper club, approached. Dolors, I never expected you to choose such a thoughtless outfit. Even though it's a festival meant to be enjoyed without much thought, one must have considered the social repercussions of their attire, wouldn't you say? How can one emulate such an irredeemable trash? A heinous criminal. Professor Banshee's criticism was sharp. His words fell within a rational realm of understanding, but the final remark deeply touched Dolors' emotions. He's not a criminal. Instead, he is more sacred and noble than anyone else. However, Dolors couldn't shout it out like that. It went against the will of Night Hound, who preferred not to reveal its identity. So, Dolors decided to be assertive. I like this attire. What? I'll be serving like this. Dolors' words, with tightly bitten lips, left Professor Banshee looking dumbfounded. Well, Dolors, it's disappointing. I thought you were a smart student despite your youth. Well, you'll bear the consequences of your actions, even if I'm the advisor. I have no right to interfere with a student's attire. Deal with it yourself. Professor Banshee, as if expressing disdain, stuck out his tongue and returned to the tent. Meanwhile, Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy, who were watching, were whispering to each other. What's up? Professor Banshee is here. Why did he come? It's not just Professor Banshee. Other professors are here too. Usually, during the festival, professors visit the main cafe and stalls of each department and class to boost sales. That's right. Professors also enjoy the festival. It was an implicit custom among professors to visit the cafe run by their assigned students, sell drinks and snacks, crack jokes, and attract other customers. Therefore, Professor Banshee also came to the newspaper club's cafe today. However, not a single person among the students working at the bar welcomed Professor Banshee's visit, and for a good reason. Tusk! Professor Banshee took a bite of the dish Tudor had brought and immediately spat it out on the floor. You dumbass. This chicken is so raw. You should send it to a vet. He might be able to save it. And that wasn't all. Professor Banshee continued to criticize the food that flew in afterward. I'm grateful that the Empire has unified. If there were still many other countries on the continent, they would have invaded us just to destroy this pancake. The beef should be placed separately from the salad. The beef is so damn undercooked that it still looks alive. It seems to be trying to eat the salad next to it. What an excellent bagel. It's hard and heavy, so you can smash the head of the enemy commander at any time. Oh, but where's my food? If I had to pick the most delicious thing on this table, I would choose this water without hesitation. Of course, even this water is dry and tough, unmatched in its badness. These beans are so undercooked that if you plant them, you might be able to harvest them next year. The pork isn't cooked at all, can't you hear it? Peppa Pig is still oinking. Professor Banshee was famously fastidious about his taste. His merciless food evaluations made the students working in the kitchen start to panic. Dolers, who was experienced, stepped forward. If you're going to make so many complaints, why did you bother visiting? I didn't want to visit either, but isn't it customary among professors to visit the cafe run by their assigned students during the festival to boost sales? So, I reluctantly came to this joke of a cafe. Kids sitting idly, unhygienic, serving subpar ingredients. Kids are kissing each other and dishes soaked in artificial flavors. Yet they don't issue receipts, only accept cash, and there's no possibility of tax deductions. Even dolers had nothing to say to Professor Banshee's criticism. Professor Banshee looked down at the potato stir-fry and chicken dish with a disdainful gaze as he continued speaking. But if it had at least some taste, I wouldn't be complaining like this. The most important thing is taste, and without it, all these already unpleasant things stand out even more, don't they? Nothing more to see. This snack will also probably taste like waste, however. Professor Banshee, who had taken a spoonful of chicken stew and potatoes, couldn't finish his sentence. Delicious. It was delicious, undoubtedly delicious. What is this? Why is it so delicious? The exquisite smokiness, the sophisticated richness of the bone broth seeping through the tearing chicken, the savory taste of mashed potatoes, and the piquant and salty flavors from an unknown red sauce. This taste is unmistakably familiar to me. But that flavor could only be found in Empire's capital's five-star restaurant. How can such taste be found at an Academy Festival's cafe? Professor Banshee, after taking a few more spoonfuls of the chicken stew, raised his head. Who made this? Did you bring in a professional chef from outside? I doubt it. Dolers also looked somewhat dazed. At that moment, Tutor, passing by, turned his head. Oh, did it suit your taste after all? We just changed the kitchen staff. Change the kitchen staff? To whom? We decided to let one exceptionally skilled person take charge of the entire kitchen. There, as Tutor pointed with his finger, Professor Banshee and Dolers turned their heads. Beyond the kitchen counter, a face was visible, suppressing the flames with a large frying pan. Sizzle, a delicate nose, thick eyebrows on flawless white skin with eyes like a lake of blood. A mysterious atmosphere surrounded the face of a female student in a black hat and cloak, skillfully stirring the wok, slightly frowning with beads of sweat on her forehead. But the face drenched in the firelight was so enchanting. Even Professor Banshee and Dolers, usually composed, wore astonished expressions. Did we have such a female student in our department? Even Professor Banshee, the renowned expert, was momentarily entranced by the surreal scene. However, Tutor's voice shattered the enchanting scene and continued. Professor, have you forgotten the tradition of our academy? Professor Banshee, not understanding Tutor's words, looked confused. Eventually, an exclamation point appeared above his head. Yes, the academy had a long-standing tradition. It was none other than cross-dressing, turning males into females and females into males. In other words, the enchanting witch in the kitchen was a male student dressed as a female. And it was obvious who that male student was. Order: 3 servings of Vicyr Special Spicy Chicken Stew, 2 servings of Vicyr Special Seafood Pancake, 6 servings of Vicyr Special Sausage and Vegetable Stir-Fry, 5 servings of Vicyr Special Oxtail Fist Rice, and also Vicyr Special. Hey, look at this. Guys, another new menu is out. How did they make such a delicious snack with leftover ingredients? What's the name of this? What? None, just made with whatever was left. Well, then let's quickly add it to the menu. It's the 30-second special new menu release. Ever since we opened the kitchen's curtain, male customers have been rushing in excessively. At this rate, it's better to reveal that he's a male. Oh no, now female customers are rushing in. Get more queue numbers. What? The number of male customers hasn't decreased at all. It's even increasing. How did this happen? Handling the overflowing orders. The cook, who could hardly be believed to be a student, skillfully produced simple, practical, and delicious dishes. It was none other than Vicyr. Chapter 208, Night of the Festival 3, Chapter 208, Night of the Festival 3. Vicyr, disguised as a witch, was stir-frying vegetables and meat, limited quantities and a variety of ingredients. However, the number of dishes that could be created with these combinations was endless. It brings back memories. These are the dishes we often had in the field. Vikyr reminisced about the past before his regression while dunking bread into milk. As the era of destruction prolonged, food became scarce. Supplies transported to the front lines mostly burned in surprise attacks by demons. The small amount that managed to arrive was often pilfered or hoarded by higher-ups. Consequently, what reached the hands of the frontline officers and soldiers was either withered or spoiled. In the face of anger, the warriors on the front lines had to savor the extremely limited food as best they could. In this process, Vikyr learned a lot from his comrades. How to prepare and eat inedible ingredients, which parts to remove from poisonous vegetables, how to restore the freshness of spoiled meat, how to make bitter or sour vegetables palatable, how to neutralize the overpowering taste of strong spices boiling, cooking, grilling, steaming, frying. Currently, Vikyr was applying the experiences from back then, using limited space and ingredients to maximize flavor. These few simple cafe snacks will undoubtedly surpass the chefs of this era. Some signature dishes of the old soldier Vikyr, who had roamed the battlefield for a decade, still surpassed many chefs. Of course, this was possible due to the advanced cooking techniques of the previous era and the taste developed over a long time in the field. Potatoes grown in Morg clan, also called Morg potatoes, have a strong earthy smell and no taste. The texture is like chewing sand. However, Vikyr finely chopped the potatoes, seasoned them with salt and vinegar, and then added mandrake leaves and Sabbath tree fruits to the wok, stir-frying over a strong flame. This way, the earthy smell completely disappears, and the sweetness and texture come alive. Come to think of it, he had handled potatoes this way once before. "Don't you have these kinds of things at home?" Suddenly, the face of a young girl from Morg flashed before Vikyr's eyes. Staring at him with teary eyes, "Hey, wanna come to my house and cook? I'll take you in. By the way, when are you going to enroll in the academy? Let's go together. I might enroll early in 1 or 2 years. If we become first-year students together, it'll be fun." And then, like it was a matter of course, the two children were glued together, planning their future. "Where are you and what are you doing now?" Vikyr thought briefly to himself. Surprisingly, he still had the luxury of thinking about others. "Did I retain this kind of sentiment?" Vikyr shook his head, dispelling all the reflections and focusing on the modest reality. "We'll meet soon." When lost in thought, keeping busy is a good way to distract oneself. Sizzle, after stir-frying chicken and potatoes, he poured red soup seasoning over them. This nameless dish, which mercenaries on the front lines would eat, while sitting on demon corpses in the era of destruction, crossed eras and became a hugely popular new menu at the Academy Festival Café. Vikyr turned his head while holding the wok. On the tables outside the kitchen, people were enjoying drinks and snacks. The delicious food brought smiles to everyone's faces as they savored Vikyr's cooking. It was the same back then. Even comrades who were no longer with us enjoyed my cooking. Whether it was the cook, the eater, or the landscapes being enjoyed, the results had changed dramatically over time, but the taste had not. In a slightly different way, even comrades who were no longer with them were still alive during this time period. Squish! Vikyr tightened his grip on the wok. He had to give his all today in this moment for them, killing more demons, crossing more battlegrounds, and growing stronger. Vikyr immersed himself in the cooking in front of him as if it were a solemn mission. He would put aside personal thoughts and deal with each small task at hand with a clear focus on the present. Meanwhile, Dolores stared blankly at Vikyr in the kitchen. Wow! Even though she tried to suppress it, her lips involuntarily parted. Truly, his appearance was worthy of admiration. She had always considered herself someone who valued inner qualities over outward appearances. However, it didn't mean she completely ignored external factors. The reason she had never been captivated by a man's face until now was not because she didn't value looks, but simply because she had never encountered a face that genuinely captivated her. Dolores only realized this significant fact now. Such a face with such sacrilegious attire. Why is he a witch of all things? Regaining her senses belatedly, she deliberately averted her gaze. A witch, komenya inus, was the opposite of a saint, kosungnya inus, so it was natural for Dolores to feel repulsed by such attire. However, the opinions of other female students standing behind her seemed a bit different. "He's incredibly handsome." An unabashed expression of admiration. Dolores was startled, thinking she might have accidentally spoken her thoughts out loud. But that wasn't the case. When she turned her head, she saw a crowd of female students outside the cafe, unable to enter and gathered around the fence, peeking into the kitchen. Most of them were in zombie cosplay, creating a rather apocalyptic scene. "How can a guy be this pretty? This is cheating. Vikurapa, I adore you. Please look back just once. Please, seriously, this is for real." Ah, really. The Decadent Beauty Award and the Rookie Award in the Golden Sexy category for the 20th class this year. All of it should just go to our Vikyr. I remember when he gave his acceptance speech. The audience turned into a boiling hot pot of tears, and he made soup out of it. Yeah, Vikyr's sexiness has caused all of the world's walls to crumble. He smashed through the ancient border walls and brought the country together. Can he win the Nobel Peace Prize? Certainly possible. Wait a second. Vikyr is so hot that when people think of him, the Empire's territory folds in half, and my friend and I high-five as we travel outside the Imperial borders. The crowd of zombie cosplayers gathered around the fence, all wanting to catch a glimpse of Vikyr, resembled a scene from an apocalypse. "Hooray, sales are booming. Bro, you're the best." Tudor and Sinclair, excited, began distributing numbers to the customers outside. Despite adding a zero to the prices on the menu, Vikyr's dishes, created from leftover ingredients, were selling like hotcakes. Most customers were noble-born students, so despite the high prices, they opened their wallets without hesitation. "Hey, look at this. Guys, another new menu is out. How did they make such a delicious snack with leftover ingredients? What's the name of this? What? None, just made with whatever was left. Well, then let's quickly add it to the menu. It's the 30-second special new menu release." As more male customers flocked in, drawn by Vikyr's appearance, and when Vikyr was revealed as a man, the number of female customers surprisingly surged. Moreover, the male customers did not decrease, instead they increased. Look at all these girls. Men just have to be hot, and girls would be heads over heel for them. Hey, amazing turn of events, that guy is a man. Seriously, as long as they're pretty, maybe. I like men. Was there such a person in our school? This new freshman for the cold department seems to be quite famous. He's called the Colosseo's Hottie. I heard this place is famous for its delicious food. Can you take our order? We'll prepay for our meals. Oh, and since it might disturb our enjoyment, could you please clear away the food and drinks? The professors and students formed a harmonious blend of humanity. "Hey, Vikurapa, sorry to bother you while you're busy, but can I add toppings to this? And I'd like to try the newly added menu." Even Professor Banshee joined the fray, occupying a table and continuously placing additional orders. At that moment, Bianca, who had just finished promoting the event, entered the kitchen. Seeing Vikyr holding a pot and ladle, she was surprised and shouted, "What? Why are you in the kitchen? Hurry up, go outside. And attract customers. Why let that face rot in the kitchen?" Hearing this, Vikyr nodded, placing the ladle down. And then, at that very moment, "No, the kitchen can't survive without Vikyr's touch. Don't take him away recklessly. Do you know how many gourmets have fallen in love with Vikyr's taste right now?" Tudor rushed in, defending Vikyr. Thus, the kitchen faction Tudor and the customer attraction faction Bianca began a lively quarrel. "No, Vikyr is an essential talent in the kitchen. Don't take him away casually. Right now, many gourmets have fallen for Vikyr's taste." "Are you kidding me? Making a stew with that perfect witch costume. If that beauty steps outside, our sales will double easily." Upon hearing this, students from the kitchen faction gathered behind Tudor, and students from the customer attraction faction gathered behind Bianca. They started a heated physical confrontation. Don't underestimate the kitchen. The festival's highlight is customer attraction, led by Tudor and Bianca. Students from both positions fiercely battled over Vikyr's job. Right at that moment, "Why are these kids fighting?" Someone pulled Vikyr into a hug and helped him stand up. Suddenly, Vikyr's expression changed slightly, looking somewhat bewildered, a familiar face. Why would this person, who should be in the outskirts, be here in Venetia right now? Chapter 209, Night of the Festival 4. Chapter 209, Night of the Festival 4. Vikyr needs to be in the kitchen. What's the point of the kitchen if there are no customers? The extreme fight unfolded to attract Vikyr to one side, amidst the rivalry blossoming beautifully between the kitchen faction and the customer faction. Why are they fighting? There was someone embracing Vikyr. Vikyr furrowed his brow. Why is this person here right now? A familiar face. Although disguised as a vampire with a mask, one could guess from the aura. Is there anyone else who can exude such presence in this physique and age range? Osiris. Osiris Le Baskerville, the heir to the Baskerville clan, the legitimate successor of Hugo. He is currently giving Vikyr a hug. Suddenly, many thoughts crossed Vikyr's mind. Among them, the first was the code that Cindy Wendy had sent not long ago. 1. 10 corpses. Information acquisition, time needed for analysis. 1 month. 2. Night hound, 2 imitators appear. One seems like a fan. The other's purpose is unknown. 3. Osiris Le Baskerville, left family, presumed to be heading towards Venetier. The third item clearly stated that Osiris, the young lord of the Baskerville clan, was heading towards Venetier. The exact purpose was unknown. But at that moment, Vikyr was more focused on the 2 copycats. Who is he? He's so tall. Is he Vikyr's family? We can't see his face because of the mask. Overall, there is a majority of opinions curious about Osiris's identity. However, Osiris left the area with Vikyr without any intention of causing a commotion. Eventually, Osiris returned behind the tent with Vikyr. You've become much prettier since I last saw you, little sister. It was the first greeting that seemed somewhat mischievous. However, Vikyr's expression remained consistently cold. Why did you come here, brother? Call me Opa. It's more appropriate than given your dress, according to the Academy's tradition. It was a joke, Osiris said. Vikyr asked again. Why did you come here? Brother, an older brother must come and help when his younger sister is in trouble. Just then, Unclee, a head popped out from Osiris's back. Vikyr's eyes widened slightly. Pomeranian, riding on Osiris' back. The shape of Osiris's shoulders and back was broad, so Pomeranian was hidden behind him. Oh, I missed you, uncle. Why didn't you come to see me? Pomeranian, with a tearful expression, hugged Vikyr and rubbed her face against his. Vikyr's face was getting damp. He raised his head, and Osiris finally revealed the purpose of coming here. Because Pomeranian missed you so much, Dad especially gave me a vacation too. He told me to take Pomeranian and go to the academy. At that statement, Vikyr doubted his own ears. Vacation. From Hugo, seeing Vikyr's indifferent expression, Osiris lightly chuckled beneath his mask. These days, this girl holds the real power in the family. Osiris's words were surprising. If Pomeranian said she liked blood wine chocolate, the demon-infested area in the Western Front would turn into a cocoa farm. If Pomeranian expressed a desire to embrace the riverbanks in the summer, the demon-infested area in the Southern Front would be swept away, turning into a river. When Pomeranian showed interest in jewelry crafting, the Baskerville clan ruthlessly took away the rubies. Just like that, when Pomeranian organized a protest, engaging in a lengthy hunger strike over 2 meals, Hugo finally granted permission for a visit. Of course, everything was kept strictly confidential to prevent the revelation of Vikyr's relationship with the family. To add to the spectacle, Osiris Le Baskerville himself came as Pomeranian's escort. How the world has changed. Vikyr touched his forehead at the butterfly effect he had unwittingly unleashed. However, the heart of the storm, Pomeranian, was happily hugging Vikyr's legs, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil. Ha ha ha, our princess is finally smiling. After you were gone, Pomeranian was quite depressed for a while, and the atmosphere at home was indescribable. I wonder how worried father must have been. Osiris looked at Pomeranian with a gentle expression, a side of him that Vikyr had never seen before. It seemed like the Baskerville bloodline was undergoing some subtle changes due to Pomeranian's presence. Meanwhile, Osiris, too, seemed to be experiencing new emotions as he explored the academy. It's been quite a while since I've been here. I, too, once attended the academy. I took on many responsibilities as the student council president. After graduation, it's all just memories now. Muttering to himself, Osiris suddenly turned to look at Vikyr. Oh, by the way, I saw a pretty female student inside one of the tents, staring at you intently. What's your relationship with her? A pretty female student, to the point that Osiris mentioned it. Are you talking about President Dollars? Vikier asked without much thought. At that moment, surprisingly, the area behind the tent suddenly swayed. Turning his head to see, Vikier caught a glimpse of Dolores disappearing in that direction. There had been no signs of her presence until now, so she probably overheard their conversation by chance while passing by. But why were her ears red? Well, it doesn't matter. It wasn't a rude remark, and being caught saying something nice shouldn't lead to any further consequences. President Dolores is just a senior and I'm her junior, nothing more, Vikier replied bluntly. And Osiris grinned. Dolores, isn't she that lass from the Quavades clan? I know her face. I wasn't talking about Dolores, I was talking about the cutie dressed in a witch costume. A joke, certainly. Osiris had undergone a significant personality change unbeknownst to Vikier. Wondering if this was also influenced by Pomeranian, Vikier momentarily held his tongue. Recovering emotions while being in the peak graduator barrier is more advantageous for growth. Osiris himself may not be aware, but it seems to be a positive development for him. The addition of a younger sister, actually a niece, to a household dominated by male siblings had an unexpectedly tremendous ripple effect. Vikier pondered. Osiris also shared various pieces of information with Vikier about the current state of the family and its operations. The trade deals you arranged are currently proceeding vigorously. It's happening after allying with the Messiandro family. The three-way trade between Balak, Baskerville, and Cindiandi had finally gained momentum. However, there was a peculiar aspect. Vikier asked Osiris, "When you mentioned the Messiandro family, that's right, the very family that was almost wiped out by the Baskervilles in the past." Osiris seemed already familiar with Cindiandi's past. Given that, Vikier couldn't help but wonder why Cindy Wendy, who harbored resentment against the Baskervilles, had joined hands with them. Osiris clarified this point. "Do you remember the investigative committee on past affairs that you formed before entering the academy? Since then, I took over as the committee's chairman and thoroughly re-examined all the events from the past. 7 families involved in that scandal were annihilated. Amidst that, misunderstandings and mistakes between Baskerville and Messiandro were also revealed. As a result, Baskerville officially apologized to Messiandro and gave them hefty compensation. Many old Baskervilles involved in the conspiracy had to pay the price, providing Osiris with an opportunity to reorganize the family's power dynamics. Ultimately, Hugo and Osiris successfully suppressed the Elder Council, leading to the complete control of the family's power. It seemed that Cindy Wendy had also somewhat softened her stance, perhaps due to these events. Well, it's her own feelings. Whether she genuinely forgave the Baskervilles or not, only she knew. By the way, Osiris seemed to recall something and turned his head towards Vikier. "I didn't come to see you today just to share these updates." He pulled something out of his pocket and presented it to Vikier. "What's this?" Vikier's eyes sparkled as he examined the object. Osiris grinned. "It's an artifact that was found at the spot where Seth died. I brought it to you since its purpose is unknown. When demons die, they drop artifacts, just like Dantalion dropped the picaresque mask." Feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't retrieve it earlier, Vikier held the artifact in his hands. Sparkle, eventually, a shimmering ring appeared in Vikier's hand. "Sacred invincibility ring, /ring barrier, off not even gods can spy on you." It was a part containing the technique that Andromalius had used as his specialty during his lifetime. A ring for forming a barrier that created a space so secretive that even the eye of the rune god couldn't peer inside. As soon as he obtained the ring, a familiar phrase echoed in Vikier's mind. "I'm lucky." Chapter 210, Night of the Festival 5, Chapter 210, Night of the Festival 5, Bianca Usher, 18 years old. Hailing from the Divine Archery family, the Usher house, she was an early admission student at the Colosseo Academy. As a member of the Festival Preparation Committee, she once again found herself entangled in an annoying situation. Excuse me, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. I like you." A male student standing in front of her, extending a letter. She vaguely remembered encountering him during joint classes with the Hot Department. Bianca furrowed her brow and, as if dismissing the situation, stroked the artificial mustache under her nose. She carefully examined the face of the male student standing before her once again. Her sharp eyes, like shooting needles from 100 paces, sparkled brightly. "Flawed makeup -13 points. skin peeling -11 points, unruly eyebrows -12 points, uneven lip tone -14 points, scars from shaving -4 points, untidy cuticles -4 points, mismatched personal color and attire -5 points, split ends from excessive bleaching -8 points, awkward cross-dressing -22 points, a total score of 7 out of 100. Despite the male student in front of her being quite handsome, he did not meet Bianca's aesthetic standards. Above all, his poorly executed cross-dressing was an additional deduction factor. If you're going to cross-dress, at least be pretty, but you're not even pretty. No need for unnecessary ugliness. From a young age, Bianca loved pretty things. Beautiful clothes and dishes were, of course, a given. Beautiful dolls, beautiful weapons, beautiful men, beautiful women, beautiful words, beautiful saddles, beautiful scrolls, beautiful carpet, and even a beautiful carpet-cleaning broomstick stand. Thus, Bianca was known for her discerning aesthetic taste even within the usher organization. Perhaps it was because she had been so selective about the appearance of her nanny even in her infancy. Was it because of this that Bianca generally lacked interest in men? Men, by default, were not pretty. They didn't dress up or groom themselves as well as women did. If by chance they put on makeup to look better, their male friends criticized them for not being manly enough. As a result, Bianca had lived her life so far without much interest in men. For her, men were fundamentally unattractive creatures, beings she had no intention of being close to throughout her life. Therefore, despite numerous confessions from seniors and peers, since the beginning of the semester, she had always rejected them outright. "Bianca, would you like to go see the newly opened play Worn Out Newbie 2 this time? I've already seen up to the third one. Bianca, have you had dinner? If not, want to eat together? I already ate until tomorrow's lunch. Bianca, let's go to the temple for worship together this weekend. I believe in a different religion, so I worship at the altar. Bianca, when are you free this weekend? I'm not free on weekends. Bianca, how about spending Christmas together this year? I don't want to." She simply had no desire to socialize with unattractive men, preferring to spend time with her beautiful female friends. The only exception might be her childhood frenemy tutor, with whom she had fought and grown up with since a young age. "But I just like pretty people. What can I do?" She tried to change her personality and preferences, even blaming herself, but her taste stubbornly refused to change. From her infancy, she insisted on having only pretty maids or servants. How could she suddenly change that? Even if there were men who scored over 20 points out of 100 in terms of appearance, they were few and far between in the academy. Even if there were men who barely met the external criteria, none of them had the remarkable ability or status to make her approach them first. "Yeah, I am who I am. I don't need to go out of my way to change my essence just to fit in with others." So, since entering school, Bianca had completely given up on meeting, dating, or befriending men. However, her determination had long since shattered into pieces. 100 points. It's 100 points. Vikier, stirring a wok in the kitchen, caught half of Bianca's gaze. Crazy, dazzling, enchanting, dreamlike and decadent. Such dangerously beautiful looks were unprecedented even among women. Where on earth did such absurdity come from? It felt like a character torn out of a 19+ rated fan comic she used to read with bated breath, breaking through the pages with a decadent and filthy charm. Bianca was thankful to her parents at this moment. They had given her the ability to focus on objects from even kilometers away. Wow, how can a man be so pretty? It's unbelievable. If you focus your eyes as if blowing mana into them even from a great distance, you can see things as if they were right in front of you. So, while distributing cafe flyers from kilometers away, Bianca continued to marvel. Skin as white and smooth as finely crafted ivory, long and lush eyelashes that fell like snow, thick and straight eyebrows, and beneath them, crimson eyes like a lake of blood. She already knew he was handsome, but after applying makeup, his beauty became even more insane. It was natural for onlookers to gather with mana screenshots and cameras. Should I take a mana screenshot too? But capturing without permission is a crime. Should I just ask to take one together? The cross-dressing day only comes once a year. If I miss it today, who knows how it will be next year? Even in the bustling crowd of people dressed as zombies, skeletons, ghouls, vampires, death knights, witches, werewolves, etc., Bianca couldn't take her eyes off Victor. Then, at that moment, Bianca's shoulder shook suddenly. Flyers she was holding fell to the ground. It was a collision of shoulders in the crowd. Seriously, where are you looking? Bianca turned her head with an annoyed expression. At that moment, a face caught her eye, bones, a skull mask, and within it bloodshot eyeballs. Huh! Bianca involuntarily swallowed a breath. A woman with a skull makeup was staring at her quietly. An eerie chill emanated from her whole body, making it difficult to describe in words. The skull mask and armor were so intricately and well-made that they surpassed the typical Halloween makeup. Who is she? Bianca silently swallowed her dry saliva, even though she had never been pushed around in a fight in her 18 years of life. At this moment, she couldn't muster the courage to face the woman with the skull mask. The atmosphere she exuded was overwhelming, even surpassing Bianca Usher and the top student of the cold department. Who on earth is she? If she had put so much effort into wearing a Halloween costume, she must be a student at the academy, and if that were the case, there was no way Bianca wouldn't know her. Did she come from the Mage Tower or the Varangian Academy? But even there shouldn't be such a skilled person. Or is she a returning student? Bianca sweated coldly and stepped back, eventually heading towards the cafe of the newspaper club. She looked nervous and jittery the entire time. I should go to the cafe and ask Victor to switch with me. Honestly, he'll probably be more helpful in attracting customers. Bianca, who was confident in her cooking skills, thought that would be more efficient. And above all, she needed to get away from that woman as soon as possible. What's the worst that could happen? Bianca quickened her pace, toward the kitchen of the pub of the newspaper club, toward where Victor was. Chapter 211, Night of the Festival 6, Chapter 211, Night of the Festival 6, Be careful. The corpse queen opened her mouth with an irritated tone. Her annoyance rose from deep within her lungs and carried the heat of hellfire, boiling in the abyss of black magic. Naturally, the female student who bumped shoulders with her could only tremble and offer no response. HMPH. The corpse queen snorted and immediately turned her attention away. The girl who had just collided with her seemed to be affiliated with the academy. Judging by her youthful face, she might be a first-year, possibly an early enrollee. At that point, the corpse queen's thoughts took an uncomfortable turn. Perhaps, if she hadn't become the corpse queen, what would have happened? Wouldn't she, like other girls of her age, have enrolled in this academy? Although she knew there were no ifs in history, she entertained the notion that if she indulged in a forced fantasy appropriate for her age, it might have been possible. With that guy, the corpse queen suddenly recalled a face in her mind. The waves of time slowly eroded everything, leaving nothing behind, except for this one face, an expressionless gaze that seemed to be looking at a distant and unknown place. The face was still vivid and clear in her memory. Simultaneously, she remembered the conversations they had before she became the corpse queen. Hey, wanna come to my house and cook? Yeah, I'll just take you there. Come to think of it, when are you enrolling in the academy? Let's go together. I might enroll a year or two early. If we become first-year students together, it'll be quite interesting. At that moment, there was a presence that disrupted the corpse queen's thoughts. Tuck, a small-framed girl next to her, pulled the edge of the corpse queen's cloak. Gerento, a mage with red hair, wrapped in bandages covering her face, neck, and entire body. Her real name was Rosie Morgue, a high-ranking lick personally resurrected by the corpse queen. The corpse queen nodded as she listened to Gerento's silent report. Yeah, Rosie, Knight's hound. That guy's scent seems to be in this direction. The corpse queen involuntarily recalled the events of last night, the sudden appearance of an intruder. She had learned recently that he was a villain who was spreading fear throughout Venetier. He certainly wasn't an ordinary guy. Barbarian archery and swordsmanship that seemed strangely familiar, but at the crucial moment, the blinding light emanating from his sword prevented her from reading his exact trajectory. However, the corpse queen had witnessed such a shining aura before. A long time ago, Madame Eight Legs, I saw that aura during that battle. The corpse queen felt her heart beating for the first time in a long while. She hadn't felt her heartbeat in a long time, ever since she had forced herself to peer into the abyss of magic in an attempt to leap to a higher realm during her closed training, and suffered a mana backflow that killed half of her body. Since then, her heart, which had never properly beaten, was now pulsating. What did this mean? No way, it can't be, there's no way. But, she couldn't accurately determine what she was hoping for, expecting, or wanting to see. So, in a state of confusion, the corpse queen had come to this academy to meet the night hound she encountered last night. Before long, Gerento guided the corpse queen to a dormitory. Dormitory? This place looks like it's for students. Could it be that the night hound who turned Venetier upside down is a student at the academy? The corpse queen tilted her head as if finding the situation absurd. She soon had her hand firmly gripped the lock of the dormitory's back door. Creak! As soon as the corpse queen's touched it, the lock melted like iron on a hot stove. The corridor inside the dormitory was dark and deserted. Perhaps because it was festival season, it appeared that everyone had gone out to have fun. The corpse queen infiltrated one of the dormitory rooms and swallowed a small sigh after melting a few more locks blocking her path. This looks like a girl's room, doesn't it? Elegantly decorated single room. But considering the interior decorations and the smell inside the room, it was undoubtedly a girl's room. As expected from the atmosphere in the corridor, the room was empty. The only unusual thing was the small paw prints on the windowsill that seemed to belong to a dog. Are they raising a dog? Good for them. The corpse queen muttered with a relaxed voice. In her pursuit of reaching the pinnacle of black magic, she experimented with many animals, including dogs. Therefore, the corpse queen harbored a sense of guilt or something akin to remorse for keeping pets, including dogs. Meanwhile, clang! Gerento stood in the room, raising her head, the signal that the scent had disappeared. In the end, the corpse queen had no choice but to leave the dormitory without any significant gain. Since it's come to this, I'll have to capture and interrogate the owner of this room. Chasing the traces of the room's owner, the corpse queen returned to the festival street. Suddenly, there was a scene unfolding before her eyes. Countless cherry blossom petals fluttered in the air, creating waves of pink. Inside the skull mask, the eyes widened at the sight of the grand spectacle of cherry blossoms falling. Even if these were fake flower petals created by magic, it was still quite spectacular. As she quietly gazed at the festival's cherry blossom petals fluttering in the night sky, "Wow, your costume is really well done." A group of male students approached the corpse queen, laughing heartily. Before the corpse queen could turn her head, the male students laughed among themselves and walked past. "Hey, I thought that helmet and armor were really made of bones. They really put a lot of effort into the disguise. Did you see? The jawline under the skull mask was really pretty, right? The proportions and the lines themselves were quite elegant. I wish I could talk to her." Trivial chatter. The corpse queen felt a considerable novelty in the fact that she had become the subject of such small talk. It was an unimaginable experience when compared to the atmosphere of the previous or current groups she had been a part of. Surprisingly, no feelings of discomfort or anger surfaced. Come to think of it, it was Halloween, wasn't it? Halloween, symbolizing the summer festival of the academy, was more passionate and open than the winter festival. A festival where even strangers exchange greetings and hugs while passing by. With newfound emotions, the corpse queen observed the countless passers-by on the street. Students dressed up as zombies, skeletons, ghouls, vampires, death knights, ghosts, mummies, and more, external visitors imitating and enjoying the costumes of these students in their own way. At that moment, "Hey, pretty ladies over there, get a skewer. Since you both are so pretty, I'll give them to you for half price." A female student began to entice the corpse queen with her sales pitch. "Wow, your makeup is really impressive. Looks like you came here with high expectations for the festival." "Hey, your costume is dope. You're enjoying the festival so enthusiastically. I'll give you an extra one as a service." Suddenly, a skewer was thrust towards the bewildered corpse queen, making her feel like she was being forced into something on the spot. "Is it tasty?" "Nod." Gerento nodded. The corpse queen bit into the fruit skewer coated in sugar, while Gerento strolled down the street with an ice cream waffle. Even though it was just a fleeting moment of joy, for the first time since her heart had stopped, the corpse queen thought that the current situation was slightly, very slightly pleasant. Before long, Gerento followed the scent she had detected in the room, weaving through the spaces between various stalls and pedestrians. The street was bustling with activity, full of street performers, dance team performances, various games with prizes such as water balloon throwing and mole-catching games, and more. Carrying balloons, ice cream, tornado potatoes, large teddy bears, and more. Gerento walked toward the corpse queen. She raised an eyebrow as if to ask, "Are we going the correct way, Rosie?" Nod, slightly startled. Gerento soon nodded and pointed to a place. In the corpse queen's field of vision appeared a cafe. Newspaper Club Cafe, a haunted-themed cafe run by the newspaper club. Students dressed as ghosts were enticing and serving customers in the makeshift store. On the large stage opposite them, invited dancers in skull makeup were performing energetically with lively music. Flames rose and the rhythmic drum beats echoed in the air. A crowd gathered, swirling around in a chaotic whirlwind of laughter, cheers, and dancing. And there, the corpse queen could once again see a familiar face. "Isn't that the girl I bumped into earlier?" The girl who had bumped shoulders with her just now stood there with a vacant expression. Despite being warned to be careful earlier, she seemed to be standing there foolishly. The corpse queen clicked her tongue, "Still haven't snapped out of it, clueless kid, won't live long." The girl, who met her gaze, quickly averted her eyes. Seeing her act like that again after the recent warning was quite puzzling. Suddenly, the corpse queen stopped licking her lips and turned her head to the side. It was because of her curiosity about what had so captivated that absent-minded female student. And, as the corpse queen turned her head without much thought, her eyes widened as if they were about to burst open. It was due to someone cooking in the cafe's kitchen. The moment she confirmed that face, the corpse queen was frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Before long, she stumbled to speak. Does that guy have a younger sister? Chapter 212. Night of the Festival 7. Chapter 212. Night of the Festival 7. Does that guy have a younger sister? That can't be true. There is no woman in that guy's household. No daughter was born, since the only daughter vanished a long time ago. It appeared that the family was cursed and lost its daughter as if under a spell. But who is the girl in front of me now? A female student dressed as a witch. Fair skin, a refined nose, a veil-like jawline, deep eyes, and lush eyelashes. Add a slightly twisted expression, truly showcasing the pinnacle of decadence. And with black hair like the night sky and ruby-like sparkling red eyes, it felt as if he had come back to life. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, she might have actually believed it. Blood relation. But if it's not that, it doesn't make sense, the corpse queen muttered softly. Certainly. She severed all connections to everything in the world from a certain day onward. To dive deep into the abyss of black magic, she had to cut all the strings connecting her to the world. So, she didn't know. Information related to that day and what followed related to that guy. Moreover, stop thinking about it. An existence in her mind was preventing her to think further about it. Zick, the corpse queen was momentarily thrown off balance by the shock, as if a thick and large needle had pierced through her skull. If she tried to think deeply, her brain would blow apart in pain. A terrible headache was kicking and stomping on her brain, which was half dead and half alive. Stop thinking about those painful thoughts now. I'll take care of such things for you. The demon's whisper echoed in her ears. It tempted her to discard complicated thoughts and worries and respond only to the simple stimuli in front of her. The corpse queen bit her lip. I'm not a mere corpse. I can have independent thoughts and judgments. I'm not just a puppet moving according to your will. The voice in her ear momentarily stopped at that statement. That thing shut its mouth. The corpse queen closed her ears, biting down on the ache. I clearly said, only half a day will be handed over to you. And to fulfill the terms of our contract, I have to go to that cafe right now. Don't forget the reason I made a contract with you. Then, that thing whispered once again in its sweet voice. Of course, so I found your sister for you. Using my ability, the corpse queen looked away, focusing on something else. Gerento, the mage who was transformed into a lick, the girl who would have turned 16 this year if she were still alive. The corpse queen spoke. You know well. Your ability, the mysterious power that lets you meet the person you want to meet. But aside from my sister, you know there's one more person I was looking for. Right? The main reason I accepted your contract was to find that guy's body. But you never found it, even though you searched every nook and cranny of the Red and Black Mountain for the past 2 years. And now, whether it's thanks to your power or whether it's my fate, I've once again caught a clue about that guy. Going there, it feels like I might be able to know everything. So don't stop me. For the first time, the Corpse Queen resisted that thing's voice. It was possible because the relationship between the Corpse Queen and it was not a master-servant relationship or a one-sided contractual relationship, but rather a mutually beneficial contractual relationship. This was quite different from usual demons, who would contract with an almost dead human, completely taking over their body. However, it continued to speak to the Corpse Queen. "Danger, I smell danger." "What?" "There's a sinister aura coming from that cafe. The disgusting scent typical of a demon hunter is emanating from it." It seemed that Gerento, who was standing beside the Corpse Queen, also sensed it. The Corpse Queen hesitated for a moment when she saw Gerento nodding. But why would demon hunters be here at this moment? What in the world is happening while I'm sleeping half of the day? It continued to dissuade the Corpse Queen. While the Corpse Queen only lived half of the day, it also lived only half of the day. The Corpse Queen bit her lip. "I came prepared. Your unease is probably because of Night Hound. I'll personally unveil their face if I go meet them. And also, the identity of that woman." However, it continued to resist the Corpse Queen. When the Corpse Queen was about to take a step forward, thinking that it had given up, it spoke again. "There isn't much time left. It's almost midnight. After midnight, this body will be mine. That's enough." The Corpse Queen interrupted. "If that's the case, shut up for now." Perhaps it also deemed further conversation meaningless. As it fell silent, caw, a crow made a sinister sound and flew through the cherry blossom petals of the festival. The Corpse Queen's eyes gradually settled calmly. She gave up on complex thoughts and moved instinctively. Now was the time to clarify all the confusion, just as the Corpse Queen was about to take a step forward. "Wow, sister, you're so beautiful. Who is this witch?" "It's not sister, it's a brother." "Kaya, sister, just look at me once." "Witch, please cast a spell on me too." "I love you, just give me one glass of alcohol." A multitude of people suddenly rushed toward the cafe of the newspaper club. Click, 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 click. Mana screenshots exploded from all directions. The Corpse Queen found herself squeezed in the midst of the crowd. She was so forcefully pressed that the bones protruding from her skull mask were about to pop out. "What are they?" The Corpse Queen slowly pulled up her mana. She intended to clear away all the annoying things in front of her and move forward. However, the Corpse Queen sensed the signs of change. Someone was blocking her path. "Stop!" It was Bianca. Clack, the Corpse Queen's eyebrows moved. "Isn't this the girl who couldn't even properly apologize before?" How dare this girl block her way, however? Even with a trembling body, Bianca persistently blocked the Corpse Queen's path. "I understand your feelings, but this is going too far." Understand her feelings? What audacity did this girl have to claim that she understood? As the Corpse Queen was about to speak, Bianca spoke first. "Fangirling has its limits. We need to maintain some decency. No matter how pretty a girl is it right to raise mana like that? There are normal people around you, not mana users. Please be mindful." The Corpse Queen momentarily showed a blank expression behind her mask. Then, another face popped up next to Bianca, a girl with white hair. It was Sinclair. "That's right, only our staff is allowed to talk to the witch." The Corpse Queen couldn't understand what these chicks were saying. "Are these brats insane?" Brats just by looking. It seems like we're from the same age group, but she's talking as if she's a person who came out of a prison." "Sister, please stop here, or wait after taking a numbered ticket." Bianca and Sinclair joined forces to block the Corpse Queen. In the end, the Corpse Queen had no choice but to reveal her strength. Tsutsutsu, when she emitted a dark aura, the expressions of Bianca and Claire changed dramatically. Black Mage, classified as a level 1 hazard even in the Empire. Black mages, who are subjects of special management, usually move under the control of the country, and their identities are well known. However, the woman in front of them wearing a skull mask was suspicious to anyone's eyes. Perhaps, the numerous bones covering her face and body might not just be simple cosplay. Bianca and Claire's faces turned pale. Even though they represented the elite of the cold department and the hot department, they were just freshmen who had finished their midterms. Dealing with the momentum of the Corpse Queen was beyond their capacity. Then, at that moment, another foot stepped forward to block the Corpse Queen. A black coat, studded boots, chains draped over the body, and crucially, a plague doctor raven mask covering the face. Who are you to cause a scene in someone else's establishment? It was someone in the night hound costume. Chapter 213, Night of the Festival 8, Chapter 213, Night of the Festival 8, Boang. Loud fireworks resounded, echoing through the night. A festival adorned the night sky with colorful fireworks, while rhythmic music vibrated the ground. Dancers, adorned as corpses and zombies, passionately performed on stage. This was Venitier's renowned spectacle, a festival where people from both inside and outside the academy mingled, rolling their feet in excitement, cheering for the lively concert. And right in front of the newspaper club's pub, something peculiar was happening. The corpse queen tucked her hand into her chest and then suddenly thrust it out. Thud, 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 from within her black cloak. Numerous bone fragments sprang out, scattering across the ground. Tsutsutsu, simultaneously. The black mana emanating from the corpse queen's body embraced each bone fragment. Sprouting, wicked roots and ominous shoots sprouted from the seed of bones. Wooden sounds, sounds that are gentle. Magic circles appeared on the ground where the bone fragments collided, and soon skeletal soldiers appeared. Skeleton danger level, see size, 1.7 million discovery, across the continent, also known as the one with the bones. A common, mundane skeleton found everywhere, from graveyards and battlefields to abandoned houses and sewers. In rural areas or underdeveloped cities, they are as frequent as mice. Skeleton soldier, the most basic form among undead. With just one bone fragment, it can be used as a seed to grow roots and shoots from a magical circle, from which any number of skeletons can be extracted. It is much easier to transport than the zombies, which can be summoned using flesh, or the ghosts, which can be summoned using a strand of soul. Even when dried for jerky, flesh will decay and disappear, and the soul will evaporate even if well sealed in a glass bottle. A high-ranking black magician who has reached a certain level, on the other hand, can mass-produce skeleton soldiers with small bone fragments close to dust. Tyrannical, Bogagak, seeing the skeleton soldiers rising from the ground, Bianca and Sinclair's expressions stiffened. They were elites of the academy, and they could not overlook the ominous mana waves. Undead soldiers, here! The two students were stunned. The woman with the skull mask in front of them was undoubtedly a black mage. Either an ignorant novice who doesn't know how terrifying it is to violate the prohibition against strict control of dark magic in the Empire, or an absolute powerhouse who can defy the prohibition even if they know it. However, judging by the robust bone monsters before them, it was overwhelmingly more likely to be the latter. Where did these monsters come from? Could that woman be Night Hound or something? That's not important. We need to call the professors right away. Bianca and Sinclair couldn't even muster the courage to confront the overwhelming darkness mana before their eyes. At that moment, wow, the performance is starting. Awesome, the real performance is amazing. But what's going on behind the concert? Wow, skeleton backup dancers. I guess, but did they really come from behind? Who is it? Where's the performance team? Wow, a new dance team is here. Their makeup is so realistic, guys. The audience gathered around showed quite different reactions. Everyone, wearing corpse and zombie makeup due to the Halloween party, didn't find anything strange about the skeletal soldiers summoned by the corpse queen. Someone once said that humans are animals sensitive to the atmosphere. If there's a fire, and smoke comes in and the person next to them sits calmly, they will sit still and suffocate to death. This is human nature. This phenomenon is happening right now at the festival site of the academy. Despite being sensitive to mana, the students of the academy didn't notice, and 99% of outsiders gathered for the party, intoxicated by alcohol and the excitement of the party, didn't feel anything unusual except for a slight discomfort standing next to the skeletal soldiers. However, even in this situation, there were those who could detect anomalies. Dark magician, who are you? If you belong to the Imperial Army, reveal your military number. $. The Holy Knight disguised as the Night Hound stepped forward. The sacred aura she emitted halted the skeletal soldiers crawling up from the abyss. Crackle, pop. Although the corpse queen's aura was powerful, the skeletal soldiers did not perish. But Dolar's awakened sacred power, which developed somewhat after the fight with Dantalion, stopped them in their tracks. Furthermore, the holy protection prevented the negative emotions, such as fear, induced by the powerful aura of the dark magician from affecting the surrounding people. Additionally, the sight of the skeletal soldiers stumbling made the audience think that it was just a dance performance rather than something more serious. Oh, is this performance art? Is that the flash mob or something? Oh, isn't this the performance where an unspecified number of people gather at a specific time and place, performing the same action without any purpose? I heard it's a recent trend in the Venetier. Wow, it really looks like that. Even the invited singers and dancers on stage began to mimic the actions. What are those people? When were they hired? It's the first time I've seen this team. I don't know, but it's quite hip. The makeup and props are impressive, right? More than anything, the audience seems to respond well. Should we try it too? When professional dancers disguised as zombies and corpses began to mimic the stumbling movements of the skeletal soldiers, the enthusiasm intensified even more. Fireworks exploded everywhere and the music grew louder. Now, the attention of the audience shifted back to the central stage. However, in this situation, Dollar's expression was gradually solidifying. Wow, incredibly strong. Who is this person? No. Is she even human? The woman with the skull mask in front of her was a terrifying powerhouse that Dollar's sacred power could not handle. The quality, or rather the experience gained through the fight with Dantalion, made her think she had become much more skilled, but she still had a long way to go. The dark magician in front of her appeared to be of the same age, but she possessed a mana much stronger than Dollar's could compare with. Dollar's had only felt such ominous and dangerous mana when confronted with demons of Dantalion's caliber. It is only natural that Dollar's falls short of her own strength. Back then, Night Hound was with me. Dollar's thought, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It struck her once more how formidable his opponents had been and how heavy the burden of his mission and duty had been. Meanwhile, the Corpse Queen was well aware that the Night Hound who appeared before her was a forgery from the start. She also noticed that Dollar's was the owner of the previously mentioned girls' dormitory room. With a growl, the Corpse Queen inquired, "Where did you take Night Hound?" "What?" Dollar's furrowed her brow in response. Night Hound, even Dollar's was curious about where he was, but the woman in the skull mask in front of her was almost treating it as a given that Dollar's knew Night Hound's whereabouts. "We found traces of the Night Hound in your room. It's on my way to confirm it again." Dollar's expression hardened at her words. "I've never had anyone enter my room." Dollar's, who values her privacy, ensures that no one enters her personal space. She even repairs furniture and facilities herself when they break. This was true whether she was at the Quavades clan or at the academy dormitory. Dollar's couldn't understand why her enemy was making such an absurd misunderstanding, but she judged that it wasn't the most important thing right now. "I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't seem like you're looking for him with good intentions. If you're not an Imperial Army sorcerer, then you're an enemy. In that case, I can't tell you anything." "Him? What's your relationship with him?" the Corpse Queen sharply asked. After a moment of hesitation, Dollar's replied, "He's my soulmate." And then, crash, the Corpse Queen, hearing Dollar's answer, exploded with energy. "Really? Then I'll tear that soul apart and turn it into a plague." Even the Corpse Queen herself couldn't fathom the intense anger bubbling up in the dark mana. Bursting flames, resonating music shaking the ground. A night of burning passion in the midst of a party where everyone is ecstatic. In the midst of it all, a witch and a saint sharply confront each other. And then, enough! A voice intervened in the tense standoff between the two women, a deep, low voice that scratched the vocal cords like iron. Startled by the appearance of a new figure, both the Corpse Queen and Dollar's took a step back. A man wearing a black cloak, wrapping his entire body, with a plague Dr. Raven mask. Vikier. It was the moment the genuine Night Hound appeared. Chapter 214, The Night of the Festival 9, Chapter 214, The Night of the Festival 9, Vikier. The OG Night Hound stood before its prey. Moments ago, Vikier had abandoned his cooking in the kitchen, propelled by a familiar sensation, and leaped out of the tavern. The pulsating malevolence of the demonic Baalzepub, hidden within his veins, suggested that this was no time to be frying potatoes. What is this energy? The scent of a demon. How could one forget this loathsome blood fragrance? Judging by the presence, the intruder into the academy seemed to be the corpse queen, whom Vikyr had confronted once before in the ruins of the fallen Indulgentia orphanage. Why she was inside the academy, and what purpose drove her to disrupt the chaotic interior during the festival, remained unknown. However, this situation was both a crisis and undoubtedly an opportunity. I'll make sure to eliminate her this time. But it was crucial to minimize the involvement of innocent bystanders, especially those he valued. Step back if you don't want to get involved and die. Night Hound masked its warning with a low growl. Bianca and Sinclair slightly trembled at his words. Seeing Night Hound in the flesh was a first for them. Naturally, they had never heard its voice before. To Bianca and Sinclair, who had only encountered Night Hound through stories in the newspapers, it was nothing more than a gruesome villain. Hence, Vikyr intentionally infused his cold, lifeless voice with even more menace, causing Bianca and Sinclair to be terrified with just the warning. Is that the real Night Hound? I've never heard such a dreadful voice in my life. Surely, the face beneath that mask is as terrifying as that voice. However, Dolar's reaction was different. Hey, everyone, let's step back for now. She understood Night Hound, his inner nobility and sanctity, and the fact that he was the only current opponent capable of standing against the demons. Simultaneously, Dolar sent some of her subordinates to inform the professors of the current situation. We can't summon too many professors. Calling too many could even endanger Night Hound. A rescue force capable of calming the situation was needed. Having a couple of professors arrive seemed appropriate. Dolar simultaneously exerted her sacred power, controlling the undead around her to prevent them from behaving erratically. Soon after, Night Hound and the Corpse Queen faced each other once again. Vikyr muttered lowly, "I won't let you slip away this time." However, the Corpse Queen's response was slightly different. "Take it off." Vikyr raised an eyebrow, and the Corpse Queen reiterated her demand. "Take off the mask. Reveal your face." The Corpse Queen was making an unexpectedly strange request, but Vikyr had no reason to comply. "Die!" Vikyr summoned Anubis. Boom! The archery of the Balak tore through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere into countless fragments. Seeing this, the Corpse Queen exploded her aura. Thud! Skeleton soldiers rose, forming a barrier to block the arrows. Soon after, the hellfire rained down like a topping on a pizza. Boom! Vikyr quickly retreated. The spot where he had stood moments ago was engulfed in a rain of fire, consuming everything in its path. Meanwhile, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, witnessing the clash between Night Hound and the Corpse Queen, each had a comment. Is this a showdown between villains? I don't know why evildoers are fighting each other, but it'd be perfect if they both end up dead. We need to call the professors quickly. This is the perfect moment for fight poison with poison and mutual destruction. Let's get out of here too. There's a chance we might get caught in the crossfire. Night Hound was a designated entity of evil that needed to be eradicated by the Empire. Similarly, a rogue sorcerer outside the Empire's control was also a dangerous entity, with power and malevolence not inferior to Night Hound. Therefore, everyone capable of understanding the situation wished for Night Hound and the Corpse Queen to annihilate each other. Except for one person, Dolars, who knew the underlying circumstances. "Please, don't get hurt." She was cheering for Night Hound with a tender expression, a pilgrim on the path of sacrifice and suffering, a great being who bore all the pain and wounds for the sake of others without revealing a hint of bitterness. Watching him endure all the blood, wounds, and suffering alone at this very moment, it was impossible not to send him an affectionate gaze. And the Corpse Queen, who noticed Dolar's sympathetic gaze, became even more uncomfortable. "Soulmate, how amusing!" A curtain of pitch-black flames enveloped her, and sharp iron spikes began to protrude. "Take off the mask and reveal your identity, Night Hound." The Corpse Queen, who had been fixated on the face behind the mask from the beginning, continued her demand. "But, to the demons, only death awaits." Vikyr responded only by sending arrows flying. No matter how much she demanded, the Corpse Queen's flames grew even hotter as there was no response. "Is that so? You have no intention of speaking at all." She momentarily redirected the trajectory of the advancing skeletal warriors. "Then let me make you speak." Soon, countless skeletons spread out in various directions, intending to cause widespread damage to the unspecified crowd. The primary targets were the spectators near the tavern, especially Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair. "Ah, they're coming this way, let's block them. We can't let civilians get hurt. Can we hold our ground here? Let's give it a try. We have to endure it." The experience of the midterm exams at the academy was a significant help in such situations. Defense exams involved blocking incoming demons, and Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair had already experienced it once. Therefore, they were able to fend off the approaching skeleton soldiers. However, practice and real combat were different. Faced with the momentum of demons with exposed teeth and claws, the students were momentarily overwhelmed. "Ah, they broke through. We're in danger too. Is there anyone who can help? I've been breached. We're breached here too. Wrong, we're not strong enough to handle this." Even if they were carried away by the party atmosphere. By now, they couldn't be oblivious to the situation turning against them. The audience at the rear of the concert gradually began to notice a change. Undead creatures driven by an unconditional hatred for the living overwhelmed the students. The crisis was unfolding as expected. At that moment, boom, 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 crash, a fierce storm swept through, instantly sweeping away the skeletons that were attacking from all sides. In front of the bewildered students, an old man appeared. "Professor!" Tudor, Sancho, Peaky, Bianca, and Sinclair shouted with flushed faces. The man who had turned the countless skeleton soldiers into dust with a single blow. It was Professor Banshee Morgue. "What on earth is going on? Why are there undead creatures on campus?" He quickly grasped the situation. This was a level 1 emergency. Kagak Kijijik skeleton soldiers moved, targeting the students and audience of the academy. However, not a single one of them could penetrate the defense line of Professor Banshee, not even a hair's breadth. "I won't allow even a strand of hair's worth of harm to my students." With his usual stern and picky attitude, he blocked the way for the students. Whoosh! Hellfire and iron whips flew, but the Banshee professor erected walls of wind and ice, blocking them all. Uzzizik, however, the storm spears and ice walls of the Banshee professor couldn't completely block the attacks of the corpse queen. Taking advantage of the professor's momentary distraction, the legion of undead deviated from their formation and attempted to cross over to the concert area on the other side of the tavern. "Professor Sadi," as the Professor Banshee spoke, laughter echoed from the opposite side. "Ho ho ho, calling me by my name so casually, you disrespectful old man." A whip-like strand flew, crushing all the skeleton soldiers on the opposite side. Fiak! It pierced the skull of a skeleton that was rolling its back heel on the ground. Soon after, a slender, well-built female professor, Sadi, wearing high-heeled boots, revealed herself. Puff, 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 puff. The whip she wielded pulverized all the approaching undead, clearing them away like trash. Professor Banshee glared at Professor Sadi with an annoyed tone. "Of all times, you happen to be on duty during the festival. You truly have the worst luck. I made the duty roster myself. Don't blame me. It's ridiculous." However, regardless of her work attitude, Professor Sadi's skills were genuine. She quickly suppressed all the undead approaching the audience. While the Banshee professor had been casting several large-scale spells of fire, ice, and earth, he had been targeting the back of the tavern. The other professors who received the message should be arriving soon. It's time to hunt down the villains. Banshee was confident of victory. When Night Hound and the Corpse Queen were baring their fangs at each other, he planned to launch a surprise attack, but Professor Sadi next to him remained silent. She merely scanned the surroundings with an unknown gaze, checking if the professor reinforcements were coming. And then, Kuraruk, an unusual phenomenon was detected. Suddenly, a black curtain descended around them. A curtain made of mana, eerie and alien, composed of powerful and unfamiliar magical energy. It unfurled like the final curtain of a stage. The curtain was so potent and strange that even the magically adept Professor Banshee had never seen its kind before. "A barrier!" Banshee hastily tried to dispel the magic that had been forming. "Ho ho ho, what's this? A barrier? Who cast it?" Even Professor Sadi, despite wielding her whip, couldn't break through the black curtain. Eventually, the barrier disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, concealing Night Hound and the Corpse Queen in the void. "They didn't escape. They're still in this space. We just can't see them." Professor Banshee scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Neither Professor Banshee nor Professor Sadi knew that within the invisible barrier, Night Hound and the Corpse Queen were about to resume their exclusive battle. But they didn't know. Ring of Invincibility / Ring Barrier on the Realm of Gods ends here. This ring is the result of the power of Andromalius, one of the 10 corpses, and it is the most powerful ring of all. So powerful that no one can look into it except another demon or a child under the age of 8. And then, you will die here, inside the space of the barrier. Night Hound and the Corpse Queen were finally about to start their battle once again.